I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Hi guys, welcome to day 5 of the Coast Guard hearings. Timmy says hi. Timmy's had a wonderful day at like a dog show. I might show you guys some photos of that later. But right now we're going to go straight to the hearing and we're going to listen to the founder. At one point, I think Stockton and Guillermo were sort of partners in the whole thing with OceanGate. And so we're going to go to Guillermo Sohnlein. He's got a funny name. We're going to go to that right now. Is everyone doing well? Hope so. So here we go, day 5 of the Titan hearing. Let's try and get to that. Earth, good to see you. Who else is here? Ron Casca, Celestine, good to see you. And here we go.
Friday suggested that Ms. Wilby's NDA, which she signed as an independent contractor with OceanGate, might have limited her ability to raise safety concerns with OceanGate's board of directors. After conducting a legal review of her NDA, the Marine Board interprets that the agreement did not explicitly prevent Ms. Wilby from sharing the information, including her safety concerns, with OceanGate's board. However, it's important to note that Ms. Wilby testified she did not consult with legal counsel regarding the terms of her NDA, so this clarification does not conflict with her testimony about her concerns related to this agreement. There has also been a scheduling change to Friday's witness schedule. Commander Zach Robinson with the Coast Guard's Marine Safety Center will submit a report to the board for the record rather than providing testimony in person. Former OceanGate employee Mr. Matthew McCoy has been substituted into the morning witness slot for Friday. In addition, Lieutenant Commander Jim King, serving to my right, will be serving as counsel for the Marine Board this week in place of Lieutenant Commander Lars Oakmark. Our first witness of the day will be Mr. Guillermo Sohnlein, co-founder of the OceanGate Incorporated. Mr. Sohnlein will be testifying virtually, and we will start his session at 9 a.m. The hearing is now in recess until 9 a.m. Thank you.
So before we jump into that, just a question I have, which is, well, I must say the colors I'm wearing kind of match the colors of the Coast Guard, right? This is I think I bought this, was it NASA?
Good afternoon, Mr. Sohnlein.
But anyway, the question I've got is, when are we going to find out how the Titan imploded? You know, what this hearing decides in terms of that. And I do wonder, is that part of their ambit? Is that part of what this hearing is, to say how and why? I would imagine it is. I don't know if it's the primary reason, but I'm sure it is part of the reason. Anyway, we'll see whether that is addressed today. Let's get started.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you for allowing me to testify virtually. It would have been a long trip from Europe, but thank you.
Yes, sir. Before we begin, our recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will administer the oath, sir.
Thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand for me, sir? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So someone made the comment, Ron did, well done, that he seems to be wanting to go to Venus. And what do you see on the wall behind him? Venus, right? And so if you think the Titan submersible, it's not really the idea of it, but the carbon fiber side of it, if you think that's crazy and far-fetched, what do you think about going to Venus, right? It's the planet with a, I think it's, what is it? Is it sulfur dioxide? It's got the ability to melt lead. That's how toxic that atmosphere is. Anyway, it's his idea to go to Venus. Interesting fellow.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Whalen will start with some questioning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Actually, I'm sorry, Commander Whalen, before we get started, is there a way of getting the IT to show the wide view of the panel? Right now, I'm looking at 2 screenshots of me.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I will stand by for a moment.
Okay, thank you. I got it. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for pointing that out, sir.
Thank you, sir. All of my questions will relate to the time period up to the incident of June 18th, 2023, unless I state otherwise. As I reference any exhibits, they will be made available to you on your desktop. Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain what the acronym means. Can you please provide me a little bit more information about your background, specifically your educational background and work experience prior to the formation of OceanGate?
Yes, I can do that. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank you for inviting me to participate in these public hearings, and then also for allowing me to testify remotely from Europe. I know you've got a big job ahead of you, and hopefully my brief testimony here today will help add at least a little bit of value to your efforts, even if all I'm doing is adding color or context to what other witnesses.
I must say, to me, it's quite strange him saying, I want to add value. I mean, this is a public hearing. It's an investigation. It's not marketing or trying to sell something.
This is presenting. So thank you again for allowing me to participate. To answer your question directly, let me start at the beginning. I was born in Argentina, raised in California, in the San Francisco Bay Area, in Silicon Valley. I studied economics at the University of California, Berkeley, worked for a couple years at a law firm, and then went to law school at the University of California, College of the Law, San Francisco. It used to be called Hastings when I went there. Upon graduation, I took the California bar, passed, was admitted into the California bar, even though I really had no intention of practicing law. What I actually did when I graduated law school is I went into the Marine Corps. I went there wanting to be a scout sniper platoon commander. So I went through officer candidate school in Quantico, Virginia. Then I went through 6 months of the basic school, also in Quantico, Virginia, learning how to be an infantry officer. When it came time to graduate and pick my MOS, my military occupational specialty, I graduated high enough in my class that there was actually a slot available for the scout sniper platoon commander. But for personal and family reasons, I made a decision to choose 4402, which was judge advocate. And so from there, I ended up going to Newport, Rhode Island, spent 3 months there learning military law, studying with my fellow Marine judge advocates, as well as members of the United States Navy and United States Coast Guard Judge Advocate Corps. From there, I was stationed at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California, where I spent approximately 3 years. The first 18 months or so, I was the installation law officer, which meant that effectively I was the legal advisor to the commanding general, who at the time was a 2-star major general. And then for the second 18 months, I was the senior defense counsel at the base. From there, I came off active duty in 1 July 1999. I remained in inactive ready reserve for the remainder of my contract, which I believe is another 4 years. When I left active duty on 1 July 1999, I was an 03 captain. And I believe that when I came off active duty, my DD 214, I believe, says 04. I think I was a major. Now, when I came off active duty, what I did is I moved my family to San Francisco and I co-founded an internet company. It was 1999 going into 2000. It was the height of the internet boom. We were at ground zero in Silicon Valley. We took that company and rode the .com bubble all the way up, and we rode the
Is it just me, or is he providing too much detail? Is providing dates that he goes from one to the other? We just want really an overview of his qualifications. We know that he studied economics. We know that he became a lawyer, or he's passed the bar exam. We know that he was in the military for a while, and then he went into the digital side, right? When did he meet Stockton?
bus all the way down in 2001. We managed to sell the company to a venture-backed company called Voxeo, and I stayed on with Voxeo for, I think, another 10 months after the acquisition. During that time, I moved my...
So before he even gets into this, I seem to remember way back when we were researching and investigating OceanGate that there was a venture capital aspect to OceanGate, which, if you think about it, what is a venture capital business? It's something that it's kind of experimental. The whole nature of it is experimental. And the whole nature of it is that you're trying to make money by basically through an original concept. It's almost like you make money out of an idea and not really that much more than that. And of course, you make a shitload of money. And so you're getting a little bit of a reminder of that kind of background, that association through what he's saying here.
Family from San Francisco to the Northern Virginia area to the East Coast. And I left Voxeo in February of 2002 as that company experienced some financial issues and went through a round of layoffs, and I was part of a group of people who were laid off. From there, I decided I was going to start another company. This time I wanted to be in a field that I was passionate about. And I thought that field was going to be space. It's either going to be space or oceans. It's going to be one of those. In 2003, I started a nonprofit organization called the International Association of Space Entrepreneurs. At the time, Elon Musk had recently started SpaceX. And so there was a group of us who wanted to encourage the next generation of Elon Musk and bring them from other industries into the space industry. So that was the objective of IASC. That was in 2003. In 2006, I started a for-profit company called Space Angels Network. And the objective of that organization was to connect accredited individual investors with early stage space ventures looking for seed funds. I ran that company until 2010, so a year after we started OceanGate. I turned it over to one of my co-founders. He ran it until 2014 or 15. He turned it over to somebody else, and that gentleman relaunched the company, rebranded it as Space Angels. He is still running it today, and because of his effort today, that is, I think by a lot of measures, the most active early stage investor in the space.
There's a part of me that's sort of wondering, is he using this format as a marketing pitch for some of his companies?
Global space community. Now, the reason all of that's relevant is because through Space Angels Network in 2008, I met a gentleman by the name of Graham Fox, former aerospace engineer who was also a submersible designer. That was my first introduction to submersibles in the submersible world. And a year later, I was fascinated by it. So I actually spent the greater part of 2008, most of 2009, going back and forth from my residence in Northern Virginia and where Graham was in California, in the Bay Area, basically on a consulting basis, helping him with his business. And in that way, I learned about the submersible world and the submersible community. The reason that's important is because in the summer of 2009, Graham introduced me to Stockton Rush. And Graham, Stockton, and I decided we were going to go into business together. We co-founded very briefly a company called Deep Flight Technologies. Lasted only for, I'd say, a couple of months or so as Deep Flight Technologies. Graham decided to leave that, and that left me and Stockton to start a company. And that is when OceanGate was founded. So I walked you through a lot of detail, and I know it was probably more detail than you were looking for. But the reason I did that is because at the time of founding of OceanGate, I believe that what I was bringing to the table, and what I think Stockton believed I was bringing to the table, was leadership experience, because Stockton was going to put money in, but he was not going to run the company. I had startup experience, especially with the Silicon Valley kind of disruptive innovation kind of mindset. I had experience with investors and fundraising. I had a legal background. We knew that we were going to be dealing with a lot of government and regulatory compliance issues. I wasn't going to do that work. I knew we were going to have to hire legal experts to do that. But it was nice that I had a legal background, so I would know how to talk with the outside counsel. And then, even though I didn't have sub operations experience, or maritime experience, I did have field ops experience from my time. So I think I gave you a lot of detail, but in summary, I think those were the kind of the bullet points that I brought to the table when we started.
Thank you, sir. Why did Mr. Graham Hawks leave Deep Flight Technologies and not move on with yourself and Mr. Rush for OceanGate?
Yeah, that is a great question that you should probably ask Graham, because I'm not sure exactly. I know that the three of us came to an agreement on putting Deep Flight Technologies together. I got along great with both Graham and Stockton, so my deal was fairly easy to kind of carve out my role in that. And as soon as we came to that agreement, I think it was in August of 2009, I immediately started the process of relocating my family from Virginia to Seattle, where we were going to have this new company. But we still had to, paper the deal, as they say, right? We still had to lock down all of the legal agreements. And Stockton and Graham had a lot more nuances to their agreement that they were going to have to negotiate. And it was typical of co-founders coming together, right? Having to negotiate different points of the deal over a couple of months. And I think ultimately they ended up having a difference of opinion on enough things that they just decided it was not worthwhile to go.
When and where was?
But again, that's a great question to ask Graham, because I really don't know his side of this.
Understood. When and where was OceanGate LLC founded?
I'd have to check the official.
Jeez. Sorry, I'm blown away. It's like we've just heard this long story, and then you get a simple question like, okay, let's talk about OceanGate. When was it founded? We'll have to check. I'm going to have to check on that. Okay. The other thing that's obviously strange with this is I think he's asked that the public feed be reversed the way it is, where you see the hearing and it's almost like he's interviewing them. But I wonder why he did that. I wonder whether it's because he doesn't want to have like his micro expressions analyzed kind of thing, because it's not very useful to us to have him so small on the screen. You can barely see him, right? So it is kind of, I don't know what word to use, unusual, I suppose you could say. It's an unusual request. I'd like to be minimized on the screen. Is it sneaky? Is it mischievous? Is it strange? Is it normal? Just for me is certainly worth mentioning.
records, but my recollection is somewhere around October of 2009, and we were in Everett. I don't remember where we incorporated, if it was in Delaware or in Washington.
And what was the original vision for the company when OceanGate was launched?
How much time do I have? So I'll give you a short answer and then maybe a little bit longer answer in the context of these public hearings. The short answer is that our vision was to create a fleet of 4 or 5 deep diving submersibles. At the time, we were thinking they'd be 6,000 meters, capable of carrying 5 people, available for charter anywhere in the world, and with no dedicated mothership. When Stockton and I got together in a conference room in front of a blank whiteboard and started mapping out what the plan would be for OceanGate, that's what we came up with.
You had mentioned the vision of without a dedicated mothership. What was the purpose to not utilize a dedicated mothership, to be able to have it mobilized throughout the world?
Well, this is where we get into the longer answer. So you'll have to give me a couple minutes to kind of walk you through this, because in order to understand that, you have to understand the competitive landscape, and you have to understand the general state of the submersible community back then. And honestly, it hasn't changed much in 15 years since then. There are not that many subs in the world. Those of you doing the investigation probably got an immersion course in this over the last year. There are not that many active submersibles in the world, and certainly none in the private sector. Will Conan knows the numbers better than anyone, so when he testifies, you can ask him. But I think there are less than 100 active submersibles in the world, and almost all of them dive relatively shallow, less than 1,000 meters. And as Patrick Leahy testified on Friday, the average depth of the ocean is 4,000 meters, which covers about 65% of the ocean. So the bulk of the subs that are out there today, as in 2009, go relatively shallow. And when you consider that the ocean covers 70% of the world's planet, it's nothing as far as trying to explore or study the world's oceans.
So I actually saw a post on X that Elon Musk put, where he was saying eventually there are going to be thousands. This is literally what he posted. Eventually there are going to be thousands of rocket ships going to Mars. And although that sounds quite a vision, quite fascinating, I don't think that's going to ever come true. There might be a few dozen, maybe a dozen ships going to Mars if we can survive the next couple of decades. But I really don't think we have the money or the resources to have that sort of thing going on. In the same way, if you think about, are we one day going to have the ocean just crawling with submersibles, like just whizzing all over, like something like that going on? And I think you've kind of got to ask about, like, how expensive is it to build a car, and then also how safe is it, and all that kind of thing. If you think about the deep ocean, like the top of Mount Everest, there are no 7-Elevens there. There's no hotels. There's nothing there. You're basically going to a graveyard. Very few organisms actually live at that depth or altitude. We don't really belong there, just as we don't belong on Mars. Now, if you terraform and you make it so that you could, that's different. I don't see us terraforming the oceans. I suppose it's more possible than Mars. I don't know. I did hear someone saying they had this idea of starting global warming on Mars by dropping a bunch of nuclear bombs there. And I don't know, that's just another story. But I'm just trying to remind you guys of just how far-fetched all of this is. It's one thing to have dreams and ideas and so on. It's another thing to be completely detached from reality. And one kind of does have a sense that that's kind of going on with a lot of human beings and a lot of smart human beings as well.
We wanted to change that. We wanted to give humanity greater access to the ocean, and specifically the deep ocean, anything deeper than 1,000 meters. And initially, like I said, our goal was actually 6,000 meters, because 6,000 meters gets you access to about 98% of the ocean. So that was kind of our goal. So you have to work backwards from there, which is, why is there not enough access for humanity to dive deep into the ocean? And one of the key reasons for this was kind of inherent in Patrick Leahy's testimony. And by the way, I've known Patrick for years, and I have full respect for him, and I loved his testimony on Friday. But one question that no one asked Patrick, and that he didn't volunteer, and it's not on his website, is how much does subs cost? And you can imagine from these intricate machines to be made as safe and as versatile as Triton subs are, they're expensive. They're millions of dollars. And they're also generally heavy. And because they require a mothership or a support ship, that support ship usually has to have a crane big enough to take the sub in and out of the water. And usually that's an A-frame, which means the ship you're instantly talking about a very big ship. And because of that, most of these subs are basically mated to dedicated motherships. And this is true of the government subs too. There are 5 deep diving government subs in the world. The French have one, the Americans have one, the Japanese have one, and I believe the Chinese have 2. And each of those is mated to a dedicated mothership, which means that you can only dive the sub wherever the ship is. And it takes a lot to move that ship, in large part because it needs a lot of fuel, which is expensive. And so if you're trying to explore the world's oceans, and given how big the world's oceans are, having 5 government subs and 5 government ships, or now the only other deep diving sub that I know, which is the Bakunawa, which is formerly the Triton built limiting factor, on one ship, that's 6 subs in the entire world, 8 billion people. It's to use someone else's words, it's a travesty for humanity that there's so few subs available to go into the deep ocean beyond 1,000 meters. So, and I know this is a very long-winded answer to what seems like a very straightforward question, but as you work backwards from the cost of the subs, the cost of operating these subs, the number one factor is actually the fuel on the ships. And the number one factor driving the fuel on the ships is the size of the ship, which is driven by the crane. And so the thought that we had early on was, if we could have these subs be pre-positioned around the world and have them so that they could operate off any ship of opportunity, so you didn't need it mated to a dedicated mothership. So you could put it in a container, standard shipping container, ship it anywhere nearby from wherever the home base was. Find a local ship that could be used, put it on board, and operate it from there. We would increase the access that humanity had to the deep oceans. Let me stop there, because I don't even know if I answered your question at this point, because I went out on
No, you
a
did.
few tangents there.
Thank you. Was carbon fiber always a fundamental part of the plan for the OceanGate submersibles?
No, in fact, developing our own subs was not in the original plans. When we started OceanGate, it was just me and Stockton, and a commitment to each other that we were going to make this work. He was going to put in money, I was going to run the business. We just needed to figure out what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. At the time, we had absolutely no intention of building our own subs. Now, what we did intend to do was buy a used sub, so that, we ended up calling it our training wheel sub. so that we could learn more about subs and we could learn more about sub operations. So that when we went to build this fleet of 4 or 5 subs and deploy them around the world, we would know what we were looking for.
So I'd prefer to just type this out, but I've got my dog lying on my lap. There is someone here who's complained saying you sound really loud. And so I'm not going to actually say very much from here on, just so that I don't annoy you guys. But I think it is very interesting that they started off saying we're not going to build our own subs because they're not really qualified to do it. They were never qualified to do it. He's not an engineer. Stockton was an aeronautical engineer. And they certainly neither of them really knew much about carbon fiber, certainly in the beginning. What I think is quite interesting is at some point they decided we are going to build our own subs. And that I think was a critical decision and I think a wrong decision. That's kind of the path that they took, which ultimately led to this disaster where OceanGate said, we're going to do this. We've tried going along with these people. We don't like what they're doing. We're going to do it our way. And look at what happened. They weren't qualified to do it, and look at what happened. Just before I go off, I just want to, off screen, I just want to mention something else. Someone from OceanGate basically, I put that video up yesterday, basically said this catastrophe, this implosion was due to the glue. And I've seen so many people just repeating that. Do you know why the Titan imploded? Because the glue failed. That is what OceanGate was saying, right? What I find just incredible is a year later, you've got people responding in the exact same way that Stockton did, which is to say, we've been talking about carbon fiber for so long, and people saying, you know what, it wasn't the carbon fiber, it was the glue. It's that sort of, I don't know what the word, I don't want to say it's arrogance, but it's that sort of thing where you say, I decide why I think it is. And it's like all the evidence I'm going to throw out the window. It's because I heard something or because I believe something, that's my truth. And I just find it kind of absurd. It's so in other words, we should be using carbon fiber going forward. We should build the next submersible out of carbon fiber, just use a different glue. Is that the lesson we learn from this? And I don't know, I just find it kind of incredible. And that is why I hope they do deal with the kind of the official finding for how the whole, why this vessel imploded and that whole thing. Just because an OceanGate employee or OceanGate contractor tells you he thinks it's the glue, that doesn't mean that's the answer. That means that's what OceanGate is saying, right? Let's just be clear on that. I disagree. I don't think it is that. Some of what he said is true, that different flexing of different parts of the craft, that's certainly true. But anyway, the point I try to make is that, you know, the pressure pushing the craft together is acting in the same way that the glue does, is holding the craft together. And that was happening at the almost a maximal level when it happened. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet now so that you guys can listen without any issues.
Looking for, and we would know what capability those subs needed to have. So immediately, within a couple months of founding OceanGate, we had the opportunity to purchase Antipodes, which was an ABS class 300-meter bi-person sub, which we did buy, and we operated for the entire time that I was there until January 2015. While we were operating Antipodes, in parallel, we were trying to develop the plans for deep diving subs, because keep in mind, the vision was to have 6,000 meter capable subs. Antipodes was only 300 meters. So we knew Antipodes wasn't going to be our answer. We knew we had to find other deep diving subs. So we did a few things during the time that we were operating Antipodes. One of them was to talk to all the sub builders to find out who could get us these 5 subs that we wanted to position around the world. We talked with Phil Newton. We talked with Patrick Leahy and his partner Bruce Jones at Triton. We talked with Will Conan and his brother at Imagine. We talked with the folks at U-Boat Works. We talked with a lot of people. And every single one of them was willing to sell us one of their subs. They were willing to take our money and build us a sub. After all, that's the business they're in, and they're very good at it. The problem was that we had very specific business requirements for these subs because of our vision. And when we put the business requirements to each of them, none of them seemed to be able to deliver what we needed to have delivered. And after a while, when you're faced with that conundrum as an entrepreneur, you've got 2 choices, right? If you base your whole business plan on having certain technology, and now the people that can build the technology are telling you it's not possible, you've got 2 choices. Well, I guess one choice is you could shut down the business, but if you want to keep the business going, you've got 2 choices. You either change your business model or you find a better engineering solution. And Stockton, being the engineer that he was, he opted for finding a better engineering solution. Because during the time that we were doing this, over the period of a couple of years, we had talked with enough other engineers that we, and Stockton in particular, convinced ourselves that it'd be possible to build a sub that would meet all of our business requirements. And so, this is again a long-winded answer, but initially we weren't even going to build our own subs. The big business innovation for us was the business model, which was chartering the subs instead of selling the subs. And I guess that's something I kind of left out of the competitive landscape, right? And again, it's still true today, that if you want to dive deep, if you want to go deeper than 1,000 meters, today your only choices are to pay Triton to build you a deep diving sub, or I'm sure Imagine would also do it for you, or U-Boat Works, in which case you're spending millions of dollars to buy the sub. It's going to have to be on a mothership, so you're going to have to spend tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, on a big enough ship, and then you're going to have to spend millions of dollars per year to operate the ship with the sub. And for certain people, that's perfectly viable. Triton's very good at what they do. Imagine's good at what they do. U-Boat Works is good at what they do. And they make amazing subs. But the only people they can sell those to are essentially.
Okay, so some of you have said you do want to hear my comments. Yeah, I agree with that, convinced ourselves. But what I think is easy to forget about here is just how expensive this whole thing is. Stockton said that it cost $1 million in gas. I think the one season cost $1 million just in the gas to get the ship there and back. And I think when you ask the question, why did Stockton do dive number 5? Why did he do dive number 5 when the signs, the tea leaves were so obvious what was going on? The nose cone had fallen off. There'd been damage to the platform. There was that loud bang that was heard and all these other issues that were going on. Why do dive 5 when all of these things had happened? I think the answer is because he had people that had paid collectively probably around at least $1 million, and he was already probably facing serious financial hemorrhaging, right? And he was trying to come away with something. And so I think it was a mixture of financial pressure, ego pressure, and being able to come away with something that you can promote it for the next season. That's the other aspect. So you've got something that you can market, that you can say, during that season, we went to Titanic, blah, blah, blah. And unfortunately, that was one bridge too far, right? But I think what a lot of us underestimate is the financial pressure he was under. And remember, if you've got someone on board and they paid the ticket and nothing happens, although he could say, we're not giving you a refund, you could have a situation where they say, I want my money back, kind of thing as well.
Wealthy individuals. They've sold subs to tour operators and to cruise ships, but it's usually those are usually their shallower subs. They're deeper subs. I have to ask Patrick, or someone would have to ask Patrick, but I'm willing to bet that every deep diving sub that they've built beyond 1,000 meters has been sold to a private individual.
So just to address this question, it's quite a good question. What happened to Titan's cameras? Yeah, they absolutely would have been destroyed. The kind of cameras they took down there were things like GoPros, nothing that could withstand, exposure to the depth. Were there any external cameras? I'm not really sure, but it's quite an interesting question.
Who puts it on one of their yachts.
At what point?
Sorry, go ahead.
Were you complete with your thoughts, or I was just going to go on to the next question, or a follow-up to your statement?
Well, just completing that, the flip side of that. So our first innovation was, look, if what we're trying to do is open up.
I just want to reply to that, where you said they didn't give refunds. That kind of was their policy, but if you remember some of the testimony that they played before, they basically said Stockton would try quite hard to try and find you a spot anyway. But of course, if he does that, then he is theoretically denying someone else a spot. So think about it like this. It's like if you book a spot on an airline and you don't fly, right? And the airline doesn't give you a refund, but it says, well, we'll put you on another flight. That in a way can cost them because it bumps someone else off. In other words, you the operator, are doing two, in a sense, two dives for the price of one, in a way. So I think that's sort of the difficulty. The other thing is, I don't know if you're following what I'm saying, is that although they had this thing of not giving refunds, it still means going all the way out there, coming back, going all the way out there again. And so the passenger ends up getting two trips for the price of one, essentially. That's not a very good system for OceanGate at the end of the day. Anyway.
Access to the deep oceans, and one of the big limiting factors is money, because not everyone has tens of billions of dollars to do this. Then we need to bring the costs down by at least one order of magnitude, if not two. So one way of doing that would be to figure out a way of building cheaper subs, and that wasn't something we were interested in, didn't want to do. So the other way of bringing the cost down is to change the business model. And so the way we innovated the business model was basically to offer these subs on a charter basis. Back in 2009, if you wanted to charter a sub, there was nowhere you could go to charter a sub. Sadly, today, there are only two places you can go to charter a sub that I know of. Neither one of those operations has a sub that can go deeper than 1,000 meters. And so our objective, our innovation initially was a business model innovation. We just went out as a charterer and not as a sub builder. Sorry, Commander Whalen, you wanted to ask another question.
At what point, so 2009, 2010, at what point did you change the business model to then go to the charter and then to the actual building of a submersible? Was that while you were still involved with the company?
There's a couple of nuances in your question.
Okay, sorry to interrupt again. This is just addressing that question about refunds. You actually had a Florida couple who sued. So there's a couple who wanted to go, and they wanted a refund of $210,000, right? they never made the trip, and they didn't accept that they weren't getting a refund, so they actually sued him. And I don't actually know what the result of this was, but of course that's not good for the company either. I'm just trying to see, and this happened in 2018. The Florida lawsuit, first reported by the New York Times and the Daytona Beach News Journal, accused OceanGate CEO's Rush of misleading customers. Right? So that's another reason why you don't really want to be in that thing of you take the ticket and you don't give a refund. You don't really want to be in that situation. There's another article. OceanGate CEO was sued by a couple claiming fraud months before Titanic submarine went missing. So I don't really know what ultimately happened there. I don't know if they were ultimately paid out. But as far as I know, remember in the last OceanGate employee to give her testimony was warned how litigious this company was. And so you can imagine, in terms of a couple doing this, you can imagine OceanGate saying, okay, we've got a watertight contract. You want to sue us for a refund? Go right ahead, kind of thing. Just not a position you really want to be in as a company. Okay.
So let me see the easiest way to answer that. So while I was still there, we started realizing that we were going to have to build our own sub. That was definitely while I was there, and because we did start coming up with plans for how we would do this.
Okay, sorry about that. So yes, just an update on that. Florida couple drop lawsuit against OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush. Let's just have a look at why. Was there settlement? What was the situation? Here is Stockton. Not sure why we can't hear him, but let's just have a look at why they did. So they say to honor, respect the dignity of the victim. So that's why it seems that they did that. So after Stockton died, they dropped the lawsuit. Okay. There you have it. Just a little bit of an update on that.
Right. That's also when we came up with a plan for, I think that's about the time that we started looking at carbon fiber as a potential alternative for pressure hull. And as Patrick mentioned before on Friday, that's not a novel idea. People have looked at carbon fiber before. In fact, we had both, Scott and I had both been introduced to carbon fiber by Graham Hawks, who had developed at least designs for a full ocean depth sub using carbon fiber. So it wasn't innovative. It was just something that we started looking at while I was still there. So we started exploring the idea of a carbon fiber hull. We started exploring the idea of building our own sub, how we were going to do that. So that's about the time when we kind of came up with essentially a 3-phase growth plan for the company. The first phase was the one we were in then, which was basically kind of the startup mode, get Antipodes, get comfortable with Antipodes, get comfortable with subs, operate the sub. Phase 2 was going to be get comfortable with building a sub. What does it take to build a sub? And then phase 3 was going to be actually having the deep diving subs that would end up being this fleet of 5 subs around the world. At least that was the discussions that we were having at the time while I was still there. So we kind of came up with that plan. The reason I thought your question was a little nuanced is because we did start implementing that plan while I was still there. For that phase 2, where we were going to get practice building a sub, what we decided to do was, look, if we're serious about potentially having an innovative new material being used for the pressure hull, let's at least practice just building a sub with a standard hull. Let's go find a used sub with a standard class titanium steel hull, and let's practice with that one. Let's go out and design some of the exterior elements and put them on a proven pressure vessel. And let's do that first, and let's test that out while we develop further this idea of a potential carbon fiber hull. And I think the idea at the time was, look, even if it turns out that the carbon fiber hull is not a viable option, at least we'll end up with 2 class titanium steel subs. And that's at least something, we could do something with that as a business. So for that phase 2, what we did is we found the Lula 500, which is I think it was ABS class sub out of the Azores that was for sale. We purchased that one, and we were going to bring it back to the United States, take it to Everett, strip it down to its pressure hull, and then rebuild it. And eventually that is what happened. That is what ended up becoming Cyclops. So one of the last things that I did while I was still with the company in January 2013 is I'd gone to the Azores, completed the purchase of the Lula 500 and put it in containers to ship it back to the US. And what I don't remember, I was actually trying to think of it this weekend, I don't remember if by the time I left, the sub had already arrived in Florida. I think it had. And then we put the containers on a flatbed truck and drove it across to Seattle. I don't remember if it had already left before I left, or if it left as I left, or something like that. But it was right about that time, the end of 2012, early 2013.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break for a technical issue.
And hearing will recess and reconvene at 9:35.
So I think the technical issue was the way that he's being shown. It may not be that he requested this format, because as soon as he comes back, he's sort of full screen. So it may not be that he asked for that. But anyway, let's go back to that.
What you had anticipated. At this point, did you and Mr. Rush seek any additional funding to help raise capital to meet?
Oh, that sounds really soft. I'm going to go to the Associated Press live stream, which has typically been a little bit louder, and see if the volume's okay.
You talked through this with Patrick on Friday. You had to comply with the regulations that were established in the 1980s to accommodate Atlantis submarines, which, by the way, currently, as far as I understand, as of last year, are still the only 3 subs operating in U.S. waters. Atlantis sub-tourist subs, one in Hawaii, one in Saipan, and one in Guam. And then
Okay, so I just want to withdraw what I said earlier about, isn't it a bit sneaky asking that you have your, I don't think he did do that. I think it was just a technical issue. It just did seem a little bit strange, because he said, can I see the whole board? Which is also, well, that part was definitely kind of weird. Anyway, now we can see him a little bit more clearly. Let's see what he says.
And the third category was oceanographic research vessel, which was effectively the Coast Guard taking regulations that were originally designed for surface ships and kind of flipping them over and using them for submersibles. And in which case, the only people allowed to be in the subs were 3 categories, were the sub owners, the crew, and researchers.
And which of those 3 that you just explained did you feel that the Antipode fell under?
So that, if you think about that, it's dependent on the actual dive, right? It's depending on the dive op. So sometimes you could say that we were operating as a recreational vessel because it was just the owners or guests. Sometimes we were operating as an ORV. We never operated as a passenger vessel, that I know, because there was no way we were going to be able to comply with the regulations for a passenger vessel. And by the way, no deep diving sub can comply with those regulations because they weren't created for that kind of a vessel.
Did you ever accept payment for a vessel dive or for somebody to come on board the vessel?
I believe we did under the auspices of the ORV. And in order to do that, one of the requirements, obviously Coast Guard, you already know this, but one of the requirements for complying with the ORV is you have to get approval from sector commanders. So when we operated the sub, I basically helped take the sub to, I guess, on 6 different, let's call them expeditions, in 4 different Coast Guard sectors: Puget Sound, San Francisco, LA, and Miami. And so for all of those, we had to, before we went, we had to sit down with the sector command and walk through everything that we were doing, make sure that we had all the documentation in place. And honestly, it was an interesting educational experience for me because I didn't realize, in their greater wisdom, the Coast Guard gives a lot of deference to sector commanders, knowing that each sector is different. And so as we went through this, each sector commander that we spoke with had a different tolerance for how to deal with this strange thing coming into their sector, right? You don't get a lot of subs operating in U.S. waters, especially deep diving subs, even though Antipodes was a shallow deep diving sub, 300 meters. And so some sector commanders were open to it. Some sector commanders just didn't want to have it in their waters because they didn't know what to do with it. Some sectors kind of changed because, as you know, sector commanders rotate every 2 or 3 years. And sometimes we get a good relationship with a good sector commander who understood what we were doing and was willing to work with us. And then we'd make plans to go. And then on the way there, they would rotate out and new sector commander would come in and they'd change their minds and then we'd have to scrap our plans. So, yeah, we worked as closely as we could with each of the Coast Guard sectors on this.
Recorder, I'm going to ask you to please bring up Exhibit 92. And Mr. Sohnlein, it should come up on your desktop, which was a July 5th, 2012 article from Miami Today. And once you see it, sir, just please let me know.
Yeah, I can see it.
And do you recognize this article, sir?
I have no idea. Over the years, there's been a million articles written about a lot of.
Okay, so it's quite interesting there. It says, our focus is more on researchers who do not have funds. Really? So you don't want someone to pay $250,000 for a ticket. We find researchers who are doing interesting, valuable work, who are in interesting locations. We package expeditions around what they do, and we fund it by catering to what I call the citizen scientist. The citizen scientist, he explained, becomes part of the crew, helps gather data, or does whatever is required to propel the expedition. Do you think a citizen scientist is kind of qualified to do the sort of science that really advances scientific knowledge meaningfully? What we do is not a tourism operation. Our expeditions are working in the field. Now, I'm not sure who's actually conducting this interview. I presume it's this gentleman and not Stockton Rush. I can't see anything, but anyway, let's find out what he says.
Stuff.
Roger, sir.
Is there a specific part you want me to look at?
Yes, sir. It'll be the bottom paragraph as on the bottom of the screen there.
Mm-hmm.
And it states, just scroll down a little bit more. Here we go. It says our expeditions, what we do is not tourism operation. He said, our expeditions are working in the field. Everyone has to participate. We allow citizen scientists to pay, but we hire them as part of the crew.
Yes, OceanGate.
Do we know who is making this statement?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
We do, sir. It was you.
Okay.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. I also want to know who said this. Well, it was you. Don't you remember?
That's what I thought. Go ahead.
Can you scroll down to the top of the next page? And it states,
So he's actually redacted out of this, I think, but it has now been asserted that it was him.
his clientele come from all walks of life. They do have some financial resources. This is not cheap. He said costs can range from $7,500 to $40,000 per person, depending on the length and complexity of this mission.
Yeah.
And that was regarding your plan for the operations to begin in Miami in 2012.
Yeah, that
Do
probably
you-
sounds about right.
Do you remember this part of your business model?
Yes, it was basically trying to figure out what could be done under the ORV model in a way that that could generate
Money.
a business model, right? Because if you think about it, under the ORV model, the only people that you could charge is researchers, and researchers generally don't have funds to fund this kind of work. And we were trying to find ways to get these researchers to the ocean where they wanted to be to go collect their data. And so we looked at a model that's been kind of perfected by an organization called Earthwatch, where they have people come out to, I think it's archaeological digs, and people pay money to go dig in the dirt and be part of these archaeological digs. And the reason they do that is to support the researchers' work. And so we were trying to figure out how we could get funding to fund the researchers who did not have the ability to pay for these kinds of expeditions. By the way, that's also one of the what we ended up doing, even while I was there, with OceanGate Foundation. Right, we were trying to figure out how to get scientists to go in these subs, and we thought that the number one cost driver for them was the chartering of the sub, and it turns out the greater cost for them was the cost of the data analysis afterwards. And so we created OceanGate Foundation as a way of paying for that part of their research so that they could do the work that they needed to do underwater.
Did you ever discuss this approach as originally discussed, as we stated in the article, with the Coast Guard Inspections Division? And what was their interpretation of what your business model was?
I don't remember which division we talked to where, and I don't remember what their take was on any of this stuff. But what I do.
So can you see his body language? You can just see his fingers sticking out there. He's actually got his arms folded, right? And it's on quite a critical question, which is how they were trying to monetize this. And as far as I know, there would be a tax write-off, a tax thing if basically the money they're getting in is basically from an employee who is investing kind of in the business, investing in the business of science or whatever. And so it's not maybe, I'm not quite sure how it would work, but is it technically an income or is it technically a business expense? I don't know, but definitely quite strange.
Do know is we did not move the sub from Seattle to Miami until we knew that the Coast Guard sector was going to be okay with what we were doing there, because we were evaluating a lot of other places to take the sub. We looked at San Diego, we looked at St. Petersburg, we looked at Miami, we looked at a lot of different places to take the sub. Basically, we wanted to get it out of the Pacific Northwest and get it further south to get more viable diving days so that we get more experience with the sub. And so I talked to all of those sectors, explaining our business, explaining what we were doing. Honestly, for every sector, everywhere I went, I had to educate them on what an ORV was, and I had to explain to them what NAVIC 593 was. And they were constantly calling back to headquarters, because I think, Commander Whalen, I think you and I talked about, I think you had an expert at headquarters on this, and I think he recently retired in the last year. They were on the phone with him all the time, trying to get guidance on what to do with this strange thing that was coming into their sector. So I don't remember specifically who I talked with at the Coast Guard sector in Miami. I don't know specifically what they said. I'm sure there's got to be documentation somewhere. But I do know that there's no way we would have moved the sub to Miami if we didn't have a comfort level that the Coast Guard was going to be comfortable with what we were doing.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 002 and turn to page 11, which is the Antipodes Coast Guard Missile Activity Summary. And missile is an acronym which means Marine Information for Safety and Law Enforcement. And zoom in at the top there. Scroll down.
If I scroll down and go to the-
Okay, thank you. So, sir, it says the operator had requested permission to have operators pay for a course in operation of the sub to qualify as a sub pilot. We informed the operator that this would be considered passenger for hire consideration. And from there, it was denied. From there,
Yeah, and that's dated August 2012, right?
that is correct, sir. And then at that point,
Yeah, in short.
at that point, you then contacted Sector San Francisco.
Well, I don't know if I did, because I left a few months after that. And by then we had already made the decision to stop operating Antipodes, and we were going to focus on building what ended up being Cyclops back in Everett. And we basically closed up shop in Miami, put Antipodes on a flatbed truck and drove it back to Everett. And all of that happened after I left. So I'm not familiar with this stuff. And by the way, August.
So do you think it's fair to say these venture capitalists, let's just say these guys, are trying to start a business, trying to make money, trying to do their thing, and they've gone the space route, that didn't work, and now they're going the submersible route, and they're trying to make it work, and they're like, okay, let's do this, and then that doesn't really work, let's do that, and then that didn't really work, and then they suddenly seem to kind of stumble on the idea of Titanic. Bear in mind, the movie came out, bear in mind, James Cameron was doing it. And I think they realized, wow, that's what we can do. So it sort of was in the beginning, people want to go to the deep ocean. No, they didn't really. People want to go to these wrecks, not really. But quite a few people wanted to go to Titanic. And then they realized that's what we can monetize. And let's sort of dress it up as scientific research, but it was really just similar to climbing Mount Everest. I just want to go and get my selfie at the top, except here it's even easier. You get into a tube, sink down to the bottom, take your selfie, hold your flag up, next kind of thing. And I think that's kind of what they realized, that's how they can make it a going concern. In other words, they, in a way, stumbled onto the market, something that they saw was a, I don't want to call it a cash grab, but something where there was a definite market because of Titanic's popularity. You know, I think Stockton still made the point that he said the three, I don't know if I even agree with it, but he said the three most well-known words in the English language are God, Coca-Cola, and Titanic. Didn't he say something like that? Let me just see if I can find the source. But I remember him saying something like that. Well, this is just somewhere else where they say that. There it is. God, Coca-Cola, God, Titanic. Anyway, yeah. So that is something that he was saying. So what I'm trying to say is, they want to find a way of making money using submersibles. They just don't know quite what the angle is. And then they eventually realized Titanic was the angle that was going to work. And so, as far as I'm concerned, you can see that it's about making money. It's not about science. And it's not even about the Titanic. It's about where is demand in a situation where there's not a lot of supply in the deep ocean. Right? And that seems to be how they kind of saw it, which, if you think about it, is quite cynical.
2012 is also right about when I turned the company over to Stockton as CEO, and he was still based in Everett, and we started the process of shutting down Miami.
Thank you, sir. Recorder, can you please turn to page 17?
Can anyone remember Stockton's wife, Wendy? Her family had some kind of relationship with Titanic. Someone either survived, I think, or didn't survive. Anyone remember the details of that? Okay, so here's the answer. Isidor Straus and his wife Ida, two of the wealthiest people to die aboard the ocean liner. So I wonder how wealthy Stockton was, and if his wife was even wealthier. I wonder kind of where the money came from. But there you have it. And that also makes you wonder, why isn't Wendy testifying?
I'm going to have to find the correct page, which was a letter to Lieutenant Commander in the United States Coast Guard, dated September 17th, 2012. That's correct. And in this letter, do you recognize this letter, sir? Which was operations plan for Monterey 2012 expedition.
2012. Yeah, that does look familiar. Wait, was this my letter? Did I sign this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because it looks like my formatting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
And the second paragraph states, even though we generally operate our submarine under an oceanographic research vessel letter of designation issued by Sector Miami, during this expedition, we will not be getting paid cash or other consideration by anyone getting in the sub. Instead, we will be supporting two 501c3 nonprofit organizations, the Blue Ocean Film Festival during its biannual awareness building event, and the OceanGate Foundation during its annual education and outreach program to the Monterey community.
Yes.
So was this the new business model for OceanGate with regards to accepting consideration for these operations? to utilize
No,
the
'cause that's
OceanGate
not-
Foundation?
Oh, no, because that's not a business model. That doesn't get any money into OceanGate Inc. This is a way of this was essentially what it says there, kind of raising awareness. This was kind of part of our marketing budget. No, because that's not a business model. You can't make money doing that.
And what was the relationship between OceanGate Foundation and OceanGate Inc.?
Well, as I said before, what primarily, at least at the time, what we were using it for was to pay for research grants for researchers to conduct their research and to do kind of what it said there, kind of awareness building. What we would do, if like in Monterey, what we did is we took the sub there and then we would put it on display, and the OceanGate Foundation would go out into the schools and bring kids out to look at the sub, or we would take our pilots into the schools to talk to the kids about careers in oceanographic research and in ocean engineering. It was very it was very what do you call it, bifurcated. Right, the OceanGate Foundation dealt with education and science, and we dealt with operating the sub.
And so where did funding come from to operate the sub?
At that point, investors. Because at that point, I think we'd already started raising money for building Cyclops, and we knew there's no money in building a product, right? We were going to need funding for that. So if I remember correctly, I think we started raising some money right about then. And by the way, all of this.
So do you notice some interesting facial expressions? He's sort of pursing his lips, scratching his face, definitely feeling a little bit awkward at this point. He's also not complimenting them on the great questions that they're asking him. But can you see that there's certainly something tricksy about the way this company is structured? Something that you might say is perhaps mischievous. Or you might just say it was just evolving to a certain point according to economics, I guess.
Is obviously in U.S. waters, right? And trying to comply with the Coast Guard's regulations. And as you are accurately pointing out, it is very difficult to operate in U.S. waters as a deep diving submersible under the ORV model. And that's why there aren't that many subs operating in U.S. waters. And I don't know how that is currently relative to other jurisdictions, but the Coast Guard is very clear and stringent about deep sub operations in U.S. waters.
So if OceanGate Inc. was responsible for the submersibles themselves, and OceanGate Foundation was responsible, as you said, for supporting researchers and basically research, how were the operations paid for, such as utilizing or paying for the support vessels and the vessels to tow the submersible out?
Oopsie.
Well, as far as I remember, it was out of our Ocean Inc.'s operating budget, and that was from investors, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but
I could be wrong.
Again, this wasn't our business model, right? Remember that we were in the process of at the beginning of a 3-stage approach to get to a point where we could have a fleet of charterable subs. And it turns out, as we were doing our training wheels with Antipodes, we realized that fleet of deep diving submersibles that we wanted to have in our long-term vision, unfortunately, one of them was not going to be in U.S. waters because it was going to be too difficult to operate.
Were you still with the company when the board of directors began to form?
I think while I was there, we did have a board of directors. I think there were 4 or 5 of us, me, Stockton, and maybe 2 or 3 others. And I don't think we did much at the time other than have some regular meetings. But yes, we did have a board of directors while I was there.
Did each of the members, other than yourself and Mr. Rush, have a specific role or responsibility within the board?
Yeah, that I don't remember. Stockton was chairman of the board, and he ran the board. I was busy running the company, and so I honestly didn't pay much attention to the board dynamics. My job was, whenever we had a board meeting, was to present an update on company operations to the board.
Was anyone on the board at the time responsible for regulations or compliance?
Good question.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, honestly, I'm trying to remember who was on the board during that time. But I don't think, I know at some point we brought Admiral Lockwood on board, former Coast Guard Admiral, but I think that was after I left. And he certainly wouldn't have been responsible, quote unquote, for it.
So who was?
Yeah, so no, I don't think so.
When did you depart, or when did you leave the company, and what factors influenced your decision to depart?
Yeah, so I ended up leaving permanently end of January 2013. Like I said, in August, Stockton and I made a decision to transfer the CEO title from me to him, and he really wanted me to stay with the company. So we kind of decided to give me the COO title. I didn't think it would make sense for me to stay. So it was really ultimately my decision to leave. It was in large part what drove the change in CEO title from me to Stockton was that we were transitioning from that first phase to that second phase. And so we were transitioning from an operations phase to an engineering phase. And that was really his strength, not mine. And it made sense for him to take the reins of the company. Also, because we were entering into an engineering phase, to go to your earlier question, we were going to have to raise more money. And anyone who's raised money into an early stage company knows that at that stage, investors are not so much betting on the business model or on the technology, they're betting on the CEO. And since the investors were probably going to be friends of Stockton or somebody who knew Stockton, it just made sense from a business strategy perspective for him to be CEO. So we made that decision, and that was a fairly easy decision. The tougher decision was whether or not I should stay. And he wanted me to stay. He wanted me to be COO, Chief Operating Officer, and keep running the company. But it didn't make sense for a number of different reasons, right? One is we weren't really going to be operating. We were going to be building. And there wasn't going to be much for me to do in terms of operations, number one. Number two, every time you take a founder CEO and bring in a new CEO and keep that other former CEO in the company, it's confusing to the team. It's almost like, you run the risk of, the new CEO telling the team to do something and they don't agree with it. So they go running to the other former CEO, and now you've got an internal conflict already. It's kind of like children playing their two parents against each other. So just in general, I don't think it's good practice to keep the former co-founder CEO in the company. And also from a practical standpoint, I was getting paid $120,000 a year at the time. And it just didn't make sense financially to keep paying me that kind of salary when I wasn't really going to be doing much other than, overseeing business operations. It would have been much better for the company to take that money and hire maybe a couple of $60,000 a year engineers, or use the money to hire a senior engineer. I don't know. But as a shareholder in the company, it just didn't make financial sense for me to stay. And I have to say this, even though it was my decision, it was one of the hardest decisions I had to make to leave this company. Because while I was there, I told many of my friends, I thought this was going to be the last job I ever had. I could envision myself being with OceanGate until I retired for 30, 40, 50 years. And so leaving OceanGate was tough. It was tough for me psychologically. It was tough emotionally. It's almost like anyone who started a company, you kind of treat your startup like one of your children, right? And at some point, for the good of the company, you have to leave and you have to let it go and let it grow. And honestly, looking back, if I had stayed, I think I would have just held the company back. It would not have accomplished everything that it accomplished with me still there. So in retrospect, I was glad I left for the good of the company. But yeah, it was a difficult decision.
You had mentioned the word team and the effect that position changes would have on them. How many employees were there at OceanGate at the time?
Ooh, now you're asking me to reach way back. I want to say anywhere from 10 to 12. I don't know, somewhere in that range.
And that was in, just so for the date, we're clear, that was in 2013 that you departed the company?
Yeah, so as we made these decisions to transition from operations to engineering, I think almost everybody, maybe there were a couple people back in Everett, the rest were in Miami. And yeah, we were going to have to relocate some of them back to Everett, or we were going to have to let them go in Miami and hire new people back in Everett for different roles.
So you did move operations to Miami at some point?
Yes, in early 2012. So I think we lasted there not more than a year.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you retain any financial interest in the company following your departure?
Yes, I think from the beginning to this day, I think I still have my same 500,000 common shares in the company. I stopped keeping track of it ages ago because we raised so much money with preferred shareholders with liquidity preferences above me that I just basically resigned myself to the fact that I'm probably never going to see anything out of that equity stake. But yes, I think to this day, I still have my shares in the company.
I think.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, sir.
Sir, Mr. Fawcett now has some questions for you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. In your location, thank you for being here. My name is Keith Fawcett. So were you actually a member of the Marine Technology Society?
Well, more than that, I was a member of the MTS. I was a member of the Manned Underwater Vehicles Committee, which was chaired by Will Conan. And for, I think, a year or two, I was chair of the MTS Ocean Exploration Committee.
So my questions relate to the same time frame as Commander Whalen's, up until including the accident day, June 18, 2023. So were you aware that during 2018, a group of volunteers at the Marine Technology Society had drafted a letter of concern about OceanGate operations in draft form?
I learned about that afterwards. In fact, I don't even know how I learned about that. Obviously, by then, I not only left the company, I was no longer a member of MTS, and I was not an active participant in the committees. But yeah, honestly, I don't even remember how I learned about that.
As a former member, do you recall seeing that draft letter?
No, in fact, to this day, I've never read it.
I believe there was testimony that he was not a member of that committee at the time, or that organization at the time it was drafted. So
Okay, I understand that. So I guess let me rephrase the question. Even though you were not a member of the MTS, did you ever see a draft of the letter of concern ahead of the accident, sir?
You know, what's quite interesting is he's actually standing. I think you saw him sort of go from leg to leg there. He's actually standing, I think, so that those pictures of Venus are on screen next to his face. Quite interesting, right? He's actually standing through the course of this entire questioning.
No. And to this day, I've never read it. I've never seen it.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So the the board of directors at Ocean Gate, what was the purpose of the board?
What was the purpose of any board or that
No,
board in particular at
No, that
time?
board, sir.
That's a good question because board of directors evolve over time as the organization evolves. I think in the early days of any startup, and including OceanGate, the board of directors is really there kind of to provide kind of regulatory mandated corporate oversight. And I think early on in a small board, in a startup board, it's usually a small board, and you usually have the co-founders and maybe one or two people as tiebreakers in any sort of strategic vote. So I think at the time, the board, just like with any other startup, the board in early stages doesn't have a lot of responsibilities. It's there to kind of prepare the company for a future growth phase, and to be kind of a sounding board for the management team, specifically the CEO.
Did OceanGate Foundation have a board of directors?
I believe that what we called it was a board of trustees, I think. But yes, it did. And in fact, for when we founded it, I was one of the trustees. And then we quickly realized that was our first, any of us, that was our first dealing with 501c3s. And we realized that the IRS was going to have a problem with too much overlap between the for-profit company and the foundation. So I stepped down from the board, and I basically ceased all my activities with the foundation and just focused exclusively on OceanGate Inc.
So do you recall if the bylaws of OceanGate and the board of directors required minutes of those board meetings to be created?
Ooh, no, I do not remember that.
And then you mentioned retired Coast Guard Admiral John Lockwood. When did you not specific dates, but when did you become aware of that individual, retired Coast Guard Admiral Lockwood?
I don't remember. In fact, I'm trying to remember if I've even met him in person. And I don't remember how Stockton met him either. But I know Stockton spoke very highly of him and really wanted him involved in the company. But honestly, I don't remember if that was while I was still there or not.
Do you know what expertise he was expected to bring to the OceanGate board of directors?
No, but I imagine it had to do with the fact that he was a retired Coast Guard admiral, right? And as Commander Whalen asked earlier, maybe help us figure out how to navigate through some of the Coast Guard regulations so that we could operate in U.S. waters.
So at any time, did OceanGate or anyone working as a contractor for OceanGate, were they employed to deal with the question of passengers? No, it's a very complex term. We talk about mission specialists, compensation, and so forth. So did OceanGate, to your knowledge, employ somebody to help you, for example, with the specific definition of mission specialist?
Objection.
Okay.
I'm not
Understand,
sure about
OceanGate.
that. I don't know if Mr. Sohnlein understood the question, but I did not.
Understand, and I don't think we've discussed mission specialists yet
Okay.
with
Do
this witness.
you understand what a mission specialist is with regards to OceanGate?
Yeah, but I was going to ask you for clarification on what you mean by helping me deal with it. Like, do you mean like somebody who understood the regulations and was going to help us with regulatory compliance? Is that what you mean?
Yes, correct. In other words, the people that pay with OceanGate to go on the submersible are called mission specialists. So Did,
Is that a question for Mr. Sohnlein?
Yeah, I don't really understand the question, sir. Can you rephrase, Mr. Fawcett?
yes, did someone help or contract to help create the definition of mission specialist related to Ocean Gate operations?
From a marketing perspective or from a regulatory perspective? From a marketing perspective, yes, because we had marketing people on board. From a regulatory perspective, no, I don't think so. I don't remember hiring anybody to specifically deal with that.
And were the submersibles operated while you were there at Ocean Gate, were they insured for their operations?
Good
So
question.
I know you said submersibles plural, but while I was there, we just had the one. We just had Antipodes. And I do not remember if they were insured or not. I don't remember.
So I can't help just noticing, like, just look at this picture. You've got him in the middle. There are actually three pictures of Venus behind him. There's one here, one directly behind him. Sometimes when he moves to the side, you can see it. And another picture, right? And then you've got a guitar sort of sticking out the side there. And I don't know about you, but like, if you think about it, it's crazy. He's giving a testimony in front of this board of military. Well, they look like they're military, but it's basically, Coast Guard personnel. They are pretty buttoned up. They're wearing their uniforms and so on. And in the background there, you see a guitar. I mean, this could be a teenager's room. I don't know, I just find it quite crazy within the context that you have this craft that was in a way, according to someone's own testimony, operated by cowboys. And there you've got a guitar in the background. I find it kind of strangely appropriate, right?
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, at this time, I'd like to transfer the questioning over to the National Transportation Safety Board. Mr. Muse.
Well, good afternoon, sir. You said you get to visit several different sector commands around the country, and they had different requirements, obviously. Did any of them ask for emergency response plans that would help out in a search and rescue case?
Every one of them. I think it was part of operating as an ORV.
That's an ORV, okay. How about, did any of them ask for some sort of state registration? I noticed that I believe both Antipodes and Cyclops are registered in Washington. Was that original, or did one of the sector commanders ask for that?
Yeah, I don't remember anybody asking for that, but we did register Antipodes. That was one of the first things. That was one of my first exposures to regulatory compliance with a submersible. I had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles in Washington and fill out a form, and I had to check a box for what I was trying to register, and there was no box. Surprise, surprise, there was no box for submersible. I had to go ask one of the clerks what box I should check, and I described it. She said, well, why don't you check the box for what was it, submerged platform or something like that. And so that's what I had to do to get the registration number for Antipodes. And so, yeah, I don't think anybody asked us for it, but we had it. And so we just provided it wherever we went.
Both Cyclops and Antipodes were classed before you purchased them. Did they have any sort of flag registration where they were operating before?
Okay, just point of clarification. We did not buy Cyclops. We built Cyclops. What we bought was the Lula 500 from the Azores. And as far as flagging them, they're prior. I don't remember. Like I said, we were the third owners of Antipodes. The second owners were a tourism operation out of New Zealand. And I don't remember if it was flagged in New Zealand. As Tim Catterson testified last week, he was the chief pilot for the second owner. Maybe he remembers. I don't know. And for the Lula 500, The people that we bought it from, the organization that we bought it from, is now operating the Lula 1000, and they may know if they were flagged in the Azores, but I don't remember.
Did Lula 500 come with its own Lars platform, or is that something you built in the transition to Cyclops?
No, actually, if we go back to Commander Whalen's questioning about the business model and why we didn't want a dedicated mothership, this was something that we started developing even with Antipodes, even while we had Antipodes, because we knew that having at the time we called it an LRT, a launch, retrieval, and transport system, that was going to be key to bringing down the cost of operations and thereby kind of opening up access to the oceans by using smaller ships. And we didn't come up with that idea on our own. That was something that the University of Hawaii had pioneered for years when they were diving their Pisces 4 and 5 subs. Their LRT allowed them to not have to have a ship with a crane, and they would tow the subs out to dive sites. And then
I definitely want to also just comment on what Paul Taylor says. You know, if you think about him not appearing there in person, and think about like what we're dealing with in general here, OceanGate being irresponsible, OceanGate taking responsibility, OceanGate being accountable, and this idea of hubris and entitlement. Yeah, you've got the co-founder who doesn't appear in person. And think about, don't you want to, like, what I'm trying to say is, if you have been running a legitimate operation and you have done your due diligence, wouldn't you be compelled to defend your company, this company that he says is so proud of, that was like a child to him? Wouldn't you feel that you want to appear in person and defend your reputation, your legacy, your work, all of that kind of thing? You'd want to be there in person, right? Compare that to some of the engineers, Lockridge, even the guy from Triton. The guy from Triton Submarines makes the effort to appear there in person, even though it's not his company. He's from a different outfit. He goes there, dresses in a suit, and basically holds the submersible community in a way accountable, in a way basically is just trying to acknowledge and address the whole situation. And compare that to this dude who isn't even appearing there in person. And then there's a guitar there on the left-hand side. All I'm saying is, doesn't that kind of tie into this culture of, I don't know what the word is. Is it nonchalance? Is it being kind of a cowboy culture? Does it tie into that, or doesn't it? If you think about it, you know, I don't think, I don't know where he is in Europe, but there's no reason why I think he couldn't attend. I don't think it's a financial thing. And so isn't he honor bound to appear in person, right? Might say, we don't know what his personal circumstances are, but it is something worth thinking about. Is if you think about Stockton Rush and what he knew about the certification and everything, do you ever take that as personal responsibility, or are you flippant about it? Think about Titan with that remote control, the sort of Xbox, Sony, whatever that thing was, and then also the Home Depot stuff. It's kind of, if you think about it, people paying $250,000, and then you've got these extremely cheap. The craft itself seems really cheap, right? And then compared to this scenario where this guy doesn't attend in person, what does that say about his actual opinion of the hearing?
submerge them with the LRT. they were very helpful with us. They shared with us a lot of their designs and their plans for their LRT, and we took that and started modifying it for our uses. Yeah, so we started doing that even while I was there. Started doing some rudimentary tests with it back then. So no, neither the Lula 500 nor Antipodes came with an LRT, but we did build the system.
If you just think about how his testimony has kind of evolved, I thought he was very verbose. He was talking with so much detail, and he was very kind of conversational, casual. That's a good question, whatever. And now that there've been a lot of questions come out, and they've showed the documents that they have, he's been a lot more guarded. It's a lot slower and more labored, the discussion. Do you notice how it's evolved? It was flowing, certainly with him just speaking so much, just giving this long, detailed narrative, and now it's totally different. Did you notice that?
System.
The tone has changed.
Was there any discussion with the Coast Guard on updating the NAVIC to maybe help you meet your business goals? I mean, at this point, it's 20 years old in the time frame we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, we had discussions with the Coast Guard and updating that back then, and you can ask Will Conan when he testifies. We just had discussions with him as recently as last fall, and Will had an amazing interaction with him, which I thought was very fascinating. But look, at the end of the day, there's kind of a chicken and egg kind of thing, right? No sub is going to come operate in U.S. waters because the NAVIC doesn't really allow for flexibility to do that in a way that makes sense, business sense for the sub operator. And on the other hand, the Coast Guard has no incentive to change or update NAVIC 593 until there is a sub operating in U.S. waters. So it's a chicken and egg thing. And Will can testify to the interaction he had with the Coast Guard representative at the conference last year. But at one point, the Coast Guard representative gave a great answer. Will said, look, if you don't change the NAVIC 593, we're never going to have deep diving subs operating in U.S. waters. And his response was, I understand that, but that's not my mandate. My mandate is not economic development. My mandate is public safety. And it would be a waste of taxpayer money to develop new regulations when there's no one to use them. And so it's kind of a chicken and egg thing, and I don't envision that changing anytime in the near future, because honestly, as an American taxpayer, I agree with the Coast Guard, right? Until there's a need for it, it's a waste of taxpayer money to update that NAVIC 593. And that is how the NAVIC was updated 40 years ago. There was a company that wanted to bring subs into U.S. waters, and so there was a justification for it back then.
So just to jump in, someone was saying it comes across as entitlement. Entitlement, just to remind ourselves, is the fact of having a right to something.
Entitlement.
And it's a claim, it's an allocation, being deserving of something, right? I think that's true, but I think perhaps an even better word for what we might be dealing with here is exceptionalism. And if you think about the craft itself, the submersible itself, it was exceptional, and not in a very good way, but look at that, the condition of being different from the norm. And that is what I really felt with Stockton Rush, that he felt exceptional, he felt special, right?
Exceptionalist.
Exceptionalism.
And I think that is, what do you guys think? Isn't that what we're dealing with here? Someone that feels the rules perhaps don't apply to them, or someone who feels that, how can I put it, that they're special, that their situation is special, and and that includes, if you think about, this is a really good way of putting it. If you think about how the rules and classifications don't apply to the Titan submersible, right? Think about that and this thing of, well, we need you to testify in front of a hearing. Well, I'm just not going to appear in person. Isn't there a little bit of a similarity there? Isn't it there's similar psychology there? It's quite an interesting way of thinking about it.
Are there other national regulatory schemes around the world that we could possibly emulate or get ideas from? I know the UK has some, French. We heard last week that the Cayman Islands have something. Are there any ideas there that we can turn to?
I don't know, because the entire time I was at OceanGate, we only operated in U.S. waters, and that was the only thing I was familiar with. But Will Conan is probably the best person to ask about that.
What do you think is the best platform to regulate this industry? Would it be the IMO or individual flag states, or should we just rely on class, or just go with industry standards?
That's always a difficult question to ask an operator, because that's not my wheelhouse, right? That's not what I would do. What I will say is this is not an industry, right? We talk about industry standards. This is not an industry. It's at most, again, you can ask Will Conan, he'll have the numbers, but it's at most 100 subs in the world operating. And if you're talking about deep diving subs, there's probably less than 10. I can only think of 6, and that's including the 5 government subs. You know, it's not really an industry. And so coming up with even standards is difficult to do, you know, in an emerging kind of field like this. So I don't know what the right way is to regulate this kind of activity. And I probably wouldn't look at the submersible world. I'd look to other fields to see what they did in their regulatory scheme. Like, for example, right now there's a big push worldwide with eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, or air taxis. Maybe that's somewhere to look. You know, I don't know, but that's certainly not my expertise.
Okay, thank you for that. Antipodes was built in the UK. Do I have that right?
Ooh, now you're digging way back. So
it was not built in the US. It's not American built, though. Is that correct?
I do not. So the original sub was a Perry class diver lockout system, a Perry 1201, and I think Perry was a UK company. So yes, originally it was built in the UK.
So even if we were to update the regulations or the NAVIC to allow you to carry passengers to depths, those both Cyclops and Antipodes, the law would prevent you from carrying passengers in U.S. waters anyway. Do I understand that right?
I'd have to dig into that more. I don't know, because, for example, like I said, Antipodes, the Perry 1201 was built in the UK, but Antipodes was basically the front third of the PC 1201. It was the pilot section of the 1201, and that.
I'm just going to jump in here before I forget. One of the things that I think is important and necessary about this is, although I think OceanGate and Titan made mistakes, I think that's one side of the story. I think the other side of the story is that you didn't have a regulatory framework that addressed things like certification in a mandatory sense, right? And so hopefully as a result of this incident, you're going to see legislation that comes into being, legislation created that basically prevents a scenario like this from taking place again. In other words, and you can kind of understand that you wouldn't expect the Coast Guard to need to come up with certifications and laws and guidelines for submersible taxis, because nothing like that had ever been done, right? And perhaps the technology has reached that point now where you need to address it. And hopefully that will be one of the outcomes of this hearing. In the same way, and I think this really brings it home, in the same way we are dealing with incidents in terms of social media, and I'm someone who's come from when I was born, there was no television in my country. TV only came into my life when I was about 7 years old. So I was pre-TV, and then there was, as some of you know, we lived during pre-internet, and then pre-social media and so on. So a lot of us have seen that landscape changing, and it often takes a while for the laws to catch up with that. And the laws tend to catch up kind of often in a reactionary way. Something happens that the law doesn't anticipate, and then the law's got to deal with it. Think about what's happening in terms of the social media platform X. We are probably going to see incidents take place, and then the law is going to have to be sharpened, given teeth. And you might say, I don't really like that because it's taking away freedom of speech, right? I just want to quickly touch on this. You know, the guy who tried to assassinate Trump, he wrote a letter saying what he was, and it's addressed to Dear World. I don't want to talk about what's in the letter, but except that he basically provided a offer to other people. If you do the job, I'll do X. I'm not going to say what it is. What I'm trying to say is I wouldn't really want to do a video on this because it's basically rebroadcasting his kind of antisocial attitude, right? And that is something that I think social media needs to take responsibility about, where what is being covered is ultimately antisocial, things that are inciting things and that sort of thing. What I'm trying to get at is, in the same way that you don't have laws or legislation that allows things like a craft not to be certified and then there's disaster, I think we're going to see the same thing with social media. The problem is you can have really serious disasters on a massive scale with large amounts of people if you're not careful and if you don't act with urgency. I think what makes it difficult, certainly with X, is you're dealing with the richest guy in the world. How do you affect change in that way? But it's not just that platform, it's also all social media, effectively all social media that's out there. You want to keep speech free, but you also don't want to, it's not like you shouldn't be free to be tyrannical and also to mislead people, right? And to do other things that are mischievous and that can lead to people coming to harm. One thing I tend to agree with is, I'm not really going to talk about it here, but people who are depressed and have certain feelings about being alive or not, I don't think that should really be on YouTube because it could give people ideas, right? I think one needs to be careful about influencing other people in a negative way. And I really came across that when I covered mass shooters, and then they have a manifesto and they get exactly what they wanted after committing the crime. They basically, I know I'm going a little bit off tangent here, but it's really this idea of having laws in place that protect us, but it's difficult to anticipate that you needed those laws to begin with. And it takes a while for those laws to catch up. What I'm trying to say is, in terms of incidents like that, someone who would commit a crime, become famous instantly, and then their manifesto gets published as well, well, they've just gotten exactly what they wanted. And then that often leads to a copycat crime. And so what the legislation in that case needs to do is say, we need to make sure that the media doesn't really show their faces or their names, or if they do, in a limited way, and certainly not republish their manifestos. You might say, no, publish their faces and names. Maybe you should, but on the other hand, isn't that what they wanted? And this guy who tried to assassinate Trump, the last guy, we know that he had delusions of grandeur, right? So all I'm trying to say is there are certain things that are happening in our rapidly evolving society where we need to be careful that the law needs to rapidly evolve now as well to catch up. We're seeing that a lot in the courtroom with should you allow televisions in the courtroom now, given how that's translating to trials like the Karen Reed case and others, Brian Koberger. So I'm just saying, in the same way that technology is evolving rapidly, the law needs to do that as well. And the law just kind of isn't configured that way. Anyway, food for thought. Sorry for going on a while, but I just wanted to touch on that.
That work was done in Florida. So I don't know if carving up an existing large sub and turning it into a smaller sub qualifies as being built in the US for legal and regulatory purposes. I have no idea. I have to look at that. Likewise with Cyclops, I don't remember where the Lula 500 was built. I think Patrick Leahy would probably know because I think he was involved with it. But the fact that stripping it down to its pressure hull and reassembling it as something new called Cyclops, and that was done in the US, I don't know if that would qualify under the Jones Act for this kind of thing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna do such a long commentary with this, but it is a valid point. Do people have a right to risk their lives, right? I think where it becomes difficult is if you risk your life on your own terms. So like if you go up and climb a mountain on your own, the difficulty comes in when you sign a contract with a guide. What are their responsibilities ultimately? But I think that is an interesting question. What about people's right to risk their own lives? Do people have a right to risk their lives? And I think the answer is yes, up until a point. Up to a point, right?
Okay. And lastly, did Mr. Hawks, or what lessons did Mr. Hawks share about building carbon fiber hulls, or any lessons learned from the one that he had built, was later called the Deep Flight Challenger, I believe?
Yes, correct. I don't remember because a lot of that were lessons learned from an engineering perspective. So those were conversations that he would have with Stockton, since they're both aerospace engineers and they were both looking at that. The thing I do remember is him saying that carbon fiber is doable, it's viable for certain uses underwater. I don't know if he meant for full ocean depth. I don't know if he meant for 4,000 meters. I don't know if he meant for 30 meters. But I'm the world's leading expert on using carbon fiber for pressure vessels for deep submersibles.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Sir, this is
I'm just going to play that again. I really wasn't listening as closely as I wanted. I just want to hear what he says again about carbon fiber.
Space engineers, and they were both looking at that. The thing I do remember is him saying that carbon fiber is doable, it's viable for certain uses underwater. I don't know if he meant for full ocean depth. I don't know if he meant for 4,000 meters. I don't know if he meant for 30 meters. But I'm the world's leading expert on using carbon fiber for pressure vessels for deep submersibles.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
So how would you assess his answer? Is he defending carbon fiber? Is he taking a neutral stance? Or is he saying probably wasn't the best thing to use? What do you guys say? What do you guys say? Is he defending it? Is he taking a neutral stance? It's a neutral but and somewhat defensive? Or is it neutral? Maybe it wasn't the best idea. What would you say? let's just listen to that one more time.
Those, both Cyclops and Antipodes, the law would prevent you from carrying passengers in U.S. waters anyway. Do I understand that right?
I'd have to dig into that more. I don't know. Because, for example, like I said, Antipodes, the Perry 1201 was built in the UK. But Antipodes, the Perry, if carving up an existing large sub and space engineers, and they were both looking at that. Yes, correct. I don't remember, because a lot of that were lessons learned from an engineering perspective. So those were conversations that he would have with Stockton, since they're both aerospace engineers and they were both looking at that. The thing I do remember is him saying that carbon fiber is doable, it's viable for certain uses underwater. I don't know.
So him saying, think about it, it's hindsight. He's saying it within the context of what's happened. It's doable and it's viable. He's quoting Stockton, and then he sort of hedges it by shrugging. Look at his expression there. He sort of hedges it by saying, I don't know. So I think it is being somewhat of an apologetic for Stockton Rush. He's not saying, I think it was a mistake. I think it was a mistake, but he's not saying that. Isn't that the lesson that's learned here? That you shouldn't be using carbon fiber, full stop.
Know if he meant for full ocean depth. I don't know if he meant
for full ocean
depth. I don't know
depth.
if he meant for 30 meters. But I think the world's leading expert on using carbon fiber for pressure vessels for deep submersibles.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Sir, this is Jason Neubauer. I just have a couple follow-up questions from the initial lines. Sir, after you departed OceanGate, did anyone from the MTS ever reach out to you with safety concerns regarding OceanGate's Titan expeditions to the Titanic wreckage?
I don't think so. I think I would have remembered if they did. No.
Sir, during the Antipodes operations, were the guests who were donating or paying for the excursions limited to scientists?
No. I think that's about when we started, like I said earlier, I think that's when we started experimenting with this concept of a mission specialist, kind of borrowing from the Earthwatch.
Well said, the engineer. Well said.
Model. And so what we would do is we would have people who would kind of be trained on fulfilling different functions within the dive, whether it was assisting the pilot or assisting the researcher or assisting the data collection.
And sir, when you met with the various Coast Guard sector commanders, would you make the argument that those mission specialists were part of the crew of the oceanographic research vessel?
So honestly, because this was so critical and so important, and yet so vague, at least every conversation I had with the Coast Guard, I was open with them, and I just told them, look, here's because again, most of the sector commanders had never even seen a NAVIC 593 or didn't know what an ORV was when it came to subs. And I had to explain to them what we were trying to do. And I would explain to them, look, this is what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to create a financial model that allows us to find a way of funding oceanographic research in a way that currently can't be done because researchers don't have the funds to do this. And we're trying to do this in US waters. We're trying to comply with the ORV regulations. And this is what we've come up with. And we realize this is kind of shoehorning it in, but this is how we're kind of, trying to meet the requirements of both our business and the Coast Guard. And I was just personally, I was in conversations. I was upfront with the Coast Guard and tried getting them to help me figure out how to make this all work. And like I said, some of the sector commands were open to that, and some of them said, no, it's clearly you're a passenger vessel, and I'm not going to let you operate in our sector.
And sir, along those, to follow up on that, do you remember the actual areas that the Antipodes ended up operating in?
Yeah, so obviously in Puget Sound, so we operated there. We operated in, while I was there, we operated in Monterey, California, and that fell under the San Francisco sector. We operated in Catalina Island, which fell under the LA Long Beach sector. And then we operated off the coast of Miami, which obviously fell under the Miami sector. And by the way, one of the reasons, you know, the letter that Commander Whalen put up earlier from August 2012 from the Coast Guard, the reason it was dated then, even though we had moved there in January, is because when we first got there, we were doing training dives, right? We had never operated on the Atlantic Ocean. We'd never operated on the East Coast. And so a lot of what we were doing was training dives. And when I got there, I had to hire a bunch of new people. And so we spent a long time, like months, just learning how to dive the sub, safely, and how to do it basically within 5 miles of Miami. So it really, initially, we didn't really need that kind of approval because it was basically training. But when we got to the point where we felt comfortable diving in Miami and we were going to try kind of pushing this mission specialist business model, that's when we asked for approval from the Coast Guard. But we had already, like I said before, we had already had these discussions with the Coast Guard before we made the decision to move to Miami.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify then, can you clarify which areas you dove with mission specialists out of the areas you just provided before?
Great question.
You mean paying mission specialists, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember because.
Wow, that's quite a damning answer. Hey? When did you dive with paying mission specialists? I don't remember. That's really incredible.
Because we did not do it in Miami. And by the way, one of the reasons, just a quick finishing up that thought on the letter from the Coast Guard.
No. Let's hear whether you dove with mission specialists or not. Let's not go back to the other question.
Miami, now that I'm kind of thinking through this, I remember being disappointed that we got rejected because we had done so much prep work before we moved to Miami. And I remember one of the things that happened is that was one of the sectors that I believe had a change in sector commander from the time we made the decision until we went. And the new sector commander just didn't like the idea of having subs in his sector, which made sense because at the time, both the Coast Guard and the Border Patrol were dealing with drug cartels from South America using.
Wow. So I'm sorry, I can't help, just like the true crime thing, the flag is going up. You know, one of the signs of not necessarily being truthful or kind of dodging a question is giving a lot of extraneous information. So Ye's asked a very simple question. It's kind of a yes or no question. Did you go down with paying mission specialists, right? Answer, yes, I did, or no, I didn't. Now he jumps into another question. I was talking about drug cartels, because it is quite an indictment as far as I'm concerned if the answer is no. And I think he doesn't want to say no. If the answer was yes, I think he would say yes. Yes, I did go down, right? Yeah, I went down. When did you go down? Okay, what happened when you did go down? Did you hear any noises? What did you say? Whatever. But if the answer is no, why did you not go down, but your company is all about sending other people down? right? Anyway,
submersibles to smuggle drugs into U.S. waters, specifically in South Florida. So I could totally understand, why they weren't comfortable with that. So we didn't do it there. We didn't do it in Catalina. We didn't do it in Puget Sound. Did we do it the first time? We had two expeditions to Monterey, as you pointed out earlier. The second one was for market awareness. Maybe we did it on the first one. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember if anyone actually ever paid, now that I think about it. But obviously, I'd have to go back and look at the financial records and see what actually happened back then.
Thank you, sir. And just one last follow-up on that. Was it your perception that even after
so would you want to go to Venus with his operation? Just bearing in mind, he might not remember something.
Coast Guard local sector commanders would consult with headquarters that the decisions were inconsistent, in your opinion?
Within the sectors that were comfortable with us operating, no, I think they were consistent. And within the sectors that didn't want us operating, I think they were consistent. I think what was inconsistent was whether or not they were comfortable with us diving there or operating there or not. But again, I could understand it because the sector commanders had a certain amount of discretion. And I could understand why Miami and LA may think differently than Seattle or San Francisco or Baltimore. So yeah, it was, I think they were consistent within the two categories of denial or acceptance. I don't know if that's answers your question, but yeah.
It does. And sir, I have one other question. Were you aware that if under domestic certification, like the Atlanta submarines, that the depth of the dives would be greatly limited?
Yeah, actually, someone mentioned earlier that, even if the regulations allowed us to take paying passengers, would that have made a difference? The limitation for us wasn't necessarily the getting paid part, although that was a part of it. The limitation with the NAVIC 593 is on the operations. And I mean, the requirements are ridiculous because they were written for Atlanta subs, right? So for example, one of the requirements, I don't know if it's still the same, but what I remember from back then, one of the requirements is that the sub pilot had to have a Coast Guard 100-ton captain's license, which of course made sense if you're operating an Atlanta submarine that's carrying 70 people. But when you're piloting Antipodes, which is like 15 feet long and carries 5 people, it just doesn't make sense to require the sub pilot to have a 100-ton license. Likewise, the passenger vessel, at least back then, if I remember correctly, I don't know what it is now, the passenger vessel had to follow a pre-approved route every single time. For us, we called it, the tour bus, right? It's basically you're kind of doing laps around the lagoon, which makes sense. It's perfectly great for a tourism business. But when you're carrying out deep ocean exploration and research, you have no idea where you're going. You know generally where you're going, but you don't know what path you're going to take or what route you're going to take. And we certainly weren't going to follow it every single time, right? Researchers needed to move around, explorers needed to move around, filmmakers needed to move around. And so it was a lot of the operational restrictions that hurt us more than anything else.
Understand. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to Ocean Gate Council for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Does the board have any final questions for this witness? Mr. Fawcett?
To your knowledge, sir, were mission specialists ever paid?
I don't know. So, so it's interesting because as we're talking, it's kind of jarring my memory and jogging some thoughts. You know, as we went through a lot of this interaction with the Coast Guard, and the sector commanders that were, or their staffs that were trying to help us figure out how to get this done in a way that made sense for us and also complied with regulations. One of the thoughts that we had at one point was, well, under an ORV, one of the categories that's allowed to be in the sub are owners of the subs. So we actually thought about, at one point, I don't think we ended up doing this, but we actually toyed with the idea of giving every mission specialist a share of ownership in the company, right? Because, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but at least it would help them qualify as legitimate owners of the sub. We ended up not doing that because it was just going to be horrendously, logistically, a nightmare. So one of the other categories of people that could be in the sub were crew. And so we actually thought about, well, what if we pay crew members, mission specialists, and maybe we pay them $1? You know, it's consideration. And again, it sounds ridiculous, but we thought, and some of the Coast Guard sectors thought, you know, I don't know, maybe that would qualify. I don't know. I don't think we ended up doing that though. Again, I'd have to check. I don't think we ended up paying anybody. What we ended up defaulting to was the last category, which was researchers. And researchers within the ORV, if I remember correctly, was defined broadly enough that it could include people who were in training and people who.
Although he's speaking quite seriously, I think I kind of get the feeling that it was in a way a bit of a joke to them. Why don't we do this? You know what? We could even do that. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing is like a game, and Stockton having a game controller, I think, is in a way the biggest joke of all. It's like an in joke, right? Except the way that this ended isn't a joke, but people are still laughing or still not taking it seriously. You know what I mean? It was all a joke, all fun and games until it wasn't.
Were learning or people who were assisting a researcher. And ultimately, I think that's what we ended up defaulting to. And that's the part of the ORV that we ended up going through.
So were you offered an opportunity to take a dive on the Titan?
Great question. And this was the question I was kind of waiting for. Is the one question was, did you go down with mission specialists? Yes or no? Okay, well, did you go down then? If you can't remember, what do you think he's going to answer to this? Do you think he's going to say, I don't remember going down in Titan? Either he did or he didn't. Let's hear what he says.
Many times.
Oh.
And did you take a dive on the Titan?
No, but.
Whoa. So he went in submersibles many times, just not Titan, right? Is that right? Let's just play that again.
Defined broadly enough that it could include people who were in training and people who were learning or people who were assisting a researcher. And ultimately, I think that's what we ended up defaulting to. And that's the part of the ORV that we ended up going through.
So were you offered an opportunity to take a dive on the Titan?
Many times. Offered opportunity.
And did you take a dive on the
Titan? Did you take a dive?
No, but
okay. So I must say when he said many times. I thought he was saying, yes, I went down many times. He was saying, no, I was offered the opportunity many times. And then, okay, but did you dive? No, right?
Two thoughts on that. One is,
this is a huge, what do you call it? This is a huge indictment, because you've now created this company ostensibly to open the doors to the public, to basically submersible tourism, whatever you want to call it. I mean, you can call it mission specialist science, whatever, but you really want to make this taxi trips to the Titanic. You want everyone to buy a ticket. You want everyone to go down there, but I'm not going to go down there. Yeah, doesn't that say it all? Doesn't that really just say it all? And I love the way they left this question basically for last.
every year,
And that body language is also quite telling. Look how he's looking down. I think he's a little bit embarrassed, and he should be embarrassed, right?
that Titan went to Titanic, Stockton would always call me before we went to see if I wanted to go. He wanted me there. Even if I was just on surface ops, I didn't have to go on a dive. I didn't, as a shareholder, I didn't want to take up room in the sub. I wanted to make that available for the people that the dive was
Scratching his
intended
head.
for. And I never went on any of the expeditions. But the reason I didn't go is because neither Stockton nor I were ever driven by tourism. We were never motivated by going somewhere that people had already been before. Well, the reason we got into this was because we both wanted to explore. We wanted to not only explore ourselves, but create the technologies that would allow other explorers to explore the ocean. So going to see a shipwreck that had already been well documented and that a bunch of people had already gone to, that didn't excite me. It didn't excite Stockton. So I never really had a desire to go on any of the expeditions.
Let's just review that. I want to just type this out. I never really had a desire to go on any of the expeditions. Why not? I mean, isn't this your baby that you're so proud of? That you had so much passion for this particular thing? I don't know. I'm finding this really ludicrous.
I wanted to make room on the sub for people like Renata.
That's really kind. Like he wants to make room for other people. That's very, very kind. Very, very considerate. Eh? Very, very considerate.
Who, that was their life dream, to go to the Titanic. Well, great, let her go. I don't have to go.
Let her go. I don't have to go.
Now that's for the Titanic expeditions. Now for Diving Titan in particular, I will tell you this. Before
I will tell you this.
The first crewed test dive of Titan, the first time that anybody was in the sub when Titan went down to 4,000 meters. As you already know, that dive was done by Stockton by himself. And he and I talked a month or two before he went down there. And he was telling me that it was finally time to actually take Titan on a test dive. And I believe that was Titan 1, the first hull. And he said, basically he was telling me it's time to put a human in there and we're going to do the test dive. And I said, well, I'm assuming you're going to pilot it. And he says, yeah, I'm piloting. I said, great. Who else is going with you? And he said, nobody. I said, what do you mean nobody? He goes, I don't want anybody else in the sub. If anything happens, I want it to only impact me. It's my design. I believe in it. I trust it, but I don't want to risk anybody else. And I'm going to go by myself. Now,
just a quick comment again. So this is not about tourism. So is Titanic kind of a scientific anomaly? Titanic is actually this incredible natural organism with lots of things kind of happening on it. It's like the scientific marvel. It's kind of like the Great Barrier Reef, but at 4,000 meters depth kind of thing, right? No, Titanic is probably the world's biggest ocean tourist attraction, arguably, in terms of kind of very high profile. Think about high profile Titanic is as a sort of ocean story. Is there anything else that's more high profile?
I've been on long dives before, and I know making a long dive by yourself, especially on a test dive, is not a fun activity. And so my response to him at the time, I kind of felt like I was reliving the graduation scene from the original Top Gun. I felt like the character Viper. You know, I kind of told him the same thing Viper told Maverick. I said, look,
Jeez,
you're
can you
gonna go by
believe this?
yourself, but if you get down there and you feel that you need a co-pilot, give me a call and I'll dive with you.
I know. Oh, that is
And
ridiculous.
I said, thanks, I appreciate it, but I think I'm gonna have to do this.
I'll be your
by
wingman.
myself.
Jeez.
So you mentioned long dives. Are you referring to dives in submersibles to the deep ocean depths of approximately?
So James Cameron was actually saying, like, he's compared this to the movie Top Gun. You know, I'll be at your back if you need me. Except he was never there. If you and look at how he's got his arms folded, lips pursed, he doesn't seem to be have the kind of swagger of the Top Gun dudes. He's talking about it, but James Cameron, I thought, said it very well. Is he said the incredible thing about this, the Titan thing, is that it was almost like no one learned the lessons of Titanic to begin with. The hubris not learned, thinking that something's unsinkable, but basically just that sort of overconfidence and that sort of arrogance, essentially, right? Someone actually mentioned the word earlier. Doesn't it feel like the Titan was like just the Titanic all over again? You know, this, like, calling it Titan is almost like calling it Titanic. Titan is like this powerful, invincible thing, and it was the least strong craft that we've probably ever seen, right? In terms of submersibles, it was a particularly weak design, not a particularly strong design. You guys do know that when you dive with something like, let's say, a titanium hull, every single time it goes down, it gets stronger. Whereas with Titan, every single time it goes down, it gets weaker. That's just the fundamental difference between the two. Every successive dive with Titan, you're making it weaker because of cyclical fatigue. That's the nature of carbon fiber. If you're diving with titanium, I'm not sure about other metal alloys, every single time it actually makes the titanium more resilient, stronger. It actually kind of compacts it even more because it's like a ball shape. So it's really incredible it's really incredible, like in hindsight, to still be caught up in what it seems to me to be a delusion, or to be what's the word? Yeah, just not, he's still not realistic about what's really happened, even though he knows he didn't want to go down in it. What I'd like to hear him say is, I didn't want to go down in it because I didn't trust it or I didn't feel safe in it, right? But he's saying because he's such a great human being, he didn't want to go down in it because he wanted to keep spots open for other people.
3,000 meters?
No. You mean from my personal experience?
Yes, sir.
No. I think the deepest I ever dove was with Antipodes, 300 meters.
Jeepers. That's the deepest he's ever dived with his own company's craft, 300 meters. Titanic's 10 times deeper than that. So he really didn't even almost start pushing the boundaries, right?
But one thing that we did as a test dive in Miami, we always said that Antipodes carried 8 to 10 hours of life support and consumables, in addition to the 72 hours of emergency life support. But one of the things that we realized is our average duration of our dives was only like 2.5 hours. We were never really down. I think the longest dive we did was like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. And the rationale for that was, it gets uncomfortable after a while to be in the sub that long. And so there was no reason to really make anybody uncomfortable. And so we never really dove that long. But one of the things that we thought about while we were in Miami is, look, if we're going to keep saying that the sub can dive for 8 to 10 hours, we should dive it for 8 to 10 hours and test the limits of it. So we did create a dive plan where me and one of the other sub pilots and our research director at the time, where the three of us went in the sub and we dove it for 8 hours. I think the deepest we went was like 800 feet, but 8 hours was more than enough time for me as far as staying in the sub. And I was there with 2 other people. I can't imagine being in the sub that long by yourself the way Jim Cameron was when he went down to Challenger Deep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, just one quick follow-up. Back in 2012, OceanGate Expeditions was operating the Antipodes. We believe that they attempted to file as a foreign company in Florida. Do you remember that, sir? Is that accurate?
Well, so first of all, you said OceanGate Expeditions. As far as I know, OceanGate Expeditions was a subsidiary, something that was a separate legal entity that was created later after I left.
Sir, I'll just rephrase then. Do you know if there was ever talk about filing as a foreign company and operating in the U.S.?
Okay, now you changed the question because now you said
Sure.
in the U.S. Because registering as a foreign company in Florida, yeah, we probably had to do that because it's considered a foreign company if it's coming from another state. And if we were going to have employees in Florida, we probably did need to file as a foreign company in the state of Florida. As far as filing as a foreign company in the U.S., I don't know where we'd be filing from because we were an American company. I don't know.
Sir, no, that explains, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any further questions from the board at this time? Thank you, sir. Do you have anything that you'd like to offer to the board that we have not asked you at this time, sir?
Yeah, probably about 5 hours worth, but I know we don't have time for that. Maybe I just give some closing thoughts, if you don't mind. As I think back through everything that's happened over the last year, this was not supposed to happen, right? This shouldn't have happened. 5 people should not have lost their lives. 4 families should not be mourning their loved ones. And I don't know what happened. I don't know who made what decision when and based on what information. And honestly, I don't know if any of us will ever know this, despite all of your team's investigative efforts. I don't know if we'll ever know the answer.
I think we will. And I must say, I hear this very often. In many cases, John Benet Ramsey, Madeleine McCann, Rex Heuermann, Brian Koberger, almost every single case, there's somebody who says, I don't think we'll ever know. And I must say, I feel completely the opposite. I think we know a heck of a lot already, and I think we will know. I mean, look how much information we have. We've got footage of the wreckage. We've got the last communications. We've got testimony from so many different people. We've got engineers talking to us. Of course, we're going to get a really clear idea of what happened. We've got things where we can do computer models and predictive animation and all that kind of thing. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but basically where you animate something based on just modeling, right? I really think it's naive in 2024 to say, I don't think we ever really going to know the answer. If you keep knocking on the door, not even for very long, you are going to get your answers. If you care about getting the answer, you are going to get the answers. If you have this attitude of maybe we'll never know, maybe you don't want to know. But I think it's extremely naive to think in this day and age, if you ask a question, you're never going to get the answer to the question. I think we are already very close to the answer. One major change, certainly in my thinking, and my thinking was based on James Cameron's thinking, was that were they ascending to the surface, that they knew something was wrong and they were ascending to the surface. Now we know that that's not true. We've been getting lots of answers all along. This isn't a 2-week hearing because we don't have any information. The Coast Guard really have got a lot of documentation and they know what's going on. It's a 2-week hearing because they already have a lot of the answers as it is. So I must say I'm kind of allergic when people say that. I think we're never going to know. I think we are going to know. I really believe that. And I personally feel like I understand. I personally feel like I understand what happened. Do you guys feel the same way? That you feel, not even feel, that there are enough facts and evidence and witnesses that give us a pretty clear idea. And we got a lot of that from the previous witness to this one. We also got a lot, not necessarily from Renata Rojas's version of events, but from the way that she answered a lot of the questions. We're getting a lot of the ethos and the culture from these OceanGate folk that answers the question. Stockton Rush's own words, if you're not breaking things, you're not innovating, I think answers a lot of questions. There's so much intertextuality with the Titanic. We've learned so much from what James Cameron has said. So I really disagree with that.
To all of this. And regardless, as Renata said last week, none of this is going to bring our friends back. However, I hope that all of us can find some good in all of this sadness. I hope that we can find some silver linings. I hope we can find some valuable lessons learned that we can all carry forward and continue exploring the deep oceans, and in some way do that to preserve the legacies of the 5 people who lost their lives. And thinking back to last week, Patrick Leahy said it very eloquently, right? The deep ocean is a magical place. And like Patrick, I hope that many
Okay, but the deep ocean is a magical place, except I don't want to go there. I'm saying in terms of him. If you ask me, do I want to go there? I think, first of all, you'd have to pay me. Second of all, if you convince me that the craft is worth going to. But I must say, if you look at James Cameron's trip down the Mariana Trench, he was in this little egg-shaped thing. And I really admire his courage. I'm someone who's quite comfortable in the water. I'm a swimmer, paddle skier. I actually almost drowned once swimming a mile out and back in a swimming competition in the Cape. So I'm not really afraid of the water, but I'm not really charmed by being in blackness. Really. And I heard some astronaut or someone saying that, why do you want to go to space? I can't remember who said this. Some astronaut, I think it was an astronaut, who said, why do you want to go to space? There's nothing there. The place you want to go to, or the only space worth being in, is right here where we are. Why do you want to go to like nothingness? And that is kind of what the deep ocean kind of is, most of it. And that is what space also is, most of it. Anyway.
many more people will get to experience it firsthand. But it looks like OceanGate's not going to be a part of that effort. And so I can only hope that others will be inspired by the mission that Stockton and I started back in 2009, and that so many dedicated OceanGate team members, investors, partners, mission specialists contributed to over the years since that founding. And this can't be the end of deep ocean exploration. This can't be the end of deep diving submersibles, and I don't believe that it will be. But I hope that someday in the near future, we'll look back on this time as a major turning point in human history when the global general public finally took an active interest in all of our efforts, everything that all of us do to explore the deep oceans, to study them, and to preserve them. And I think if that happens, then that's probably the most fitting tribute for the memories of these 5 individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sohnlein, you are now released as a witness to this Marine Board investigation. Thank you for your time and cooperation. If I need to reach you for further information, I will contact you directly. If you have any future questions or concerns about these proceedings, you may contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
Our next witness will be Mr. Roy Thomas with the American Bureau of Shipping. We will take a recess and reconvene at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, now before they reconvene, I just want to read from this book, one of my favorite books ever, Into Thin Air by John Krakauer. And I just want to read this to sketch the reality of exploration. I'm just going to read the first paragraph from the opening. Straddling the top of the world, one foot in China and the other in Nepal, I cleared the ice from my oxygen mask, hunched a shoulder against the wind, and stared absently down at the vastness of Tibet. I understood on some dim, detached level that the sweep of earth beneath my feet was a spectacular sight. I'd been fantasizing about this moment and the release of an emotion that would accompany it, basically being on top of the world, being on the highest point in the world, being on the summit of Everest for many months. But now that I was finally here, actually standing on the summit of Mount Everest, I just couldn't summon the energy to care. And then he talks about, I hadn't slept in 57 hours. The only food I'd been able to force down over the preceding months was a bowl of ramen soup and a handful of peanut M&Ms. Weeks of violent coughing had left me with 2 separated ribs. He said, under the circumstances, I was incapable of feeling much of anything except cold and tired. That's the reality of going into extreme environments. That is really the reality. And I experienced that myself. Obviously, it's not on the same scale, not nearly on the same scale. When I climbed Kilimanjaro, I was on the top of the highest point in Africa, and I was like, yeah, the surroundings are pretty incredible, but I feel pretty miserable, right? And that's the reality of a lot of this. In terms of Titan going down to Titanic, the reality is you're going down for all of the hype and hysteria and talk about it. You're basically going down to a scrapyard where 1,500 people died. You're basically going to a rusting graveyard that is in the dark. That's where you want to go. And it's really cold down there. And it's, in other words, as much as it's an adventure, it's also kind of unpleasant, right? Anyway, let's go into the next witness. I think I'm only going to be on for a couple more minutes. I really don't know if I'm capable of doing a 4-hour live, but let's go on to the next witness, see how it goes.
may have had with OceanGate. Before we begin, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I'll stop and have you tell me exactly what that acronym means. And we understand that you have provided or brought with you a presentation, and that presentation will be brought into the record as Exhibit 104 after the hearing, or after today's hearing. Before we get into that exhibit, can you please provide to me a little bit more about your background in both education and relevant work history?
Absolutely. So I have a master's degree in ocean engineering and naval architecture with a specialization in underwater vehicles from Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada. And I have a bachelor's degree in marine engineering from Marine Engineering and Research Institute, India. So I joined ABS back in 2003 as an engineer with the machinery group, working out of the Houston office. And I started with a planned review of manned submersibles, diving systems, other underwater units, and then cranes, cargo gear, pressure vessels, boilers, Type C LNG tanks, and other pressurized equipment. Okay. So then over the years, I worked my way up from engineer to senior engineer. Then I was a principal engineer. And then I became managing principal of the underwater systems and lifting appliances group. Okay. So over the years, I worked as a lead plan review engineer for the review of numerous submersibles. So these included the Octosub or the Pagu submersible. This was built by International Submarine Engineering and was owned by Paul Allen, who was a co-founder of Microsoft. Then I worked on various new construction submersibles built by Triton Submarines out of Florida and Seaimagine Hydrospace out of California. Then I was a lead engineer for the design review of the pressure hull of the Alvin submersible. So they built a new pressure hull that was rated for 6,500 meters seawater depth or 21,000 feet seawater depth. So I was a lead engineer for that. And then I was a lead engineer for the design review of the pressure hull and transfer skirt, as well as the launch and recovery system for the US Navy's submarine rescue diving and recompression system. And I also worked on modifications for various existing submersibles. So I worked on the Pisces submersibles that were built out of Canada from International Hydrodynamics. Then I worked on the Perry series of submersibles that were built by the Perry submarine builders in Florida. So they had the PC series of submersibles that were built in the late 50s and 60s and 70s. And then I also worked on the deep rover submersibles and various other submersibles. So apart from manned submersibles, I also worked on manned diving systems. So I worked on saturation diving systems, air diving systems, mixed gas diving systems. And these include diving systems built by Oceaneering, as well as various other companies such as Aqua Air, and diving systems built by DRAS out of Italy. Okay, so these are all examples of some of the systems I've worked on. So over the last 20 years, I've also served as the coordinator and moderator for the annual meetings of.
Okay, I'm not sure if this guy is Phil Brooks. I'm just not sure if let me just make sure. I'm just can't quite find much coverage right now of it. There's quite a lot of coverage of the previous witness, Sohnlein, but I'm just not. Is this definitely Phil Brooks, or is the next witness Phil Brooks? Just trying to. See who this is. Anyone know who is testifying now? I've just got a feeling it's not Phil Brooks. Anyway, let's listen while he
the ABS
continues.
Special Committee on Underwater Systems and Vehicles.
Yeah,
this
so
special
it's not
committee
Brooks.
includes experts from around the world. And one of the functions of this committee is to review proposed rule changes to the ABS underwater rules. So when we propose changes to the rules, it's circulated to these committee members, and they are experts in the underwater field. So they have a look at the proposed rule changes. They give us their feedback and their comments, and then we address these comments. Then I've also played an active role in the last 2 decades in updating the ABS underwater rules. and I've drafted various new chapters in the underwater rules. So I authored the new chapters on ambient pressure submersibles, diver lockout submersibles, diving systems, atmospheric diving suits, hyperbaric facilities, undersea habitats, remotely operated vehicles, as well as autonomous underwater vehicles. So all of these are chapters that I authored in the last 2 decades. Now, for the last 14 years, I've also served as an instructor for the 2-day submersible training course conducted by the ABS Academy. So this training course gives an in-depth look at the ABS rule requirements for submersibles, and we also look at the lessons learned from various submersible and submarine accidents over the years. Okay. Now, apart from my regular work responsibilities, I also serve as the chair of the ASME PVHO subcommittee on submersibles as well as diving systems. So ASME stands for American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and PVHO stands for Pressure Vessels for Human Occupancy. So this ASME PVHO standard is one of the leading international standards for pressure vessels for human occupancy. It's widely used in the United States as well as around the world. And the applications it addresses are medical hyperbaric chambers that are used in hospitals. It addresses manned submersibles and also addresses diving systems. Then I also serve as the chair of the SNAME Technology and Research Panel OC6. So SNAME stands for Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers. So this panel is currently working on updating the SNAME textbook, Submersible Vehicle Systems Design. So this is a reference that is widely used by submersible builders and designers, as well as graduate students at universities worldwide. And then over the last 9 years, I've also served as a representative of the International Association of Class Societies, or IACS, at working group meetings at the International Maritime Organization in London. Okay? So from 2020 to 2023, I served as the IACS representative on the experts group for diving systems. So this experts group developed the IMO diving code, the 2023 IMO diving code, which is currently in force and is used around the world. Then from 2014 to 2022, I served as the IACS representative on the IMO working group for lifting appliances and anchor handling winches. So this working group developed amendments to the IMO SOLAS Convention, that's a Safety of Life at Sea Convention, as well as they prepared guidelines for lifting appliances and anchor handling winches. So these SOLAS amendments and guidelines will come into force from 1st January 2026, and they require certification of lifting appliances and anchor handling winches that are installed on ships. Okay. So that is a brief summary of my educational as well as work experience.
Thank you, sir. Did the American Bureau of Shipping, or ABS, perform any services for OceanGate in support of the Titan submersible?
No, we didn't perform any services for the Titan submersible, and they didn't reach out to us with a request for class or request for any services.
You had mentioned IACS, or the International Association of Classification Societies. Of the societies, what societies do classify submersibles?
So apart from ABS, I'm aware that DNV classifies submersibles. We have Lloyd's Register and RENA. So these are the leading societies that class submersibles.
Just to clarify, so DNV and Lloyd's Register are two separate?
Correct. They are two separate organizations. So DNV is based out of Norway. Lloyd's Register is based out of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, sir. If at this time, if the recorder can please bring up Mr. Thomas's. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, I think you mentioned RENA also. Can you define that, sir?
So that's an Italian class society based out of Italy. It's a complex name, Registraro Navale Italian or something.
Oh, I can't believe it. After all that effort trying to find his name, well, there it is. Roy Thomas, Senior Principal Engineer, American Bureau of Shipping. Wow. Okay. Just needed to be a bit more patient.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure there
Yes.
was one other that you
Yes.
mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas, if it's at this time, if you want to go through your presentation.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I have a presentation which covers pressure hull requirements for passenger submersibles. Okay, next slide. So this presentation basically looks at classification and class societies. We look at the ABS experience with underwater units. We'll briefly look at the submersible rules, regulations, and standards, and we'll also address a few questions on carbon fiber pressure hulls.
Have a look at the date of that guide. I mean, it really is dated 1968. That's before I was born. That's 54 years ago. No, 56 years ago. 56-year-old guide. Maybe it could do with some updating. What do you guys say?
Next slide. Next. Okay, so what are class societies? So class societies are organizations that publish rules for the classification of ships, offshore facilities, and other marine vehicles such as submersibles. Then they conduct design review and surveys to check for compliance with the rules. And class societies also issue class certificates and maintain a register or a database of ships, offshore facilities, and other marine vehicles that the society has classed. So at present, there are more than 50 organizations around the world that offer classification services. Now, out of these 50, 12 class societies, including the American Bureau of Shipping, are members of the International Association of Class Societies, or IACS. So IACS's mission is to develop minimum technical requirements for the design, construction, maintenance, and survey of ships and marine-related facilities. And IACS also works to assist international regulatory bodies such as the International Maritime Organization and standards organizations to develop and interpret statutory regulations and industry standards. So IACS member societies are typically well-established class societies that are recognized by flag administrations around the world. At present, IACS member societies are responsible for classing around 90% of the world's maritime tonnage. Next slide. So in most countries, by law, only classification societies can class submersibles, ships, and offshore facilities. And the role of classification has been recognized by the International Maritime Organization, or IMO, in the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, as well as other international conventions. So class societies act as recognized organizations performing statutory inspections,
acronyms,
as well as design review on behalf of flag administrations.
FAs.
Next slide. So the classification process consists of a number of steps which are described in Part 1A of the ABS Rules for Conditions of Classification. So what are these steps? The first step is the classification process involves the development of rules, guides, and other standards for ships, offshore facilities, and marine vehicles such as submersibles. Then the next step involves design review and surveys to check for compliance with the rules. The next step is classification of ships, offshore facilities, and submersibles once compliance with the rules has been checked. And the next step is issuance of a class certificate that is valid for 5 years and is endorsed annually after conducting post-construction surveys. So how are the class society rules developed? So these rules are developed by class society engineers and surveyors with the assistance of industry experts. Now these rules are then reviewed and approved by committees that include industry experts, representatives of government organizations. This is a little different from surface vessels. Surface vessels have their special periodical surveys at 5-year intervals. So the question comes, why do we have a 3-year interval for underwater vehicles? This is because this comes from the IMO submersible guidelines, which requires dry docking surveys at 36-month intervals. Okay, so this is the basic process for classification of submersibles.
Here we go.
So next we come to the ABS experience with underwater units. Next slide. So since the 1960s, ABS has classed around 100 submersibles worldwide. Now these include some of the first commercial submersibles that were developed in the 1960s and 70s, such as the Perry.
What's quite interesting with this slide is it says over there, ABS has 30 submersibles in class, like right now, in real time. Guess which submersibles those are? They're all Triton submersibles. Do you remember what Leahy said, Patrick Leahy, when he testified? He said, we have built 30 and we've got 5 under construction. So all ABS's class submersibles are Tritons. Interesting.
And Pisces submersibles. Now, ABS has also classed some of the latest commercial submersible designs that are available in the market, including submersibles built by companies such as Triton Submarines
Oh, there you go.
and Seaimagine Hydrospace. Now, currently, ABS has around 30 submersibles in class. Apart from submersibles, ABS also has 43 diving systems in class. So these include saturation, mixed gas, and air diving systems. Then we have one submarine rescue handling system in class for the US Navy. Then we have an undersea habitat in class. So this is the Aquarius habitat, which is located underwater off the Florida Keys.
Oh,
And then we have 3 hyperbaric facilities in class. So these are all underwater units that are currently in class with ABS. Next slide. So when it comes to the OceanGate Titan submersible, ABS had no involvement with this submersible. No request for class was submitted to ABS, and no design review or surveys were conducted by ABS. Okay. Next slide. So the Coast Guard asked us about the Antipodes submersible. Now, this was a submersible that was owned by OceanGate for a period of time, and it was then sold. So this slide gives a brief history of the Antipodes submersible. So this submersible was built by Perry Submarine Builders out of Florida, and then major modifications were conducted by Marlin Submarines. This is a UK-based company. So they conducted major modifications to the submersible. They removed the lockout compartment. And the slide basically...
What's interesting about this is the Antipodes was expressly used to, can you see over there, conducted tourist dives in Milford Sound. So this was expressly a tourist craft, which OceanGate then purchased. After it had served as a tourist craft, OceanGate purchased it, and then they say, no, we're not trying to do tourism. But you bought a tourist craft.
It gives a brief history of this submersible. Now, the important point is this submersible has a traditional steel pressure hull, and it was designed for a depth of 305 meters seawater or 1,000 feet seawater. Now, the submersible maintained its classification during the time it was owned by OceanGate, and it is still classed with ABS. So that's a brief summary of the Antipodes submersible. Next slide. So next slide. Yeah, okay. No, previous slide, please. Okay. Now, the modern day submersible industry started in 1948 with the design and development of the Bathyscaphe FNRS-2, which was followed by the development of the Bathyscaphe 3S. Now, these Bathyscaphes were designed and developed by the Swiss physicist and balloonist Auguste Piccard.
Wow, balloonist.
Now, subsequently in the 1960s, the submersible industry started taking off as more and more submersibles were designed and manufactured. So these included submersibles for tourism, recreational, and scientific research purposes. So at that time, the only available requirements for certification of submersibles were the US Navy requirements, and there were no published industry standards for the certification of commercial submersibles. So ABS was approached by members of the industry as well as the US Navy and Coast Guard to develop requirements for the classification of commercial submersibles. So in response, ABS established a special committee on submersible vehicles that included industry stalwarts such as Jack Piccard, John Pritzlaff, Lieutenant Don Walsh, and ABS developed the 1968 guide for the classification of manned submersibles. Now, this was a pioneering document. It was the first set of requirements for manned submersibles that was published by any class society. Now, following the release of the 1968 guide, this guide was updated and then published as the ABS rules for underwater systems in 1979. It was again updated and published as the ABS rules for building and classing underwater vehicles, systems, and hyperbaric 1990. And this edition of the rules incorporated additional requirements for passenger submersibles. So the latest edition of the rules is the 2024 underwater rules. And these rules are updated every year. And all these rules are posted on the ABS website, www.eagle.org. Next slide, please. So now we come to the materials. So when it comes to submersible design, there are two sets of materials that are very tightly controlled. These are materials for the pressure hull and materials for life support systems. Okay. So the pressure hull is a critical component, and it serves to protect the human occupants for the extremely high hydrostatic pressures that are present at depth. So the pressure hull has absolutely no redundancy or backup. So if the pressure hull fails, you've effectively lost the submersible. Okay. So it is very important that the pressure hull be fabricated from robust materials that have a documented service history for external pressure applications. So the
So do you see carbon fiber anywhere there? Approved materials: steel, aluminum, titanium alloys, stainless steel, acrylic plastics. Can you see carbon fiber there? Let's go through it again. Approved materials. This is for submersibles. Steel, aluminum, titanium alloys, stainless steel, acrylic plastics. Carbon fiber doesn't seem to be there, guys. It's not approved. I wonder why it's not approved. Oh, there it says note, carbon fiber composites are not included because in terms of pressure hulls of submersibles, they're not included. Why are they not included? Approved materials, blah, 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 but not carbon fiber. Why are they not included? Should they be included? After what's just happened, should they be included? Did they say anything about glue here? Are certain glues approved, but not other glues? Is this about, anyway?
ABS rules require pressure hull materials to be fabricated from approved material specifications. And the rules have a list of approved materials for pressure hulls. So these materials are listed on the screen, and they include steels, aluminum, titanium, and acrylic plastics for the windows. Now, all of these materials have many years of documented service history and are considered to be well-established and robust materials. Now, it's important to note here that carbon fiber composites are not approved materials for the pressure hull of submersibles as per the ABS rules. Next slide. So now we have a couple of questions on carbon fiber pressure hulls. So the first question that arises is, why do we need a carbon fiber composite pressure hull? What are we trying to achieve? Okay. So carbon fiber composites are high strength, lightweight materials. Okay. Now, a pressure hull fabricated from carbon fiber composites would be much lighter from a hull made from traditional materials such as steel or titanium. Okay. So with a lighter hull, what happens is you can reduce the amount of syntactic foam that needs to be carried on the submersible to maintain buoyancy. Then you don't need a crane or a launch and recovery system for launching and recovering the submersible while you're at sea. And since the hull is lightweight, you can increase the size of the hull and accommodate more passengers. Okay. So let's just do it like this. Can you all see that carbon fiber is weak in compression? This is for those who keep saying, I don't know what the problem is with carbon fiber. Why are we talking about carbon fiber? You know, it's the acrylic window, or it's this, or it's the glue, or it's the connection that it was made. Carbon fiber is weak in compression. What's compression, right? And what happens when you fall beneath the surface of the sea? What happens at depth of like 4 kilometers, where you've got, I wonder what the equivalent is of elephants that would be sitting on your back at that point. Is it 20,000 or something? But anyway, you've got incredible compression. Carbon fiber is weak in compression. Now you're sending a carbon fiber craft that's also the wrong shape into an area that is ostensibly all about compression. You're sending a structure into a environment where it's going to be compressed. What could go wrong? It's strong in tension, but it's weak in compression. Typically, what we have seen is anytime you go below a depth of 1,000 meters seawater or 3,280 feet seawater, the shape of the pressure hull is spherical. Okay, we have not seen cylindrical pressure hulls being used beyond a depth of 1,000 meters seawater. The reason is a spherical pressure hull is the best shape for resisting external pressure. Okay? That's right. The stresses are evenly distributed around the hull. Spherical, not sausage.
sausage shape is not the best design. The spherical design is the tried and tested design.
So if you take a spherical pressure hull versus a cylindrical pressure hull of the same thickness, when exposed to the same pressure, you will see that the hoop stress in a spherical pressure hull is half that of a cylindrical pressure hull. Okay, so if you see a cylindrical pressure hull being used beyond 1,000 meters, it is pretty unusual. Okay, so now, what are some of the key concerns with the carbon fiber composite pressure hulls? So the first thing is carbon fiber composite pressure hulls are anisotropic. That is, the mechanical properties vary with direction. Okay, so the mechanical properties are strongest in the direction of the fibers. When the fibers are loaded in tension, that is when the carbon fiber composite is the strongest. But if you go in other directions, the composite is not so strong. So when the composite is exposed to external pressure, the pressure will act perpendicular to the direction of the fibers. And that is not the strongest direction of the carbon fiber composite. Okay, so this is very different from traditional materials such as steel or titanium, which are isotropic. That is, the mechanical properties are same in all directions. Okay, so the next thing is carbon fiber composites are a combination of carbon fiber strands in an epoxy matrix. The carbon fiber is strong in tension and weak in compression. The epoxy, on the other hand, is strong in compression and weak in tension. So the composite is a combination of these two materials. The characteristics of these two materials are combined together to create the composite. Okay. So the next thing is carbon fiber composites do not exhibit plasticity or ductility similar to steels. Okay. So carbon fiber composites, if you look at a stress strain curve of carbon fiber composites, the relationship between stress and strain is nearly linear up to the point of failure. Okay. So this curve does not have a well-established yield point because there is no yielding of the material. So the material goes all the way to its failure point and then it catastrophically fails with little or no warning. So this is very different from traditional materials such as steel or titanium, because in steel or titanium, once.
So just two things, does not exhibit ductility or plasticity. That's really another way of just saying it, it's rigid. It doesn't. Think about when you have a craft that goes from a certain pressure differential to a different one, it needs to be able to expand, it needs to be elastic, right? And it's not, it's rigid. That's not a good, that's already not a good design situation. Also, besides it failing catastrophically without warning, it's interesting that they say prolonged exposure to UV, to sunlight, can cause the epoxy to break down. We know that the Titan was stored in a parking lot for something like 6 months with no covering. Now, I don't think the carbon fiber itself was exposed to sunlight, but it was exposed to very low temperatures and certainly just the weather. And one can imagine that can't be very good for it either. And then susceptibility to fatigue failure can remain hidden. Let's listen.
Once you reach the yield point, the material starts deforming. And then you reach the ultimate tensile strength and it deforms further and then the material fractures. So there is plastic deformation of the material from the yield point till the time it fractures. Okay. And then strain hardening of the material takes place till you reach ultimate tensile strength. And after that, there's something called necking, or the reduction in area of the material. Okay. So this effect is not seen in carbon fiber composites. Okay. So they go directly to the point of failure and then suddenly fail. So then the next thing is.
That's also a really interesting point. Sensitive to local damage. So something like a cut, something like a small, like a bump, can really damage carbon fiber in a way that it doesn't happen to steel. Like a small injury can become a crack and so on, which you don't have with things like steel.
Prolonged exposure to UV radiation can cause the epoxy to get damaged. Okay, so what happens is the epoxy, in some cases, you add something called a UV stabilizer. It's a chemical that's added in the epoxy, and that protects the epoxy from UV radiation. In some other cases, you can have a gel coat or a top coat which is placed on the epoxy. For example, you can have a polyurethane coating and that protects the epoxy from the damage caused by UV radiation or the sunlight. Okay, so if you don't have this protection and you expose the carbon fiber composite to sunlight, the UV radiation will degrade the mechanical properties of the composite. Okay, so next thing is under extreme high pressure applications, carbon fiber composites are susceptible to fatigue damage under repeated external pressurization and depressurization. And the accumulated damage may remain hidden and may not show up. Okay, so the important thing here is unless the fatigue failure shows up as cracks or delamination, you really cannot see the damage. It may remain hidden in the carbon fiber strands. Okay, so once you have a crack or a delamination, the extreme high water pressures will accelerate the growth of the crack or the delamination, and the crack will grow very fast. Okay, and then you can have collapse or failure of the pressure hull. So the next thing is carbon fiber composites are not sensitive. They are sensitive to local damage. So if you have a cut on the surface from a mechanical impact, this can grow to form a crack, which can lead to failure of the pressure hull. Okay, so it's very important to protect carbon fiber composite pressure hulls from impact loads. Okay. And then saltwater ingress in the epoxy matrix under extreme pressures can lead to delamination. Okay. Now, epoxy resins in general are highly resistant to saltwater damage. However, if you have voids in the epoxy, we have air pockets. Salt water can accumulate in these air pockets, and over time, this can form saltwater crystals. And then over several pressure cycles, this can cause delamination of the pressure hull under extreme pressures. Delamination means separation of the carbon fiber plies. Okay. So that is another damaging effect that is possible in carbon fiber composites. Next slide, please. So one of the processes used for fabricating carbon fiber composite pressure hulls is the filament winding process, in which the pressure hull is created by impregnating or coating the carbon fiber strands with epoxy and then winding them in a precise geometric fashion over a mandrel. So a mandrel is basically a tool in the shape of a cylinder. So on the cylinder, you wind the carbon fibers which are impregnated with epoxy, and then you cure that cylinder in an oven at 1 atmosphere or in an autoclave under pressure. Okay. So in a thick carbon fiber pressure hull, there may be several layers of carbon fiber composites, and these layers cure at different rates. So what you will have is several layers with different mechanical properties since they were cured at different rates at different times. Okay. So manufacturing a thick section of carbon fiber composites with consistent mechanical properties throughout the thickness is difficult. Okay. So the mechanical properties of the finished product or the finished carbon fiber pressure hull depend on a number of factors.
So I must say, this was exactly what I was hoping for. Remember, I started this live stream saying, one of the questions that I hope that this hearing are going to address and answer is the carbon fiber aspect. Well, this is being dealt with right here. It's not the right material for deep sea submersibles.
So these include the number of layers and the thickness of the carbon fiber composites. So the more the number of layers and the greater the thickness, the more difficult it is to achieve a pressure hull with consistent mechanical properties throughout the thickness. Another important consideration is the winding orientation. Now, a typical thick shell pressure hull is exposed to hoop stresses, radial stresses, as well as longitudinal stresses. Okay. Now, if your winding is hoop winding, that means if you wind the carbon fiber composites around the cylinder in a hoop fashion, that is only good for withstanding hoop stresses. It cannot withstand radial or longitudinal stresses. So to withstand radial or longitudinal stresses, you typically employ X cross winding. That means you wind it in an X pattern, okay? And that is more effective in handling hoop as well as radial as well as longitudinal stresses. Then the type of epoxy resin that is used for creating the composite has an impact on the strength of the pressure hull.
The glue,
so
right?
Aerospace grade epoxies may not be suitable for high pressure underwater applications, okay? So then the other factors such as the epoxy wetting rate, that means how much epoxy can you coat on the carbon fiber strands, then the epoxy curing rate, if you don't follow the correct curing profile, your mechanical strength may differ. Then humidity is another important consideration. So high humidity during curing of the composite can negatively impact the mechanical properties. This is because moisture absorption in the resin can lead to delamination and reduced interfacial strength.
Okay, so I'm not an expert, but I think there is a difference between the resin that the carbon fiber sort of sits in and the glue that was used to connect those steel bands to the I was trying to think now. Well, basically to connect the hole to the titanium ends, the titanium domes. I think that is different. That glue is different to the resin that coats the carbon fiber.
Between the carbon fiber and resin, thus weakening the composite. Then curing the carbon fiber composite at the proper temperature is very critical. So if you don't follow the exact temperature profile when you cure the carbon fiber composite, then it will affect the mechanical properties. If you don't properly cure it, the mechanical properties.
I just want to deal with Karen L's comment. This guy's role, well, he's not got anything to do with OceanGate. He's a industry professional. He's the what was he? Senior engineer with ABS. I actually put it up here somewhere. His name's Roy Thomas. Let's just see if I can find it. So he is the guy that would class submersibles. He obviously wouldn't class Titan because they were using carbon fiber, right? So there he is, Roy Thomas, senior engineer of the American Bureau of Shipping, which is a classification organization, right? He is someone that OceanGate should have consulted and gotten classification from ultimately.
Properties can be
Does that answer your question?
So pressure is another important consideration when you cure your carbon fiber composite. So the composite can be cured at 1 atmosphere in a standard oven, or it can be cured under pressure in an autoclave. So autoclave is basically a pressurized oven. So the pressure will basically drive out the air pockets in the carbon fiber composite and will compress the carbon fiber composite. So you get a better product if you cure your carbon fiber composites in an autoclave versus curing it in an 1 atmosphere oven. Okay, so then the other aspect is manufacturing defects such as voids, porosity, blisters, inclusions can have an effect on the strength of the carbon fiber composite. So voids are basically air pockets within the thickness of the carbon fiber composites. Blisters are formed on the surface of carbon fiber composites. Then you can have porosity. Porosity means a large number of voids in a close proximity to each other. So all of these can weaken the carbon fiber composite sections, and under extreme hydrostatic pressure, they can accelerate the collapse of the pressure hull. So the next thing that's challenging is bonding of carbon fiber composites with metallic elements. So typically, if you bond a carbon fiber composite with a metal, what you will do is you'll have projections coming out of the metal. Typically, you will have fins, and these projections go in the carbon fiber composite, and they help in getting better adhesion. So in addition to applying an adhesive, you have to have co-lamination. That ensures you have better adhesion between the carbon fiber composite and the metallic element. Now, galvanic corrosion is an important consideration here, because if the metal comes in contact with the carbon fiber strands in the presence of seawater, you can have galvanic corrosion. So this typically occurs in steels and aluminum, and that can cause corrosion of the metallic members. Okay. Next slide, please. So now carbon fiber composites have a low modulus of elasticity, they have low shear strength, and they are brittle materials with low impact strength. Okay, so they have very low resistance to impact loads, and the hull is susceptible to deformation under applied external loading. So typically, lifting lugs and other attachments are not directly installed on carbon fiber composite pressure hulls because they cannot withstand localized loading, and they tend to deform under localized loading. So then if you install penetrations on the carbon fiber composite pressure hull, that means you have to make openings in the pressure hull. That will weaken the pressure hull because the main load-bearing member in a composite are the carbon fiber.
Do you guys understand what he's getting at? He's basically saying, let's say this is the sub, right? Let's say you want to transport the sub, and let's say you want to get it onto dry land. Well, you can't really just kind of put sort of ropes around it and then pick it up. You can't like have hooks coming out of it, which you then attach. If you think about a yacht, for example, where the anchor's attached and all that kind of thing. In carbon fiber, as soon as you penetrate the hull with something like a hook, or something that you would want to attach a rope or something like that, a cable, well, you are fatally undermining the carbon fiber, right? And so now you've got the problem that you kind of stuck with the thing. You built it, but now you can't really transport it, which is why it needs to be on the platform, right? So the platform now transports it. Once it's in water, it's fine. But what about when you have a situation like there's really rough seas? How do you get it out of the rough sea in a hurry if you need to? Also, if you want to store it for a while, and you want to get it out of the water and sort of onto the parking lot or whatever, how do you do that? Do you need like a boat ramp kind of thing? Also, if you want to transport it just from A to B, how do you do that? And so it comes with all of these additional hassles because it's such a finicky material. Look at the various things that can go wrong: delamination, debonding, fiber breakage, matrix cracking.
Fiber strands. So if you cut the strands to make an opening, you're going to weaken the pressure hull. So reinforcement of the openings is very critical. And if you don't reinforce it, you can have stress razors in the vicinity of the opening, and that can lead to cracks and failure of the pressure hull. Okay. So then when you design your carbon fiber pressure hull, you also need to consider various failure modes, including delamination, debonding, fiber breakage, and matrix cracking. Okay. So delamination basically means separation of the carbon fiber plies. The plies start separating. Then debonding basically means when the carbon fiber strands start coming out from the epoxy matrix. Okay. So debonding is caused by failure of adhesion between the strands and the epoxy matrix. Okay. And then matrix cracking is basically characterized by cracks in the epoxy matrix. And this occurs due to fatigue of the material.
Oh, that's just what I wanted to know. So one of the biggest problems with carbon fiber over time, when you're doing these repeated visits to great depths, is cyclical fatigue. And the cyclical fatigue actually manifests via this matrix cracking. It's very subtle breakages in the overall matrix. And that is what is happening constantly, cracking. And so all of that delamination, debonding, fiber breakage, matrix cracking, how would you experience that in reality? Well, you'd experience that as sounds, cracking sounds, banging sounds, popping sounds, basically the sounds of these fibers disintegrating, right?
Fiber breakage occurs when the carbon fiber strands will snap or break. Okay. So this can be caused by high stresses, they can be caused by impact loads, or due to manufacturing defects in the carbon fiber. Now, since the carbon fiber strands are the main load-bearing member in the composite, if you have strands that break off, then the strength of the hull will deteriorate, and you can have premature collapse of the pressure hull. Okay. So then when it comes to metallic pressure hulls, there are well-established failure modes and factors of safety that have been proven over many years of service experience. Okay. So the figures on the screen show some of the typical failure modes for metallic pressure hulls. The first figure shows local yielding. So local yielding occurs when the section of the pressure hull between two adjacent stiffeners fails. Okay, you have yielding between two stiffeners, and then the hull will take the shape of an accordion pleat. So that is called local yielding, and the factor of safety for local yielding in the ABS underwater rules is 1.5.
So I've been saying this kind of from the beginning. As far as I'm concerned, the hull is what imploded, and it imploded at the center of that sausage. So if this is what you're looking at, somewhere in the middle, and that would be where its design is the most kind of flawed. The best design for a deep sea submersible is a perfect sphere. The worst design is kind of a flat surface, because now you've got the pressure acting on a flat surface, right? Huge amounts of pressure. And so what do you see in that graphic? Looks like the buckling is happening in the middle. I don't really like the fact that it's shown vertically. I'd like it to be shown like that. But I think it is going to be demonstrated that the beginning of the failure was sort of over here in the center. Let's see.
Then you can have local buckling. Local buckling occurs when the section.
Thanks very much. Earth has gifted 1 True Crime Rocket Science membership. By the way, I'm going to be traveling to Italy to cover the Amanda Knox case at the same time as the anniversary. And so I'll be putting up some members-only content. So you might want to snap that one up. On site in Italy. So that's coming up next month.
Of the pressure hull between two stiffeners buckles. Okay, so you'll have dimples formed in the pressure hull, and that is known as local buckling or low bar buckling. And the factor of safety for this buckling in the ABS underwater rules is 1.25. And the third failure mode, which is the figure on the far right, is general instability or overall collapse of the shell and stiffener section. Okay, and the factor of safety in the underwater rules for this failure mode is 2.0. So all of these failure modes are well established. They have many years of service experience, and the factors of safety are well proven through service experience on many different submersibles. Now, additionally, the rules also have a well-established acceptance criteria for hull out of roundness and local departure from design geometry. So when you have a pressure hull which is exposed to external pressure, it is very important to maintain out of roundness of the hull. Okay. So if the out of roundness of the hull goes beyond specifications, it can cause premature collapse of the hull. So out of roundness is absolutely critical when you have a pressure hull which is exposed to external pressure. Next slide, please. Okay, so currently there are no recognized national or international standards for carbon fiber pressure hulls for human occupancy. Okay, so we have the ASME Boil and Pressure Vessel Code has section 10, which addresses fiber reinforced plastic pressure vessels. But if you look at the scope of section 10, it states that pressure vessels of human occupancy are not covered under this code. And then we had a look through this code. It addresses pressure vessels that are used for surface applications. It really does not address pressure vessels that are used for deep sea diving applications. We had a look at the testing requirements. So many of the testing requirements are geared towards internally pressurized pressure vessels. We didn't see any specific testing requirements for externally pressurized pressure vessels. Okay, so these are some of the shortcomings of section 10. And this section is not applicable to manned pressure hulls. Okay, nevertheless, it has a lot of useful information. It has acceptance criteria for voids, delamination, cracking, etc. The important thing is this code states that for a new construction pressure hull, no delamination and no cracking in the matrix is permissible. Okay, so if you have a new hull with delamination or cracks, it is not acceptable as per this code.
Okay. So I just want to kind of demystify what we're talking about just in terms of pressure. That this graphic kind of gives you quite a good idea of the depth. It's the 4,000 meters is 13,000 feet. It's nearly 5 times the height of the world's tallest building. That doesn't seem very tall, but the Burj Khalifa is pretty tall. But to give you a better sense of what it would feel like, right? So what would it feel like if you could open the door to the Titanic? I mean, you can't. If you did that, you would die. But what would it feel like if you could theoretically open the door and step out into and walk around the Titanic, what would it literally feel like? Well, it would feel like an elephant standing on every inch of your body. That's what it would feel like. Let me just bring that quote up. So it's the pressure equivalent is 2,500 kilograms or 5,500 pounds of force pressing in on every square inch. That's quite a lot of pressure. Just want to bring this up. So just so that you can see that I'm not pulling your leg. The Titanic wreckage lies at a depth of almost 4 kilometers, 12,500 feet. At that depth, the pressure is an astonishing 380 atmospheres. Now, you might not think this, but even the atmosphere, just the air around us actually has pressure. And we know that when we fly in an airplane and you go a certain height, well, that's a little bit different. It's pressurization, depressurization, but our ears, our eardrums sort of, react to that. When you're at sea level, sometimes you see it with your bicycle tires or your car tires. Anyway, just the pressure of the atmosphere is, let's call it 1 atmosphere. Well, it's the equivalent of 380 atmospheres. That's 5,600 psi. Think about that as, you pump air into a tire, but that's now exerting itself on you, but in the form of water, right? And there you have it. It's the equivalent to having a large elephant, not a small elephant, a large elephant standing on every inch of your body. It's not one elephant standing on you. It's an elephant standing on your two elephants on your pinky, maybe 3 on your other finger, maybe also 3 on your other finger, another one on your hand, another elephant standing on your neck, another one on your head, and so on and so on. If you had to add it all up, I don't know how many elephants it would be, but quite a few elephants. I don't think it would feel very pleasant. Someone asked, what happened to the bodies of the people? Well, they were basically vaporized. The other thing that's interesting is the titanium domes are still there. The nose cone, tail cone, I guess, is the proper way of talking about it, is still there. The only thing that's gone, that's totally gone, is all the carbon fiber. That also just totally disintegrated, right? So when you want to think about the amount of pressure on this sausage-shaped thing, it's the equivalent of a large elephant on every inch of your body. It's a lot of pressure. It's not something to be sniffed at.
Okay. So when it comes to carbon fiber composite pressure hulls, the different failure modes, the factors of safety, as well as the other acceptance criteria is not really defined in international standards, as well as class society rules. Okay. So one of the very important failure modes for thick shell carbon fiber composite sections under external pressure is snap through buckling. Okay. Now, snap through buckling is an effect that has been observed in subsea pipelines made of glass fiber reinforced plastics. Okay. Now, this buckling causes sudden and catastrophic failure of the pressure hull. Okay. And it is thought to be triggered by shape imperfections. For example, if there is out of roundness, that can trigger this buckling. Okay. Now, snap through buckling is different from traditional buckling, which is caused by progressive overpressurization of the pressure hull beyond its design depth. So when snap-through buckling occurs, it causes instantaneous delamination of the pressure hull and instantaneous collapse of the pressure hull, which can occur in less than a millisecond. Okay. So if you have sensors for real-time monitoring, it will not pick up any signs of this failure before it occurs. Okay. Now, snap-through buckling is a phenomenon that is not yet well understood. Okay. So additional theoretical and experimental research is needed to determine what are the factors that cause this failure mode, what factors of safety are needed to avoid this failure mode, and what do we need to do to guard against this failure mode. So this is something that is not addressed in international standards. It is not well understood. Nevertheless, this effect has been observed, and we need to have further research and testing in this area. Okay, so the other thing is when you do your design calculations for carbon fiber composites, these materials are anisotropic. That means the mechanical properties vary with direction. The mechanical properties through the thickness may vary, okay? And they're also dependent on the manufacturing process. So all of these can vary the mechanical properties of the finished product. So when you do your design calculation, it's very important that you test coupons from the as-built product. So how this is done is you will typically extend the length of the cylinder, okay? This is called prolongations. And from there, you will cut coupons. Coupons are basically sample of materials that you then send to a lab for testing. So after it's sent to the lab for testing, you will evaluate various mechanical properties. These include the tensile properties, what's the ultimate tensile strength, what's the tensile modulus, the compressive strength, the flexural strength, the shear strength. All of these properties are evaluated, and then you'll get the test results. And those test results are what is used for your design analysis, okay? So if you don't use those test results, what you designed may not match what you have produced, okay? This is a little different from traditional, pressure hull materials, because when we do the design review of traditional pressure hull materials, the material allowables and the mechanical properties come from the material specifications, okay? You typically do not use the as-tested mechanical properties because they may exceed the material allowables. If they don't exceed, the material is rejected, okay? But the as-tested properties are typically not used when you design pressure hulls made of steel or titanium, because the properties you use there come from the material specification. Those define the minimum acceptable properties. Okay, next slide, please. So next we come to non-destructive inspection of thick carbon fiber sections. So if you have a very thick carbon fiber section, for example, a 5-inch thick section, ultrasonic examination may not be suitable because of lack of penetration of the ultrasonic waves and lack of reflection, okay? So using UT, you may not be able to evaluate a thick carbon fiber composite sections. So for thick carbon fiber composite sections, you will use non-destructive techniques such as X-ray computed tomography, or you can use active thermography, okay? So X-ray computed tomography, basically you have an X-ray machine that goes around the circumference of the pressure hull, and you have various slices. You have images in slices. All these images are combined together using software, and you get a 3D image of the hull, okay? Then you have an in-depth look what is going on inside the hull. So this inspection basically requires you to strip down the pressure hull. So if you have a pressure hull that is in service, and now you need to do a non-destructive examination, you need to remove all the equipment, all the outfittings on the pressure hull, okay? Now, if you do not have this equipment at the facility where you're maintaining the submersible, then you need to ship the submersible hull to another facility where they have this specialized equipment. Now, after doing the ND, if repairs are required, you may need to repair the pressure hull, okay, and then ship it back. So all this is an expensive and a long process, and it may not work practically for a submersible that is in operation, because you need to take it out of operation for many months at a time, okay? So these are some of the challenges that you will face if you use a carbon fiber composite pressure hull, okay? Next slide, please. So for carbon fiber composite pressure hulls, it is very important to verify that no deformation is taking place, no degradation is taking place, or no flaw development is taking place that may weaken the pressure hull. So this needs to be done periodically over the service life of the pressure hull. Now, the post-construction inspection and testing criteria for carbon fiber pressure hulls are currently not addressed and recognized international or national standards. As a minimum, they should address non-destructive examination criteria, okay? So what kind of non-destructive examination is required? What is the periodicity, and what is the acceptance and rejection criteria for this? PVHO cases that have been developed are for surface-based internal pressure applications. For example, medical hyperbaric chamber, transfer trunks for diving.
Carbon fiber composites are not approved materials for the pressure hull of submersibles. Not that there's just no legislation, they are not approved. To the best of our knowledge, the existing statutory regulations do not include any specific requirements for carbon fiber composite pressure hulls. Okay, next slide. Do class rules allow for the use of alternative requirements or equivalent standards for carbon fiber PVHOs? Okay, next slide. Non-mandatory Appendix D, prototype testing, proof pressure testing, 3 full-scale pressure holes to be pressure tested to 6 times maximum allowable working pressure. 6 times. Creep testing, model of full-scale pressure holes to be subject to 10,000 hours. You think Titan could withstand that? Cyclical pressure testing, 1,000 cycles. Do you think Titan could withstand that? Third-party witnessing of the testing and so on.
Start internally inspecting all your wells, all your hatches.
ABS rule requirements: a manned test dive to the design depth is to be conducted on the fully outfitted submersible in the presence of the surveyor. Titan didn't do that. The submergence is to be increased in increments of about 20% of the design depth until the design depth is reached. I don't think Titan went to 20. I don't know if they did it in increments. At each 20% increment, constant depth is to be maintained and the hatches, penetrations, well joints are to be inspected. The test dive is also to demonstrate satisfactory performance of life support systems, propulsion systems, electrical systems, and other essential systems at full depth.
You will inspect your windows and you will check your mandate that.
Okay, and so it goes on.
You have to comply with these guidelines. So compliance, navigation and vehicle inspection circular 593.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move us on to the next witness. I think his name is Phil Brooks. Pretty sure about that. And are you guys ready to jump into that? Thanks, Mandy Butler. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Phil Brooks. Former engineering director for OceanGate. That's an important witness.
This hearing is now back in session. Sir, Commander Whalen has some questions at this time.
Again, thank you, sir. Does ABS define passenger?
Yes.
And where is that
Interesting
defined at?
question.
So we have a section in our rules which addresses definition section 2. So that's where it addresses passenger. I can just read out the definition for you. So passenger is every person other than the pilot and members of the crew or other persons employed or engaged in any capacity on board the submersible on the business of that craft. So this definition is also present in the IMO submersible guidelines, the same definition.
Regarding the IMO submersible guidelines, are you aware of any nations or flag states or administrations that require, as stated, for the applicability that require them to conform to those standards?
I'm not aware because we have Bahamas, which has their own regulations. Cayman Islands has their own submersible regulations. The UK has their own regulations. And I don't believe the US Coast Guard accepts the guidelines. Yeah? So
I wonder whether they need to be standardized.
I'm not aware of any countries that are using these guidelines.
Thank you.
And that's perhaps because it's not mandatory under SOLAS. Yeah?
Under SOLAS, are there any requirements regarding submersibles?
There are no requirements, specific requirements for submersibles in SOLAS. Yeah?
You had mentioned the 2023 diving code. What is the applicability of the 2023 diving code? Do you know offhand? Or?
So yeah, this applies to diving systems that are operated off ships or offshore facilities around the world. It's an optional code. It's not mandatory. So if the flag administration wants you to comply, then you comply with it. But other than that, it's an optional code.
Does this extend to submersibles or submarines operating off of operating in support of scientific research?
No. So it strictly addresses diving systems.
Would a submersible be considered a diving system?
No.
Are ABS surveyors permitted to go aboard a submersible for testing dives in performance of their duties?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. That's all the questions I have.
Sir, Commander Williams now has questions for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas, are you familiar with the use of acoustic emission sensors and strain gauges on carbon fiber?
So this is not commonly used in submersibles, but I'm aware that, yeah, they're used occasionally, yes.
Do you have experience with that type of monitoring system?
No.
Earlier, you mentioned conducting mechanical property tests on carbon fiber. When you conduct mechanical property tests of a material, if your mechanical properties are not consistent, what value would you use? Specifically, would you use the most conservative value, or is there criteria where you may just reject the testing itself or the material itself?
Yeah, so first of all, you have to see what is the specification for the material, what are the minimums in the specification. So if you go below the minimums, you will reject the material, okay? So that is the first thing. And then if your mechanical properties are not consistent, if you see a large variation, then we'll have questions, how are you going to assess it during, your design calculations, because there's such a large variation. So when we use pressure hull materials, we prefer materials which have consistent mechanical properties. It's just steels or titanium. The mechanical properties are consistent. You either meet the spec or you don't meet the spec. So most of the submersibles that we have accepted, the mechanical properties exceed the spec.
You mentioned the testing for non-standard designs and materials contained in the non-mandatory Appendix D of ASME PVH01. Are you aware if ABS has been involved in any non-standard design qualification?
So we have not used that appendix for any non-standard designs as far as ABS is concerned.
We heard testimony last week about two separate incidents that occurred on the Titan submersible. The first incident involved the forward dome falling off and hitting the deck below. In a situation like this, had the submersible been classed by ABS, would an ABS surveyor have been required to ensure the submersible was safe prior to conducting additional dives?
So yeah, typically in these situations, the surveyor goes and does a damage assessment survey. So we look at the window, we see what kind of damage is there. ASME PVHO standard has criteria for damage, assessing the damage, So what kind of damage is acceptable? So there's a go, no-go criteria in the standard. Assess the window to that criteria, okay? If required, repair the window, then you'll hydrostatically pressure test the window, install it back, do a leak test, do a test dive, show us that everything is okay, and then you can dive. Yeah?
The second incident was related to a loud bang that was heard upon resurfacing. In a situation like this, had the submersible been classed by ABS, would an ABS surveyor have been required to conduct an investigation to make a determination for the cause prior to the company conducting additional dives?
Absolutely. So the onus is on the owner or operator. So they need to inform ABS because our surveyors are not present 24/7 on the submersible. If the owner or the operator hears a loud bang or sees any other problem, they need to inform ABS. Then our surveyor will come and do a survey. They will reach back to the technical office to get additional expert opinion, and then we'll go from there. But if you see a problem on a submersible, stop, ask for outside opinion because this is a dangerous business. Yeah, you dive under the water, there is extreme external pressure. You should not be taking any risks. Contact ABS immediately, and then we can look into the issue further.
Since you began working with submersibles with ABS, has there been any catastrophic loss of any classed submersible?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Based on your experience. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Sir, just a couple follow-up questions. You mentioned out of roundness was a primary criteria you monitor.
Yes.
Is that to check for metallic deformation primarily?
Yeah, in the fabrication procedures, when you fabricate your heads or your cylinders, have you fabricated it properly, or is it out of spec?
If a carbon fiber hull was designed to be 5 inches and was out of roundness in the beginning by a certain amount, would that be problematic?
It would, if it exceeds the specs or the allowables in the rules, that is a problem, because if you exceed your out of roundness limits, it can cause premature buckling failure of the hull. So they have done a lot of, the Navy did a lot of testing on, hulls. They introduced out of roundness on metallic hulls, and then they tested these hulls to failure. And what they noticed is, as you exceed your out of roundness limits, the pressure at which the hull collapses is much less than the design pressure.
And sir, was that just primarily for metallic hulls?
Metallics, yeah.
Do you think the same principle would apply for a carbon fiber hull?
Absolutely, yes.
Sir, I believe you mentioned that you survey critical systems on submersibles.
So I'm a design review engineer, so I'm at the design office, yeah. So I'm not a surveyor.
Oh, I'm sorry, or ABS
Yes.
checks for that,
Yes.
sir. Did you say that life support systems on submersibles was something that ABS would
Absolutely.
survey?
Yes, it's a critical item because, that provides the breathing gases for breathing. It scrubs the carbon dioxide that's produced by human beings. And so it provides the conditions to sustain human life. And it is absolutely critical on a submersible. So we do the design review. We check the materials very carefully because you don't want to introduce contaminants. Some of the items, you can have oxygen system fires. So we look for the materials in oxygen systems very critically. Okay, what materials are you using? Are they compatible with oxygen? Can they lead to oxygen fires? So life support systems is absolutely critical. And we also have qualification tests for life support systems. Okay, so you'll do, before you even do a test type, when you're on the surface, you will do a manned life support system test. That means people get inside the submersible, you close the hatches, you run your life support system, and then you monitor all the parameters. So we have extensive requirements for life support testing. And then we also have requirements for off-gas testing. That means if
Does anyone want me to jump over to Phil Brooks, or do you want to hear some more of the sort of cross-examination? It's only going on for another couple of minutes, but let's have a democracy here. Who wants to jump over to Phil Brooks? Who wants to hear the last 5 minutes? See what you guys say. Erin says, please. Anyone else?
you put non-metallic materials in the pressure hull, they will off-gas volatile compounds. Some of them can be toxic if they accumulate for long periods of time. So we have off-gas testing requirements for the pressure hull as well.
So for 50-50.
So life support systems is absolutely critical.
Okay. Let's hear the next.
Are there any other critical systems that you check for a submersible?
Yes, so the other critical system is the ballast and emergency surfacing system. So once you go down, you need to come up, yeah? So if there's an emergency, how do you come up? So they had an accident many years back called Pisces 3 submersible accident. So the Pisces 3, the aft compartment had a hatch that was open, okay, while it was on the surface, and water got in the hatch, it got flooded, and the submersible started descending, okay? And then they dropped the drop weights, the emergency, the ballast weights. The submersible still did not surface. It kept going down. So now we have a requirement in the rules. If your largest single floodable volume other than the pressure hull is flooded and you release your drop weights, you should still be able to surface. So ballast systems is another critical item that we look at.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to pass the questioning to the NTSB at this time.
Yes.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Thomas, and thank you for the detailed presentation. It actually answered most of my questions, but I do have a few follow-ups.
Yes.
Does ABS do statutory inspections as an RO on behalf of any flag states on manned submersibles?
Yes, where we are authorized by the flag administration, we do conduct statutory inspections, yes.
Which flag states might that be?
I think we did some for Cayman Islands, if I recall, or Bahamas. I'm not sure, I'll have to check, but
Okay.
I believe we have done some for some of these flag administrations.
Do the class rules discuss requirements for surface tenders of manned submersibles anywhere?
So the underwater rules basically address the submersible aspects. The surface aspects are addressed in the requirements for surface vessels. Yeah, but I'll tell you, like when it comes to integration, for example, if you have a dive system is integrated with the vessel. So you have a launch and recovery system that's on the vessel, surface chambers on the vessel. So we have integration requirements for dive systems that are installed on vessels. But when it comes to submersibles, they are operated independently of the vessels, unless it's a tethered submersible. If it's an untethered submersible, once it's launched it doesn't need anything from the surface support vessel except they will track the submersible, but the submersible operates independently, okay? And in some cases, the submersible need not be recovered on the vessel. It could be towed behind the vessel, okay? So if it is recovered using a launch and recovery system, we have requirements for launch and recovery system, but those requirements are optional. So if the owner or operator wants to certify the handling system, then they can come to us, we can certify it. But for a class submersible, handling system certification is not mandatory. So that is something that the owner or operator, the onus is on them. If you want your handling system to be certified, then you will ask for certification. Other than that, handling systems and other cargo gear, the certification is optional.
Are those requirements in the rules for cargo gear, or are they in the man-submersible rules?
Man-submersible rules has section 20, which addresses handling systems for man-submersibles, diving wells, etc.
I saw in the rules where it talks about communication, navigation, lighting. Is there other operational issues covered, like training, emergency response, safety management? Are there any of those requirements?
So those are covered under jurisdictional authority. Yeah? So training, competence of the crew is not addressed by class requirements. So the onus for that will fall on the flag administration.
And this is where I'm going to jump around a little bit. Your 2-day ABS Academy class, what incidents do you talk about?
So we talked about the Pisces submersible accident, Johnson sealing accident. Then we had a lithium battery fire in a Russian submersible called Losharik. So we addressed that. Then we looked at some of the submarine accidents, the Thresher. Then we looked at the Greyback accident. And there are a lot of other accidents that we look at. Yeah. So we looked at a couple of diving accidents. Then the Sea Lab was undersea habitat. So they had an accident there. We looked at that. So each module covers different accidents, yeah, apart from the rule requirements.
You mentioned experts group on lifting gear and another one on diving systems.
Yes.
What subcommittees do they report to?
MSC.
Directly to MSC, not
Yeah, they report to MSC and
not SSC or SDC or.
I think it may be SSC and then SSC reports to MSC. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know what those acronyms stand for,
But
SSC is ships design or ships equipment, safety equipment.
yeah, I think it's ship structures and equipment, and MSC is Maritime Safety Committee. Yeah?
And SDC is design and construction.
SDC is design construction. Yes.
When you talk about the best shape for would be a sphere, and that's below 1,000 meters. Is that a requirement anywhere, either by class or by PBHO?
It's not a requirement, but it's a concept that is well understood by designers. Yeah? So if you are an experienced designer on submersibles, there's something that you know. So it's discussed in textbooks, but it's not a class requirement.
What would be the best coating to put on the outside of my carbon fiber submersible that would still allow for NDT and visual inspection and protect from UV and erosion and impact loads?
So I won't know the answer for that. So that's still under discussion, because once you put a coating, how do you examine the hull? How do you see what's happening below the coating? Yeah, right. It's challenging. So I don't know the answer. That needs to be examined further by the industry. Yeah?
Do the rules of the guidelines require an FMEA or an FMECA at all?
Yeah, so if you have a novel concept or if you have an alternative requirement for the rules, then our rules require that you conduct a risk assessment, okay? And if it's a novel concept, the risk assessment is done in 2 phases. So during the conceptual design phase, approval in principle phase, we'll use a qualitative risk assessment methodology such as FMEA, HAZOP, HAZARD, etc. And then when it comes to the detailed design review phase, we expect you to use quantitative risk assessment techniques such as quantitative risk assessments, emergency systems, survivability assessments, etc. Because at that point, you have a little more data on the design of the submersible. So it's done in 2 phases, and we do require that. Then for certain technologies, we require risk assessment. For example, lithium batteries. If lithium batteries are installed on submersibles, due to the additional hazards posed by lithium batteries, we require risk assessment. Then for passenger submersibles, we require a dive site hazard assessment to be conducted, because you have to go and assess the site before you put passengers, and then you go and dive on that site. Okay. And then when it comes to the operations manuals for submersibles, we require that you have specific operating procedures for emergency scenarios, including fires, contaminated breathing environments, entanglement, etc. So all of these are requirements in the ABS underwater rules.
that requirement to have an operations manual with all those items, that's in the class rules?
Yes, it's in the class rules under part 1 of the rules.
Can you touch a little bit on exotherming and how you can control for that in thick hulls?
Which one?
Exotherming, it's when, I guess, as you cure the hull, it cures at a different rate from inside to outside.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not familiar with the exact. What happens is when you cure the hull, they will have a curing profile. Okay, so the curing profile needs to be defined, and then you need to follow that curing profile when you actually cure the composite pressure hull. So that will be specified by the designer or the builder. They need to look up a code and see what is the curing profile, and then you have to follow that. So if you don't follow that profile, you can have a product that has mechanical strength well below what you're looking for.
Lastly, I know you said there are no classed carbon fiber submersibles that you're aware of. Have there been any attempts to class a carbon fiber
Good question.
submersible?
So back in the 70s, they had a company called Vickers Oceanographic. Okay, and then they built a couple of carbon fiber, I think it was glass fiber reinforced submersibles back in the 70s. So they included, they had the Perry 15 series of submersibles. They removed, I think, the metallic pressure hull, and then they put a glass fiber reinforced pressure hull. And then they built a couple of other submersibles. It was, I think it was L1, L2, L3, and L5. And then they built the LR5. So LR5 was used by the British Navy for their submarine rescue. It was a British Navy rescue submersible, and it had a glass fiber GRP command compartment in the front. Okay, so that was done back in the 70s, and then recently, back in I think 2008 to 2015, they had the Deep Flight Super Falcon and the other submersibles that were built. I believe they were classed with Lloyd's. Lloyd's rules doesn't have any specific requirements. I don't know what happened there, but I believe those submersibles were classed with Lloyd's. Yeah?
And thank you for your time today, Mr. Thomas.
Absolutely.
Mr. Thomas, I think you mentioned FMEA, the acronym during that. Can you define that, sir?
It's a failure modes and effects analysis.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Council for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Does the board have any questions? Mr. Fawcett.
Good morning, sir.
Right.
For critical components such as ballast systems and life support systems in a class submersible, can off-the-shelf components be purchased without certification and testing under class rules for the ABS?
So we require a survey to be present for the fabrication of critical components. It has to be built under ABS survey. The design has to be reviewed. So typically, if there is a requirement in the rules, then ABS survey will witness the fabrication, and then we will do the design review. Off-the-shelf components typically include lights, cameras, thrusters below 25 kilowatts. Those are some of the typical off-the-shelf components that we accept. They still have to be performance tested during your sea trials. But any critical system that has rule requirements, we require a design review, and we require surveyors to be present for the surveys.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Thomas, I'm curious if you feel comfortable answering questions about the maintenance of a carbon fiber hull.
So I don't have experience with the maintenance, but I can answer any general questions you may have.
We're aware that the Titan was stored outdoors in the elements over the course of a winter cycle of thawing and freezing temperatures. Would that give you any concern, sir?
So if you have a carbon fiber composite pressure hull, part 2 of our rules has requirements for storage, storage of the raw materials as well as storage of the finished product. And what part 2 of our rules says is you have to store it in a controlled environment. It has to be well ventilated, away from the sunlight. The temperature has to be controlled between 60 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity has to be controlled. You should not exceed 80% relative humidity.
So, did you hear that?
The storage of the finished.
Did you hear that between 60 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit, I think the temperature went down to 0 Fahrenheit in that parking lot. 60 degrees below the parameter.
Finished product should be in a controlled environment. You expose it to the elements, it can possibly cause degradation of the material. Okay, which is because this is a composite, it's little different from steels and titanium, which are a little more robust materials, and they can take a little more wear and tear. So from our side, looking at our rule requirements, we recommend that carbon fiber composite hulls be stored under controlled conditions.
Makes sense.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further questions from the board at this time? Mr. Thomas, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable to this investigation?
Well, going forward, what can we do from here? So I would recommend, that at least the IMO SOLAS convention look into whether they want to mandate, compliance with the IMO submersible guidelines. Because what happens in international waters beyond the territorial waters of different countries? Yeah, you take a submersible operated in international waters. What regulations are going to cover it? Okay, so the U.S. regulations only apply in U.S. waters. Yeah, what happens in international waters?
Yep.
What instrument is there that you can apply internationally, and that is the IMO submersible guidelines. So one of my recommendations is they should look at whether you want to mandate the compliance with the IMO submersible guidelines in the SOLAS convention. Then the IMO submersible guidelines are more than 20 years old. So they need to revisit those guidelines and probably update the guidelines. Okay. And then when it comes to NAVIC 593, this was tailored towards the Atlantis submersible. So I would recommend revisiting that NAVIC and probably updating the NAVIC. It currently applies to passenger submersibles. So perhaps you can also look at whether you want to apply this to other submersibles. For example, if you have a research submersible or a recreational submersible, do we need to have requirements for those submersibles? Okay. So those are my brief recommendations.
Sir, one follow-up on that. Do you think the Coast Guard should only update the NAVIC, or should we update subchapter T, the small passenger vessel regulations, to adapt to submersibles?
Yes, absolutely. I think subchapter T should be updated, but that's a long process. Yeah. So it's much quicker to update the NAVIC, and then, but absolutely, I think the long-term goal should be that subchapter T be updated to address passenger submersibles. The other interesting thing is, if you're under 100 gross tons, you are referred to subchapter T. If you're over 100 gross tons, you go to subchapter H. Neither of these subchapters have any requirements for submersibles.
And sir, the reason I ask that is sometimes we rely on the class standards and other standards, incorporate those into the regulations. Would that be the course that you're recommending in this?
Yes, I would absolutely recommend looking at class society rules because they're updated annually. Yeah? So we have industry-based committees, members of the industry. We have Coast Guard representatives from the US Navy, giving us input as we develop these rules. So it's absolutely valuable to refer to class society rules, going forward, because these are the most updated set of requirements you'll find anywhere.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Mr. Thomas, you are now released as a witness at this Marine Board. Thank you for your time and cooperation and expertise on this matter. If I need to reach you for further information, I will contact you through Mr. White.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. And if you have any questions, you can contact our recorder, Lieutenant Steele.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The hearing will now recess and reconvene at 1:35.
Okay, so I just want to bring up 3 points. One is that I think Titanic is in international waters. I don't think it's Canadian waters. I don't think it's US waters. I think Titanic is situated in international waters. Let me just confirm that. It's 370 nautical miles, 690 kilometers southeast of Newfoundland, North Atlantic Ocean. When you fly from Europe to New York, you fly very close to over the Titanic. But yeah, it does lie in international waters. And if you think about that, the fact that the Titanic is in international waters, well, who governs those international waters? Nobody. No one specifically governs those international waters. And I suspect that suited OceanGate very well. If there's no one, it's not under the auspices of anyone, then you don't need anyone to kind of give you permission, right? So it's a very important question that was asked, and it was a question that me, as someone who's kind of interested in the law and how law evolves and legislation, is there going to be legislation as a result of this incident? The answer seems to be almost certainly yes. It does sound, and you've just heard it from him, like it's a little bit difficult to do it in certain areas, not just a quick fix thing. But it does seem like the logical thing to do is, after what happened here, you need some legislation to prevent a similar thing from taking place in the future. So that's really good news. The last thing I want to mention before we go over to Phil Brooks is I read a really interesting comment on one of my videos where someone said, as a mountain biker, he was saying, I don't know whether carbon fiber applies in the same way to submersibles, but he was saying, as a mountain biker, we try and retire our handlebars made out of carbon fiber, before they break, right? So in other words, a mountain biker would use, and by the way, I've got a carbon fiber mountain bike myself. The whole bike is really made out of carbon fiber, actually just not the handlebars. But he's talking about carbon fiber handlebars. And bear in mind, mountain bikes can take a beating. I don't really ride mine to that extent, but some mountain bikes can certainly take a beating. And so what they try and do is retire the handlebars early before they break because of wear and tear. So it's quite interesting that compare the pressure that a mountain bike undergoes in terms of the handlebars. You just got a human rider on it, hitting rough terrain. Compare that to an elephant on a square inch. Think about the compressive pressure difference there. And even mountain bikers know after a certain length of time, it's actually safe to retire these handlebars early before they actually break, right? So I just found that really interesting. As somebody who rides time trial bikes, mountain bikes, carbon fiber is also caught up to cycling. You are very aware that when you ride a bike can actually flex a little bit. And, if you ride over a pothole or something with a mountain bike, I've got carbon fiber wheels. They break and snap like aluminum wheel never would, or stainless steel never ever would. And so that also gives you a sense that they're light, but they're not really very strong. Power to weight, or sort of weight to strength, is pretty impressive. But ultimately, the strength is not really very impressive at all. Anyway, let's go on to Phil Brooks. This is him over here. And I'm going to disappear for a while. So you guys can listen into this.
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon. My name is Harold Malkin, M-A-L-K-I-N,
Okay.
attorney with the law firm of Morgan, Lewis, and Bacchius, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Phil Brooks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brooks, at this time, the recorder will administer the oath.
Good afternoon, sir. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. My name is Jason Neubauer with the Marine Board, and we're going to start off today with Lieutenant Commander Williams, our engineer, with the first line of questioning, sir. If you ever need a break during the proceedings, just let us know and we'll take a recess.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. First, thank you for being here with us today. All of my questions are related to the time frame prior to the loss of the Titan, your background, and the experience you had working for OceanGate. We will explore the broad topic areas of the real-time monitoring system, third-scale model testing, specific dives and output data from those dives, and your reasons for departing OceanGate. To begin, can you describe your educational background?
Sure. So I have 2 degrees. I have a associate's degree from Edmonds College in electronics or electronics engineering. And then I also have a bachelor's degree in computer science from Seattle Pacific University. And my associate's degree was in 1982, and my bachelor's degree was in 1998.
Do you hold any professional licenses?
I do not.
Can you describe your relevant work history prior to working with OceanGate?
Sure. So the first part of my career was as a technician, and primarily in the field of medical equipment. So at the time that I earned my associate's degree, I was a technician for a medical ultrasound company called Advanced Technology Laboratories. They're now in Bothell, Washington. They are now part of Philips Medical Systems. And I was a shop technician and a service technician for about 3.5 years, servicing ultrasound equipment. After that, I became a field service engineer for a company called Marquette Electronics, and I traveled around the state of Washington and the Northwest, servicing mostly cardiac equipment in hospitals and installing equipment. From there, I went to a MRI company called Resonex, and originally I was a field service engineer servicing MRI systems, and then later became a technical support engineer in-house in Sunnyvale, California. And then I transitioned to being a software engineer around 1991 and started in the software group at that time. And that's when I started my bachelor's degree in computer science. So after Resonex went out of business, then I worked for a company that did vision systems, Mitutoyo, that makes vision systems and has to do with image processing. And I did software for them. And then I work for a small company in downtown Seattle called Xides that did display driver technology. And then I worked one of my career accomplishments at Resonex was a patent for MRI kinematics, which is the motion study of MRI images. I did most of the software for that and some of the other techniques for MRI kinematics. So then after Xides, I went to work for a company called Olympic Medical, and for them I developed a EEG-based system, electroencephalograph, and it's called the cerebral function monitor, and it's for monitoring a very specific type of EEG waveforms, mostly related to newborns and that sort of thing. But I did most of the software for them and became a very big product for that company. After that, let's see, I spent about 5 years in digital music, a company called DMX Music and later MusicNet. And I did software related to music systems, music playback, so forth. And then after that, I worked for a company called Clever Devices when we moved to New York, and they were in transportation systems. It was specific to the transit industry, so like transit buses, and it was systems that monitor things like engine parameters and so forth. So after Clever Devices, I worked in the DoD industry for a while doing medical information systems, and these were research-related contracts doing research for medical information. And then I worked at Intel for about 3 years, and at Intel I was a memory systems engineer. After Intel, I went to Microsoft for a few years and did embedded systems for Microsoft. And then that takes me to OceanGate. And I started at OceanGate in 2019 and worked there until 2023. And at OceanGate, I started out as a basically a Linux software engineer. And then in the fall of 2021, then after the engineering director left, then I was promoted to engineering director, and then I did that job. After that, I did primarily electrical systems and software both. So I had the dual role, but really specialized in software and electrical systems at OceanGate. At the time, I was concerned because I did not have a background in mechanical engineering or in materials. And the agreement was that other people at the company, mainly Stockton Rush and Bob Schumann, would handle those tasks, the mechanical engineering tasks and materials. And then at that point, the sub had been designed. So most of the improvements would be software and electrical related to navigation, that sort of thing, life support systems, life support monitoring. So primarily I focused on those tasks and not so much mechanical. A little bit of involvement with mechanical, but mostly software and electrical. So that's kind of a summary of my career.
The next set of questions will be related to the real-time monitoring system or the acoustic emission system.
Okay.
I'm going to use those terms probably interchangeably.
Okay.
Can you describe your involvement with the real-time monitoring system? What were your specific responsibilities?
So originally, when I started at OceanGate, they had the real-time monitoring system in place and they had the hardware done. And for the most part, the hardware didn't change that much. The hardware had been designed by a board member whose name is Mike Ferlotti, and he was also a PhD in electrical engineering. So he designed the data acquisition hardware for both the acoustic monitoring and the strain. And so they had the system and they were acquiring data. This was when the time that they were in the Bahamas doing the Bahamas dives. And I was asked to try and interpret the data from the Bahamas. And we could not really make sense of it. It just was not working. And so I realized the problem was that they were acquiring only the peaks of the data and not all of the data, so that only when data would go over a certain threshold would it be acquired into the system. And the problem is that you may get a peak of data at one time and then another peak an hour later, but in the stream of data in the file, those were right together. And then you may get a series of peaks very close together, like milliseconds, and then maybe another one an hour later, but those were all sequential in the file. So they had no time tracking data or no depth data to correlate any of this to. So it was impossible to really analyze the data or really make any sense out of it, like what was happening at this time or at this depth. So basically redid all of the software. This would be probably, around fall of 2019 when I first started on this. And I redid the software to essentially acquire a full stream of data. And then from that, then plot it peaks and, just everything. I also developed another technique. One of the problems is that the acquisition rate of the data is very high. At that time, it was 500 kilohertz. So for an hour's worth of data, that's several gigabytes of data. And to try and plot it on like a piece of paper, just due to the averaging of printing, that you might lose a lot of peaks. So what I did was I developed a technique, I call it sample and hold, where I divided all the data into 100 millisecond intervals and then plot the maximum value from each 100 millisecond interval. And that became kind of the plotting form of data. So I had the original raw data and then the plot data. And then I could go back to the raw data and rescan that for different time interval or for hit counts and that sort of thing. Let me explain a little bit about hit counts in the AE science. That term is used quite a bit, and it's a threshold for what constitutes a amplitude rate that is significant. And it's done just by experimentation and determining what would be a low-level data or what actually constitutes maybe a fiber snapping. And so in our system, we were using A to D units, 0 to 32,000. So a hit was defined as 5,000. And on some studies, it was lower, it was 2,500. So that's very significant, is the hit counts. And I don't know if you've seen some of my plots, but there's amplitude plots, and then there's hit count plots, and then there's accumulation or cumulative hit count plots, which is where you see the plot rising and then it goes up higher, and it's always ascending, because maybe at the end of a study or end of a test that you may get thousands of hit counts. So that's another very standard thing. So by reorganizing the data and using this other technique, I was able to kind of make sense of the plots, and then we could then see there's two common techniques in AE, or acoustic emission monitoring, and that's the Kaiser effect and the Felicity ratio. And the Kaiser effect, and they're really the kind of the same thing. The Kaiser effect's a little simpler. It really says that if you see a burst of AE activity at a certain stress level, and then you go down or down to 0, then when you come back to that level, that you'll see very little. And it all gets into the idea that there's a seasoning of the carbon fiber, so that as you stress it, some fibers will break. And then once those fibers have broken, when you go back to that stress level, you don't want to see fibers breaking again. You want to see really no data until you go to the next higher level. And then you'll see a burst of activity. And then when you go down, and then you come back up, you'll see then low activity until you go to that next highest stress level. So after the changes to the software, we were really able to see the Kaiser effect and the Felicity ratio. The Felicity ratio it's really the same thing, but it has to do with a ratio of the higher stress level to the lower stress level. And so you want to see the number of fibers breaking to be under 90% from that next highest level. And does that make sense? Yeah. And I can get into this a little deeper if you want. I do have some graphs that I brought with me, and we can look at those if you want. But like I said, after making those changes, then we were really clearly able to see this phenomena taking place, and really see what we were getting on some of the pressure chamber tests and the dives.
Taking a step back, can you just talk me through some of the main components for a real-time monitoring system?
Sure. So there's really, I guess, 3 main systems. There's the data acquisition component, and these are sensors, and the company that makes them is a company called Mistras. It's a Greek company, and they make a whole variety of sensors, and they're basically microphones. And the sensors that we used was the R6S, I believe, sensors. They're a little bit lower frequency sensor, and these sensors are glued to the carbon fiber itself using typically RTV or silicone type glue. And then from there, it goes to a data acquisition hardware system. And really, for all practical purposes, you could think of this as being like an audio amplifier. It takes the data or the signal from these sensors, it amplifies it, and then it digitizes it. And then we get a stream of digitized data, digitized AE data that goes into a host computer. And then the host computer does the signal processing, and then the storage, and then later the display of the plots. Now there is another component to the real-time monitoring, and we had a real-time monitoring program that the pilot could watch. And what it is a series of bar graphs for each sensor, and then a total to the right of that was all sensors combined. And there was the instantaneous hit count or instantaneous amplitude, instantaneous hit count, and cumulative hit count for each sensor. And so they could see this kind of triplet of bar graphs that would be green, yellow, or red, depending on the parameters that we assigned. So that was the real-time monitoring software. And in addition, the total hit count was fed back to the control computer. And so on the main control computer, when they were driving the sub and looking at the compass and other navigation, there was another bar graph that showed the total cumulative hit count and also a green, yellow, or red indication if it had gone past our assigned threshold values. So those are kind of the components. And then the last part of that is the plotting software, that we would take the 100 millisecond data and the raw data and plot those on plots like you've probably seen. Let's see here, I've got, these are all strain plots, excuse me. Here's one here from DOTF. There's not much on it. And those were really the plots. Here's another one. This is from DOTF, and you can see low data here. And then as we go to this higher stress level, you see some bursts of AE activity. So these amplitude plots were a main component of how we assessed the hull after a dive or after a pressure test.
Mr. Brooks, for the record, I noticed that you were speaking from forms that you brought. Is it possible at the end of this that we could get copies of those forms?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have any prior experience working with acoustic emission systems prior to working for OceanGate?
Not acoustic emission relating to materials testing. I had plenty of experience with data acquisition and music processing, as well as ultrasound and MRI, but not specific to materials testing. The signals are very similar, but I had not worked in materials testing before.
Can you describe the purpose of a real-time monitoring system?
So the purpose of the real-time monitoring system was that the pilot could assess the health of the hull as they descended. And if they saw a lot of AE activity, then they would drop the drop weights and surface. That was the designed intent of the real-time monitoring system. In addition to the AE data, there was also a strain data, and we had a real-time strain monitoring program as well, where the pilot could watch the levels of the strain gauges to see if there was movement in the strain gauges. And so that was part of the real-time monitoring as well, and a similar intent, that they could abort the dive if things were not looking good.
Was this system the primary method for determining the health of the hull?
During a dive, yeah, the real-time monitoring system was the primary system. The plots were looked at after, in addition, to see if there was something that the real-time monitoring did not pick up. Obviously, we had the warning lights and the alarms, but they were running the sub and they were driving it, so they didn't have the ability to watch all three screens all the time. So that was the idea behind plotting and later analysis after the dive.
Those alarms, were they just visual or was there audible as well?
There were no audio alarms. We wanted to do that, and Stockton was totally against audio alarms. He didn't want them, but we wanted to do them, but we didn't. So.
And these screens, were they just visible by the pilot, or could the other crew members and mission specialists see them as well?
Everybody could see them. since I wasn't really on very many of the dives, I don't know how much viewing was done. I think some, but they were really primarily for the pilot, but everybody could see them, if they wanted to,
You spoke earlier about acoustic hits and that being 5,000.
Yeah.
How was that level determined?
So we kind of came about these threshold levels through a whole bunch of tests. Initially, we took the Titan 1 hull to DOTF and we tested that. And then we did third scale hulls of the Titan 2 hull. And we just looked at the plots at first. We didn't really have the concept of a hit counter. I think we set it very low. We set it at maybe 1,000 or 2,500. And then we kind of came to the conclusion after looking at the data and looking at what constituted a clean hull, something like this is a clean test where, and I know it's hard to see, but the amp 5,000 is right about where my finger is. So there's a few coming up over that, but not very many. So it was empirical, just based on our gathering of data and looking at the data.
As you previously stated, we understand that you could see colors on board. Can you describe how that worked?
So we had assigned levels, and I may not remember all of the threshold levels for what was obviously below the warning. So there was a warning level and then an alarm level. And so the warning level would cause the bar to go yellow, and then the alarm level would cause it to go red. And so I believe that it was in the order of 30 to 40 was the warning level, and then over 50 was the red level. But I would have to go back and check the software to get those levels. So that would be cumulative hits.
And for those cumulative hits, was that all dives combined or just the current dive?
Just the current dive, yeah.
And for the yellow and red, so was there procedures for the sub to resurface at yellow, or was it just only if it hit a red color?
I believe if it hit red, if it hit the alarm level, then they would surface.
Are you aware of any time that the real-time monitoring system showed a color other than green?
There were a few times when I believe it went to either yellow or red. However, those were at the very end of a dive, and we did have an issue. I don't know if I have the plots with me, but at the end of the dive, they had to bring the sub up the ramp. And sometimes they would leave the acoustic monitoring left on. They would be busy with other things and leave it on. And so as it came up the ramp, it was a bumpy ride. And that caused a lot of acoustic activity just from the mechanical, shaking of the sub. And I believe on some of those, it did go red, but they were not in the water, and they were on the surface. So those were reset. Those are the only ones that I know of. I don't know of any like on the way down or at depth where it went to the alarm level.
And who determined the red, yellow, and green settings?
So primarily Stockton was the final say on that with our recommendations. I think we discussed this at several meetings and came up with these levels. By the way, in addition to the plots, there is the control log file, which logs all of the data from the control program. And in that file, there is the AE hits level. So those can be reviewed, and this question can be answered very accurately by reviewing the log files, in case I was wrong about this situation.
Was the real-time monitoring system only on or operational during dives?
Yes, yeah, that it was left off. Yeah, it was turned off when we were working on it, unless we were testing it, but they usually turned it on once they got underwater and started the dive. Yes.
Was there an operational requirement for the number of acoustic sensors or strain gauges that needed to be working prior to each dive?
So there were some that I don't know if any of the acoustic sensors failed during the mission, but there were some that had electrical noise on them. And so I don't know of any that failed outright. All 8 of them were working, but some of them had some low levels of acoustic or of electrical noise. And so we tried to fix that, and sometimes it would come and go. It's possible it could have been a cell phone or some other noisy piece of electronics. That was my only recollection of acoustic sensors not working. For the strain, there were I believe three strain sensors that failed, that we could not get to, that they were under the insert. And so we had to dive with the remaining, let's see, 16. So I guess that would be 13 working strain sensors.
Was there a dive, no dive requirement for the number of acoustic emission sensors that were working?
Not to my knowledge. So in other words, you're asking if, say, 3 sensors failed, then would the dive be canceled? I was not aware of that, but like I said, I believe that they all were working. The ones that had electrical noise would still read acoustic data. They just had some low levels of noise in those lower amplitude levels.
Were the sensors regularly replaced?
No, once we glued them in and installed the insert, then we did not replace them. They were there for the life of Titan. So yeah.
What tests were performed on the real-time monitoring system prior to each dive?
So the main test that we did an impact test, and what that is it's, if you think of it's like a spring-loaded hole punch that as you press it against the titanium ring, it would pop. And we expected to see a certain level of acoustic activity on the sensors. Before we put the insert in, when we were at DOTF, there's the standard pencil lead test. And you take I don't have one with me, but a mechanical pencil, and you actually snap the lead right next to the sensor. And then apparently this is used industry-wide. It gives off a very similar signal to carbon fiber snapping. And so we used the pencil lead test originally, but once we put the insert in, it covered up the sensors. So then we had to use this more, a much higher amount of mechanical activity, this pinger, to test to make sure that all the sensors were working. So that's how we tested it.
So prior to each dive, you would do this test?
Correct. Yeah.
And who specifically programmed the set points for that yellow, green, red, or green, yellow, red system?
So those were done by the software team, which was myself and another person, Jerome Santos, and that there was a configuration file for the control program, and the configuration file had numerous parameters in it, and it had the threshold levels for the AE system in there.
And were these thresholds ever changed over time?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think we ever changed them. That they were the same through the duration of the Titanic expedition. They were tweaked a little bit early on, but once we got into doing the expedition and doing actual dives, manned dives, they didn't change. They were the same.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 058, the Titan AE and strain sensor layout, page 1? Mr. Brooks, have you seen this before?
Yes, I have seen this.
I hope so.
Yes.
So there's one in the exhibit binder, and also we printed out an extra one for you right there. So the first page is what it's displayed. That one, yes.
Yeah.
And Lieutenant Commander Williams, what's the number of the tab, the exhibit?
It's
So can I ask you guys, Timmy, come on. Can I ask you guys, do you think Ocean Gate is in a little bit of trouble here? Like, do you think they sort of overlooked something here or there? Or do you think Ocean Gate are in a fair amount of trouble? You know, maybe they shouldn't have used carbon fiber. Maybe they should have classed a sub. Maybe they should have, done things a little bit differently. Or do you think Ocean Gate are actually in a lot of trouble and that there was just like systemic failures, like from top to bottom? Which one do you think it is? Do you think it's like there's just a few little things that they just kind of got slightly wrong, and if they just made a few little adjustments, they could have pulled this off? Or do you think what we're dealing with is a wholesale, massive, colossal, systemic failures, like from top to bottom, that's actually staggering in its extent? Which one do you think we're dealing with?
058.
Thank you.
Yes, I have seen this before, and I was comparing this to my notes. And I believe that there's a correction that needs to be made because
I agree.
probably what happened was from the time that this document was done, and then when we went to DOTF, which was fairly shortly thereafter, or possibly this was an error.
Mr. Brooks, could you, just because the board can't see what you're referring to, when you say this is an error, can you be clear?
This document, I believe, is in error because the document that I have and the sensor placement that I remember is a little bit different. It's similar, but it's a little bit different.
And just for the record, he's referring to Exhibit 58, which he thinks may be inaccurate.
Thank you. So that document that you have in front of you was for the deep ocean testing facility, or the DOTF testing with the strain gauge and the acoustic emission sensor locations. If you have other documentation that shows something different, we would welcome that because we were hoping to correlate the strain gauge data and the acoustic emissions data to the actual locations on the hull.
Yes, and I will absolutely supply you guys with this document and other documents that I have, which show some differences in. I believe the placement is similar, but the numbering is different. So, and that's important because everything has to correlate. So,
would a 10-minute recess to kind of go through some of that be helpful?
Sure.
Okay, let's jump across.
Okay, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 2:20.
And we are
Had interpreted the layout the same as you did. We just wanted to confirm the correlations. So what you provided confirmed how we were interpreting it. So thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. I understand how this came about without getting into too much detail, and so I did want to make the clarification. So I think we're all on the right page now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you. Going to switch topics just slightly, still talking about the real-time monitoring system, but can you describe the procedures for downloading the
So do you remember the previous witness was saying that when you're dealing with carbon fiber, well, real-time monitoring is actually useless. It basically is just, I don't want to say irrelevant, it just makes no sense, because if you're going to have something that's going to just suddenly disintegrate, there's not going to be any warning. It's just going to be fatigue, gone. So an early warning system just doesn't make sense when you're dealing with carbon fiber.
real-time monitoring data upon resurfacing?
So when the sub would resurface, that there were two sets of files so there were really, I guess, three sets. There was the strain data, which was just one file, and then there was the AE, I call plot data, which is the 100 millisecond sample data, and then the AE raw data. And so for presenting the plots, I would download the strain data and the AE 100 millisecond data, the plot data, and then go and produce all the plots. And it may have even been that the plots may have been done automatically. And I would typically redo them. And then usually every 3 or 4 dives, and this procedure to download the data was pretty simple. It was taking a portable drive, a portable USB drive, and we plugged it into we called it the data acquisition computer. It was separate from the control computer, and just downloaded the data, just dragged and dropped it over to the travel drive or to the portable USB drive, and then took that back to our computer room on the ship and loaded that onto that computer, and then did all the plots, and then emailed those to everybody. And that was the typical procedure after each dive. And then usually after every 3 or 4 dives, I would take another portable drive and then upload all the raw data. And those files were very large. They were several tens, I can't remember the exact size, but tens or possibly even hundreds of gigabytes. So it took quite a bit longer to upload those. And we had to do this to prevent the drive from filling up on the sub. So we would upload the raw data, make sure that it was correct, and then delete it off the sub, and then eventually upload that data to a server back at the Everett facility. In addition, the plot data, the strain and AE plot data, was loaded into our source code control cloud server. It's Bitbucket, and I believe that's still working today, so that these can all be accessed and downloaded from our Bitbucket server as well. In addition to the AE data and the strain data, I also did the same thing with the control log file. So those files are all on the Bitbucket site, and I reviewed the control or the log files as well.
What was the name of the Bitbinder server?
Oh, the Bitbucket server, I think it's Bitbucket by Atlassian. It's similar to GitHub. If you've heard of GitHub, it's like a source code control cloud site. And so Bitbucket is like a analogy. It's kind of a competitor to GitHub. And that's what we use for all of our computer source code control and for these log files. And so there's an account. And to get to the account, you should have credentials. I know that my credentials still work, that I can still download data from it. So they never took my account off of there. But if you haven't been able to access that, I can absolutely help you do that. And then you can get all the data that I put on there. So.
Thank you. And just to confirm, someone on a vessel during a dive would not be able to see that real-time monitoring data. It would only be available after the dive was completed.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Well, that is quite an important point. That, like, if you think about it, think about it from the perspective of Stockton is telling a prospective customer, don't worry, we've got this real-time monitoring equipment, and that's our fail-safe. Like, if anything goes wrong, we've got this real-time monitoring equipment. Well, there's a little asterisk there, which is you can't see it during your dive on board the dive. Okay, well, that's helpful.
Who was responsible for analyzing the data after each dive?
So I was the first person to look at it, and I immediately emailed it to Stockton, to Bob, and I believe I also emailed it to Mike Ferlotti, who was the board member who designed the hardware. And several other people, operations people, Jerome, the person that worked with me. I can't remember everybody who was on that list, but it was possibly 8 to 10 people that I emailed all this data to, the strain and AE data.
And who was the final authority for whether or not the hull was fit to dive again after analyzing that data?
That would be Stockton Rush. Yes.
This next set of questions will be related to the third scale model testing prior to the second hull of the Titan and the testing that occurred on that Titan hull. When I say Titan hull for these questions, I am specifically talking about the second Titan hull.
Okay.
And the third scale models that supported that.
Okay.
Can you describe the testing that occurred on the second hull of the Titan submersible?
And so I assume that you're talking about the pressure test at DOTF or Deep Ocean Test Facility, and the strain and AE tests, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So there was a series, we went to the DOTF and we did 4 days of testing. And the first 2 days were specific to the felicity ratio testing. So we had a test profile that mimicked felicity ratio parameters. And then after those 2 days, then the third and fourth day, we went to the Titanic depth. So we went straight up to the Titanic depth, or straight down, I guess, and then held that for about 6-7 hours, and then back down to surface depth. And we did that for 2 days. And so that was the basic testing, pressure testing that we did for the full size Titanic hull.
And were you there in person? Did you?
I was, yes.
Can you describe the third scale model testing?
Sure. So we did similar pressure testing for the third scale models. We built 2 of them. And I believe that the first date was July 26th in 2020. Yes, July 26th, 2020. And the first scale model we tested to, I think it only made it to about 2,800 meters. We had a similar profile. I don't have those tests in front of me. I didn't get them, but I know that it failed, that we were, I think it was we would normally do an AM session and a PM session. So we would do a 4-hour test profile in the morning, and then after lunch, we would do another 4-hour test. And I believe it was in the PM session that we got to, and I can't remember the exact depth, but it was probably around 2,800 meters. And all of a sudden we could see the strain start to move, and we could see the AE just go nuts, and then followed by an ear-splitting bang that was, ringing in the ears, and pretty catastrophic failure. When we brought the third scale model out of the test chamber, we had it enclosed in a Teflon bag to keep the shards of carbon fiber from damaging their test facility. And what had happened was that it had imploded inwards, and it had pulled that bag inside the third scale model. It was kind of interesting. Also interesting was that it did not break into shards, that there was just one tear that started out in the axial direction. It went about 10 inches and then went in the radial direction. So it was almost a right angle tear that ripped into this third scale hull. So that was the first test. The second, so we built a second third scale model, and we ran 2 tests on that. The first test did not work because we had a leak in the sealing of the end caps, and it kept leaking pressure. So we had to take it out and fix the leak. And that was done by a person named Kenny Haig, operations person. He fixed the the leak on the second, third scale hull. And then we went back, I believe, on August 20th of 2020, and we tested the second third scale model, and it actually did not make it to the rated depth that we wanted to. It made it to about the same depth, but it did not implode. Stockton, we would broadcast the computer screens via Zoom or Teams to Stockton's office. And so we were all watching in real time, and he had us bring down the pressure once it was very clear that it was starting to fail. So it didn't fail, but it didn't make it to the depth that we wanted it to. So, you know, we knew that, you know, we had to do something different because it wasn't working. The issue on those two, they were not multi-cure, they were just single cure. And we did not do the same technique that we did with the full size hull, which was, like I said, the multi-cure and the after every cure, smoothing out any bubbles or imperfections in each layer. So that's basically kind of the synopsis of the third scale testing. And there should be reports on that that are on the servers somewhere. I don't have them. I unfortunately didn't get those. I didn't get all of them, but there should be reports on those. So that's basically kind of the summary of the third scale testing. Yeah.
Do you know who built those third scale models?
So those were built by EI and wound at EI, and then they wound the cylinder, and then the end caps were glued on at the Everett shop. And that was operations. I think that was Kenny Haig and Ryan Stockfleet and maybe Travis Pickett that performed that. I didn't do it myself. I just installed the sensors, or myself and my team installed the sensors and installed the electronics and so forth. So.
And when you said EI, are you talking about electro impact?
Correct, electro impact. Yeah, apologies. Yeah.
Where were these third scale tests conducted?
The third scale tests were done at the UW Oceanography Lab in Seattle.
And you already mentioned that these third scale models were not multi-cured. So was a third scale model ever constructed that was in the same layup or same type of manufacturing process as that of the full scale model?
No, we didn't do. We ended up not doing a multi-layer third scale hull. We went straight to the full size hull and then did multi-cure on that. So yeah.
So to confirm, there was no successful third scale model test to Titanic depth prior to going to this full scale.
That's
hull.
correct. That's correct.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 66, acoustic emissions data for dive 77 through 83? Mr. Brooks, it might be easier for you to view them in the exhibit binder.
Okay.
So that's Exhibit 66.
So to go this way.
Commander Williams, can you clarify who did this report?
This report was it takes the acoustic emissions data from dive 77 and 83, and we just put them all together in one exhibit. So it was put together by us, the Coast Guard, but it was pulling data from all of the RTM data that we had.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you familiar with these types of drawings? Or-
Yes, I was the person that produced these plots, correct.
And Lieutenant Steele, you can just go through each one just slowly, so.
So let's see, this is dive 77. So
Can you just describe what you see in front of you?
Yeah, that dive 77.
I'd love to actually hear the sounds and the distortions that are going on. I wish they could actually play us. I wonder if recordings actually exist. I'm sure they do. I'd love to hear it.
Looks there's some problem here because let's see here. I don't see. So the depth is very shallow on the right side there. This may have been, dive 77 may have been,
If I may, Mr. Nibar, would
Sure.
it be helpful to Mr. Brooks to see the dive log and to kind of like place the date or something for the dive?
I think
instead
that's a good idea.
yeah, it may have been like a dock dive or a, okay.
So we also have that dive log in the binder. So
Okay.
if you'd like to take that hard copy out and compare.
Okay.
Exhibit 82.
Sorry, 52. I apologize.
Oh, 52.
For the record, exhibit 52.
Okay. And
And I'm sorry, take me,
excuse me.
take me back to the other exhibit we were looking at.
66.
66.
Okay, yes, I see, it's Witless Bay, yeah. So that was a shallow dive, yeah. And that would explain why these look different than like a Titanic depth. Is that clear to you, to everyone, that it's a shallow dive as opposed to a full depth dive? Yeah.
Yes, Lieutenant, so could you zoom out just so we see all of can you just explain to us like what those purple lines are?
Yeah, the like the bursts look like bursts of AE activity that
We could go to dive 79, which is the
Acoustic
first one to
emission activity.
Titanic
Full
on
depth.
this.
Yeah, these were, I think what the end result is that the scaling, if you looked at the left-hand side.
Mr. Brooks, excuse me, we're looking at 79.
Okay,
not
okay.
77.
Okay, 79, yep, okay. So, yeah, this is a much more representative, like a Titanic depth dive. And so here we see all of the channels, and in the blue is the depth profile, and then the purple is the AE activity. And as we can see that, so along the x-axis along the bottom is time, and then the intensity, and these plots have a dual y-axis scaling because
It's also
on
a
the right
vague
side is
green
depth,
line. You can barely
and
see
on the
there's
left
like a green
side
line as well.
is AE intensity. So I wanted to make that clarification that that the depth, the blue line is representative in scale by the right side numbers, and then the purple is representative by the scaling on the left side, which is AE intensity or AE amplitude. And so here we see, and on some of these, I know that they appear to be that scaling on mine is cut off, so we can't see it. But
Excuse me, does it make sense to pick a particular graph for dive 79, so we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
And Mr. Brooks knows what he's
All
describing.
on the
and you
same
all
page is a good
follow.
idea.
So we can move from one to the next, but I think it makes sense for everybody to be on the same page.
Yes, could you, Lieutenant, so
Sure.
could you zoom into the one on the upper left-hand side of the screen?
Yeah. Not that one.
Channel 4 specifically, so if you could. Go up just a little bit.
That one.
Goes to the next page.
Hmm,
No, that one up there. No,
That one,
That
yes,
one
so,
there?
yes.
Okay.
that one, okay.
Yep, and this is a pretty typical profile for the Titanic depth dives. And so on the left side, you can see in a little bit, it has been cut off, but they're descending in depth. So when they reach that flat part of the depth profile, they're at Titanic depth. And then they surface and they come up to surface level. So you can see that the purple peaks are all at the surface. The big purple peaks are all at the surface. And that's when it's going down up the ramp after they bring it back up on the ship. And that's what creates that AE activity is the towing the submersible up the.
I remember Stockton saying, and there's some common sense to it. It's not like completely commonsensical, but I remember him saying the most, the craft is safe underwater. It's the most vulnerable at the surface. And I think that's true to an extent. I would also say it's, I don't know, it's not safe at depth and also not safe cyclical, but he was right about that. A submersible is kind of vulnerable on the sea surface. Yeah, that is true. And this is evidence of it, right?
The ramp, which was quite a bumpy ride. Yeah.
And you did explain that earlier. Was this data ever taken into consideration or because it had already surfaced?
I think because it had already surfaced, that it was known to be caused by mechanical jostling of the sub and not from the stress of the water pressure. So that was the.
So would it be fair to say that on the right side of that graph that those data points were typically ignored with the analysis due to the mechanical
Correct.
or the location of the.
What I think is a little misleading with this is you end up focusing on what's going on here. Shall I make it a bit bigger? You end up focusing on what's going on here, but you don't notice there's a spike over there. That's quite a big spike. There's a spike over there and there and there, and then this should all be silent. This is under the water. What is going on with these spikes? And even there, it's not exactly silent, is it? There's a bit of noise going on over there, probably crackling taking place. And so in a way, this graph is misleading because that is drawing your attention. And I mean, that is really irrelevant. What you want to do is take all of that away and focus on these spikes, right? But I mean, in a real sense, the whole acoustic emission thing is like a wild goose chase anyway.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
It might be easier for you just to look through each page, but I'm going to draw your attention to the acoustic emission sensors 1, 3, and 5. We noted that all three of these sensors for dive 77 through 83 exhibit the same characteristics of little to no activity compared to the other sensors that showed acoustic activity. I'm going to give you some time just to look at all three of those for all of the dives.
Let's see.
Which were the numbers again?
1, 3, and 5.
And 5.
Okay, so
And for your information, if it's hard to see, it goes in order. So the top would be 1, 2, the next line would be 3, 4, 5, and the,
Oh.
yes.
Oh, okay. So 1, 3, 5, yep. That, yes, I do see that those had lower AE activity. But they did have some, and is the thinking that maybe they were not working. That I do remember doing my ping test and seeing amplitudes on all the channels. So that kind of confirmed for me that they were working. That some are definitely more sensitive than others based on their location. So
We noted that even after the dive surfaced, there was no large acoustic emissions data for those 1, 3, and 5 sensors. Do you think that this little to no activity in AE sensors 1, 3, and 5 may indicate that they were not working properly?
it's possible. It's certainly within the realm of possibility that they were not working. I remember at the time that we did tests and confirmed that they were all working. So I don't remember any not being working, but it certainly is possible that could have happened.
And how would you know if the sensors were not working properly?
So the only way we really had to test them was the ping test, was using the pinger on the ring and to go at different positions and verify that we got a signal. So that was the test that we used. Yeah.
Was there a certain level that you looked for in each sensor when you did that ping test?
I remember determining sort of empirically what that level should be for each ping, and I can't remember what those levels were at the time, but I do remember that some sensors did not respond as much as others, so that some were quite low if they were quite a ways away from where I was pinging. So yeah, that some were lower than others.
And during a dive, if a sensor was not working, would there be an error displayed for the pilot to see?
Probably not. You probably just would get no data on that sensor.
Were you aware of any acoustic anomalies that occurred either during any dive or upon surfacing?
So when you say acoustic anomalies,
Anything out of what was normal or for your average dive? Was there anything that just seemed out of place or abnormal?
And excuse me, when you say any dive, you mean starting when and ending when?
Any dive that Mr. Brooks was part of from the seasons of 2021 and 2022?
Thank you.
The only thing that I remember as being an issue was when we had the loud bang, and that we were pretty concerned about that, and that did produce AE activity. It was at the end of the dive after it had been on the surface for quite a while. It seemed like maybe 10 minutes or so, and that did produce quite a bit of AE activity. So there's that. And then I did have some concern in 2022. Let's see, if we go to 83, let's see, 1, 2, 3, dive 80. So if we look at sensor 4, that sensor 4 did have a characteristic of the kind of thing that we wanted to be concerned about, but it was never really that high. So if we look at sensor 4 for 83, 82, 81. You'll notice as it's going up to depth or going down to depth, that we see some AE activity. And the issue is that it did not seem to be of the, crossing that 5,000 threshold that we had determined. It was just, I don't believe we saw that in 2021. And that's the reason I was concerned about that. But because it never got worse, and like I said, it never went beyond the threshold, then I don't think it was a concern. I know I did talk to Stockton about it. And so, yeah.
So speaking specifically about dive 80 and that loud bang, what type of investigation was conducted after the dive to try to determine the cause of the loud bang?
So, of course, we did an inspection of the hull as best we could, but it's hard because there's the insert on the inside, and then of course it's covered on the outside. Really, the main thing that we did was look at the AE and strain data, but the strain data was kind of the main thing that we focused on for dive 80.
Well, what is this? What is this? I did have some concerns in 2022. Stockton Rush, life is about taking risks. Interesting. Water is half air anyway. Interesting.
And the strain data does show a shift in the level, and that's something that for me, and I will.
So while they're talking, I just want to address this question. There were almost 43,000 total motor vehicle fatalities in America in 2022. Almost 43,000. 5 people died in Titan. Why go to all this bother? I kind of get that comparison made quite often when you're dealing with a missing person case or any high profile case. People say, why are we covering this? There are missing people that go missing all the time. So what should we do? Should we cover the other missing cases? So do you want to try and cover whatever it is, 100,000 cases? Like, how much time are you going to allocate to each one? Part of why you cover high-profile cases is, in a way, an experiment. You say, if we can solve this issue, then we can solve it kind of in a intertextual way, in a sense where if you can figure out what's happening here, you can figure out what's happening there, in a sense. Now, I get what you're saying. There are not a lot of submersibles. Why do anything about this? I think the answer is, first of all, any death that's preventable is a tragedy. Every death that's preventable is a tragedy. These 5 deaths were preventable. 5 deaths, 5 people dying. And it didn't need to happen. In true crime cases, we seldom deal with a body count of 5 people. This is just true crime. The Chris Watts case was 4 people. Rex Schuerman, it looks like there might be 6 victims, maybe a little bit more, and that's a serial killer, right? What I'm trying to say is this is quite a substantial number of people dying in a single incident. You might compare it to car accidents, but I doubt whether cars ever implode on their owners. And if a car did implode on an owner, probably everyone would stop and say, okay, what is going on here? What kind of vehicle is this? We need a recall. We need to address all the elements of this. What materials is this vehicle made of? What were the conditions and all that kind of thing? And I think that's true in any incident. It doesn't really matter what is going on if people die in a catastrophic manner like this, you want to investigate and find out what happened. I don't think you can compare submersibles to car accidents. And also, let's face it, whenever there is a car accident, there tends to be, well, there is often an investigation, certainly from the insurer's perspective, right? So basically, I think you need to look at this in terms of the future, which is something happened here that the law doesn't cover. And so we now need to investigate it and find out why it happened, what happened, and then also have laws created, expanded, updated to deal with the future of submersibles in order to protect, to some extent, the industry, to prevent the public from the same thing happening again. And I think there's another side to it as well. It's also holding a company that was possibly opportunistic, possibly mischievous, possibly a little sneaky, holding them accountable. Or if somebody dies, if 5 people die, should we just shrug your shoulders and say, well, there are worse things happening in the world? It's the purview of the Coast Guard to pay attention to things like this. And I personally, as a South African, I've got tremendous respect for the level of care and focus and dedication that this has been taken so seriously. I'm really sick and tired of crimes being committed that people just forget about. And so this is a high-profile case, but I'm glad to see that it's given its due diligence. This isn't a one-day hearing. It's not like glossing over it. And I think this is the kind of thing that the Rust incident really deserved, something like this as well. I think those health and safety hearings should have been conducted in the open in the same way, to be honest. That's my thinking. The flip side, and where is that comment? The flip side is 43,000 people dying in car accidents. That is also something to take notice of. That's also something to care about. There are also other things. People who take their own lives. More people take their own lives than people who are murdered. The other things you can also look at, gun control. And then you can say, why do we not care about that? Oh, this, that, or the next thing. If you look at that number, 43,000 people dying of car accidents, every time you get into your vehicle, it's a risk. So should you not get into a vehicle? And I think the answer is it's a risk you're prepared to take, but there's a certain amount of safety in a car. Seat belts, people that you expect follow the rules, motor manufacturers that follow the rules, airbags, all that kind of thing. And the problem here is that you've got a submersible that didn't have any guidelines, apparently. In the international waters of the Titanic, there weren't any guidelines. There wasn't any authority that was in charge. That needs to change. Does that make sense? Anyway, worthwhile point. Thanks for bringing it up, Paul. Thank you.
Thursday that you could see curves in the strain channels where the depth was constant, so the hull was moving, or a shift. It would go along and then all of a sudden shift to a much different level, so that possibly could have been a delamination, but something was clearly wrong, and it was a problem.
Was there any discussions about doing either non or unmanned test dives after that?
No, there wasn't. Yeah.
Was there any discussion of doing other sorts of non-destructive testing, like taking the sub back to the deep ocean testing facility to retest it?
I just want to touch on this whole thing from the perspective of, I come from South Africa. I traveled to America about 3 times in the last 2 years. I hired vehicles all over the place. I drove I was in Florida earlier this year, drove around there. I've driven throughout California, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado. And I have to say, when I first drove in America, especially when I was in California, I was quite nervous for a couple of reasons. You guys drive on the other side of the road, and your trucks you've got like trucks that move pretty quickly. But I must say, when I actually drove, I felt much safer in America than I felt in South Africa. In South Africa, people habitually break the speed limit by a huge margin. You don't have anything close to the amount of policing you have in the States. Everyone drives kind of a different speed. It's kind of like the Wild West. The condition of the roads is worse. So I must say, when I went from here to America, I found driving quite easy, because the speed limit, even though people break the speed limit in South Africa, the maximum speed limit tends to be, I think, higher than in many cases in America. Also, we don't have dual carriageways to the extent that you guys do. It's almost so common that when you drive, you've each got a dual carriageway. And so I found driving quite reassuringly safe in America. I would say, what's the word? I would say proportionately, probably the fatality rate for car accidents in South Africa is much, much, much higher due to a variety of factors: road conditions, drivers who are actually unlicensed, cars that aren't certified or just are like death on wheels, low law enforcement, lack of law enforcement, all of those things. So yeah, I mean, that's also something to think about. I'm just saying, I agree with this person who left the comment that my experience being in America was that it felt safe. And one thing that was very reassuring was everyone seemed to keep to the speed limit. Every now and then there was one person who went over it, but come to South Africa, you will be hard pressed to find anyone sticking to the speed limit. People go way over the speed limit, and with predictable consequences.
I know we talked about that with Stockton, especially after 2022, that what we really wanted to do was bring the sub back at least to Everett and pull the insert and look at the inside of the hull to see if there were any cracks. And it was very frustrating because it was left in St. John's and left on the dock, and we had no way to work on it, no way to look at it. And we were told it was a cost issue, you know, that the cost of shipping it back was prohibitive. They were low on money. And so, you know, we couldn't do that. And really that was basically around the time that I left, you know, that it gotten quite frustrated with some of these issues and had decided to leave the company.
So to confirm, Stockton was aware of the concerns of this loud bang?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up Exhibit 77? So this is just more specific on that dive 80, which you've already talked about, but we're going to talk about it just a little bit more in depth.
Mr. Newbear, we've been going just about a little over an hour and a half. Would
Yes,
this be
sir.
a good time for a break?
Yes. Let's take a recess and reconvene at 3:20.
Thank you.
The sub, so that and really I think about it kind of the other way around, but as the sub goes down, it compresses slightly in size, and then as it comes back up, and as the sub compresses, the frame does not, because there's no air cavity anywhere. Because the sub has an air cavity, it compresses down a little bit, and since the frame is hard bolted to the rings, as it comes back up, that the frame may have sprung slightly, and then it adjusted back to its original shape. And that was Stockton's theory of what that bang was the frame readjusting back to its original shape. So I wanted to make that clarification. And in addition, along with, as I said, that in dives 81, 82, 83, that we didn't see any more abnormal strain and AE data or any noises, any loud bangs. So that was the other reason for continuing ahead.
Commenting on what Stockton Rush stated to you, is it possible that the hull moving in its cradle or frame had been a secondary reaction to something else that happened versus it being the causal factor?
That would be speculation on my part, and it's difficult for me to speculate on that. It's possible, but it's hard to say for sure.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please bring up Exhibit 77, Dive 80?
I think we're there. Yeah, I think we're there already. 77.
Can we go to page 3, channel 2? Oh, that's what we have up. Okay, so Mr. Brooks, we're looking at page 3, which is the channel 2.
Okay. Yeah.
As you described earlier, I just want to confirm the large acoustic emissions between 15 and 1600. Is that what we were talking about with the large acoustic emission?
Yes. Yes. The bang.
The bang?
Yep.
And then Lieutenant Steele, could you move to page 8, which is channel 7? So again, between the time of 15 and 16, there is a large acoustic emission. Is this also consistent with the data that you had looked at?
Yep. Yeah, that is a full amplitude AE spike, correct.
Had you ever seen a full amplitude spike in any previous dive in 2021 or 2022?
Not. There may have been one or two going up and down the ramp, but I'm not sure if they were full amplitude or not. The only time that I had seen a full amplitude spike like that would be in the third scale tests and the Titan 1 tests where we had real problems. So it was unusual to see something this high. Yeah.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please move to page 14? This is plot of group 4 strain gauge data. So we haven't really talked about strain gauge data. So when you get there, I'm going to ask you just to explain what you see on the screen. So again, page 14, which is the group 4 strain gauge data.
Yep.
I just want to respond to this question. Was Stockton driving? Actually, it's not a silly question. Stockton Rush actually was in a serious car accident. I think he crashed into a train, and there was some. I'm not sure if he was driving under the influence. I think he was a student at the time. And that might be the reason why he wasn't allowed to continue flying. I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. Can you guys see on screen? Let's just have a look at that. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush once crashed his car into a train and was charged with drunk driving, according to, that was while he was at Princeton, right? And it says the submersible inventor got into trouble with the law twice, once for a drug offense and another time for driving while intoxicated. The Daily Princetonian wrote in a story published on June 22nd that Rush was involved in a series of arrests as a student. Right? Quite interesting. So just in terms of your question, was Stockton driving? Well, there's a little bit of backstory in terms of that. Did you know that? What is going on? Okay.
Mr. Brooks, could you just please explain to us what the green line means and what the purple line means in front of you?
So the green is the strain gauge in the axial direction, and the the green is in the radial direction, and the purple is in the axial direction, and then the blue line is depth, and the scale on the left-hand side correlates to the strain millivolts from the strain's hardware. And on the right side is the depth. So the blue line should correlate to depth. And as you can see, it peaks at about 3,800. And on the left side are the strain millivolts. And so this starts at the beginning of the dive. And as we go down in depth, you see the movement of the strain gauge, or the movement in that area of the sub. And then coming back down, you see it, it correlates quite well with depth. And of course we have the shift in that same spot. And that's probably what you are calling attention to, correct? Yeah.
Yes. Before that, just to confirm, so the A in the key on the upper left-hand side, that means axial.
Correct.
And R means radial, which is also hoop stress.
Correct.
Or hoop
Yeah.
strain in this case.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if Lieutenant Steele, if you could zoom in between that 15 and 1600 time. So you're talking about the shift. So you see the shift in both the axial and the hoop direction.
Yep.
Had you ever seen a shift in the strain gauge data prior to this dive?
Not on the full-size hull, no. Only on the third scale hull. And we may have seen it on the full-size Titan 1 test, but that I can't remember. But definitely on both third scale hulls, we had seen shifts like this, but they were much larger, sometimes deflecting the entire page. So yes, that's the only time I've seen that before. Yeah.
For group 4, I just want to confirm. So earlier we talked about exhibit 058, which I believe is still in front of you. We believe that group 4 is in the forward port side of the submersible.
Let's see here. Yeah, group 4. Yeah. I think that there may be another layout guide, but that it is probably correct, but there may be a more accurate layout guide that maybe could be referenced to know that exact location.
The document you provided us earlier, that AE max plot on day 3 of the deep ocean testing facility, this I think would be also consistent if you have that in front of you with it being the forward port side.
Yeah, let's see, day 3.
It's the document that you presented us earlier today.
Yeah. Now, do you have it? Because some of those were taken away from me. Yeah. This is probably day 2. Day 3 this is day 4, and day 3 looks more like this. We have that
Can
one.
we maybe get another copy of day 3 just so we're all looking at
Yeah.
the same thing?
Yes,
We're
sir.
just talking about the actual locations of the strain gauge, so I don't believe it would have changed. between
Yeah.
day
Oh,
2
I
and
see.
day 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just to orient it, Mr. Brooks, are you looking at which day are you looking at from the test?
So we're talking about group 4, correct?
Yes, group 4.
Yeah. And where this can get a little bit confusing is that there were some changes made to the strain layout. The AE gauges were the same, but the strain layout was changed because for the regular dives, for DOTF, we had strain gauges out on the viewport, and then those were removed. And so after that, we had all the strain and AE gauges together. And I'm quite sure that somewhere there should be an accurate depiction of what all the groups are after that, after DOTF. And it would be good to find that document. And I can probably go through my notes. I'm not sure if I have that with me, or I have my computer here. I could probably dig that up to get an accurate location of where that is, because it may not be. I know like I said, the DOTF, we made changes to that because we removed some of the sensors from the front, and so the groupings may be a little bit different. So I think it's probably good to have some clarity on that.
Yes, if you could find that, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, I will absolutely produce that. Yeah.
Lieutenant Steele, if you could just bring back Exhibit 77 and move to page 15. Mr. Brooks, this is for the group 5 strain gauges. I'd like to bring your attention to the shift in axial strain between the 15 and 16 time.
Yep.
And to confirm, you were aware of this at the time, and you had brought this concern to Stockton.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, we reviewed this in a lot of detail. These two strain plots were really the big part of what we went over after that issue happened. Yeah.
Are you aware of anyone else other than yourself who brought up a concern about this data?
I know there were other people that were concerned about it, that there were people who were in the sub when it happened. I believe Scott Griffiths was in the sub.
That's someone who I really wanted to hear from in these hearings, Scott Griffiths. This is the witness list for tomorrow. The only person that the person I'm the most interested in hearing from is Carl Stanley. Is kind of like, what's his name? Patrick Leahy is just like a different, is more like a hands-on submersible operator, whereas Patrick Leahy is sort of is sort of at the top of the whole company. Carl Stanley actually, I think, operates his own submersible. I think it's in the Bahamas or somewhere. But there's no Griffiths here. Is it Scott Griffiths at all? And there's a Scott Talbot. I'd really would be good if he was testifying, but his name's not there. Another one is Wendy Rush. Her name's also not here. So that's certainly unfortunate. The other thing that I think is worth noting is they had certain instruments. They were measuring data, and they didn't seem to pay any attention to it. So when there was a bang, they would just brush it off. It's like you looking out for a certain thing happening, and then when it happens, you don't really pay any attention to it. It's kind of weird, right?
And some of the other mission specialists, and
I think one reason for this, in other words, where you say something happened, are you aware of it? Well, why are you not allowing it to change your behavior? The answer might be because of pressure. So it's it's almost like if you're driving your car and your fuel is very low, right? But you're late for a meeting, and it's a very important meeting. That might pressure you into doing something you wouldn't normally do. You're going to take that risk. And so was Stockton under pressure? I think he was under financial pressure. I think he was under shareholder pressure. I think he was under ego pressure. He had a billionaire on board, and I think, that was like, who's going to blink first kind of thing. And so you have some of the data, you have some of the information, and you think, I'm going to just push it one more time. I just want to do this one thing, and then I'll kind of back off. But then that's the straw that breaks the camel's back, right?
I was not involved in the discussions between Scott and Stockton. I don't think Scott was in our discussion, but they were concerned about it. Yes, and I know they did talk, but I'm not sure exactly what the outcome of that was. If Scott protested or if he agreed with Stockton on the theory of the frame. But there were other people that raised concerns.
And in your opinion, was there anybody on board the Horizon Arctic at the time that was well-versed in strain gauge data and carbon fiber that could interpret this data?
Other than Stockton and myself, probably not.
Going back to Stockton's theory, was there ever a time that it happened previously where there was a bang where it would have adjusted and then readjusted once it surfaced?
I don't remember that. I do know that when they dove Titan 1, that there were noises, but those noises were on the way down and at depth, and those were consistent with carbon fiber, snapping. It's a little bit different sound. But I do not ever remember a bang on surfacing. Yeah.
My final sets of questions are related to the storage of the Titan between 2022 and 2023. Where was the Titan submersible stored during that time frame?
So it was stored on the dock in St. John's, next to where the Arctic Horizon was docked.
Did it ever move inside, or was it outside for the entire season?
We moved it inside in February of 2023. I believe that was maybe around the 10th, 11th, but I'm not sure the exact date, but somewhere in early mid-February, we did crane it to the Marine Institute, and we put it into the ROV shop at that time.
Was any maintenance completed on the Titan hull between the expeditions of 2022 and 2023?
Not on the hull, no. That all of the work that we did, it was really mostly the work that I had done, and it was on software. It was on thruster software and other software, battery charging systems, and that sort of thing, but not on the hull.
And Lieutenant Commander, just for the record, Mr. Brooks left in February of 2023, so I'm not sure he would know if anything happened after that point.
So my next question is going to only be related to the time that you were with OceanGate before you departed. Before you departed, was there any testing conducted on the hull between expeditions 2022 and 2023?
No.
My final question is, why did you depart OceanGate?
So the decision had been made to, and there were several things, but really the main thing was that the decision had been made to not use the Horizon Arctic, to use the Polar Prince, and to tow the sub behind the Polar Prince. And it would require, when we were on the ship in 2021 and 2022, there was constant work, almost 24/7, except when they were diving on the sub, some kind of maintenance or troubleshooting. And we worked very hard on trying to keep things as best we could. And so this would have required us to work on the platform, either while it was being towed or while we were, we were anchored or in position. And the seas are, 1 to 5 meter seas and the platform bobs up and down. And I just did not see that I could do that, or I did not feel right that other people who were working for me would be required to do that. And I expressed that to my manager, Bob Schumann. And the reasons were, economic reasons. And I suggested that they not go, that it was just not a workable solution. And I said, I just, I did have another job offer, but I just did not think that I could do it. I could work on the sub, and it was just too dangerous. So that was really the primary reason. In addition, I don't know if you've heard that there were economic issues with the company asking us to forego getting paid for periods of time with the promise that they would get us caught up in paychecks, after the first of the year. They asked for volunteers, and I don't think anybody did it, but it was clear that the company was economically very stressed, and as a result, that they were making decisions and doing things that resulted in, I felt that the safety was just being compromised way too much. And at least for myself, I'm, at my age, working on a bobbing platform was just too dangerous and not something that I wanted to do. So, so that was really the main reason. That, and of course the other economic issues, but I just did not think, it just did not feel right, for them to be going. And like I said, I had suggested that they not go, and I was told that wasn't possible, that they had people that paid, and that they had to go through with it. So yeah, so that was the reason that I left, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, I'd like to go to Dr. Kramer with the NTSB for the next questions.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. I have a few questions to follow up on the strain sensor part of the monitoring system. You mentioned that some real-time strain data was provided to the pilot. What was the intention of that, and what type of information would that provide them that they could act upon?
So it was a program that actually had been written by Mike Ferlotti, who was the person that had designed the strain hardware. And it was a graphical program that showed, I believe the way that it worked is that it would show up to 8 channels streaming, kind of like an oscilloscope in real time. And it would show the voltage change versus time. And you could modify the time and the voltage, X and Y axis. And we had used it quite a bit at DOTF to just keep an eye on the hull to see if things were moving. And by using this program, you could kind of get a feel, and we used it also quite a bit with the third scale testing. You could get a feel for something that was normal and abnormal, that when you could see a certain amount of y-axis movement in time, then there's clearly something wrong. That for the most part they were steady with the depth profile, of course, that they change with depth.
So if you had personal experience with the system, and if you had been part of the subscale testing, then you would be able to rely upon your previous experience with the system to evaluate the meaning of the strain values. So, but for a pilot who had never attended that testing or been a part of that, what would be the expectation for like what kind of value that would have delivered to them, and what would they have expected to be looking out for, and what would their response have been?
Yeah,
Excuse me, could we maybe establish what pilots were present for the DOTF testing so
Oh.
we can answer your question? Or at least you can ask Mr. Brooks.
Well, okay, then what pilots were present at the DOTF?
So Stockton, who was the main pilot, was present at the DOTF testing. And like I said, when we did the third scale testing, we broadcast the real-time strain as well as the real-time AE data for Stockton. And I do not know if Scott Griffith, who was our other main pilot, had much experience with this program. I don't believe he did, but I know Stockton had quite a bit of experience with it. And so he would have been able to get a feel for, some kind of abnormal activity. You are correct. It did require some resident knowledge, some sort of empirical experience with it. And we didn't really have, there may have been some general guidelines about a certain change in voltage versus time to look out for, but it wasn't formalized in a manual.
And so just to maybe be a little more specific, abnormal activity would include nonlinear strain behavior or sudden jumps in strain.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
All right. Thank you. All right. So with the strain monitoring system, what type of maintenance or pre-dive inspections were completed on that system?
So the strain system, unfortunately, was difficult to really do much in the way of testing on. After we put the insert on, we had a really difficult time accessing the strain sensors. So as you can probably tell, there was, I think, group 2, those strain sensors fell off, and the data from those is just all noise. So after we put in the insert, we really had to rely on just the dives to show that, oh, yes, they were working. And really, the main test was to see how well it tracked the depth profile and performed like the other dives. For the third scale hull, and when we initially installed them, I did a temperature test. That was my test because it's hard to flex that big giant hull or even the third scale hull. We did have a test jig that was a separate piece of carbon fiber where we would bend it and test the hardware that way. But once we got them installed on the hull, then I used like freeze mist on the sensors to show that they were actually working because they're temperature sensitive. And so if you spray, it's a electronics like troubleshooting device. It's like an aerosol can, and or you can do it with compressed air. If you turn it upside down, it sprays a freeze mist blast, and I would spray it right on the sensors, and we would see a deflection in the temperature or in the amplitude.
Just a couple more questions. You mentioned that after a dive, you were the first to look at the data, but you didn't. Well, I didn't hear you say exactly what your responsibility was in the analysis of that data. Did you have specific tasks that you were responsible for, or was it really preparing the data to deliver to the other staff?
Basically, yes. I had some experience from doing the third scale tests and DOTF to know what abnormal, especially AE and strain data look like. But really, my main task was to just get it out to everybody as soon as possible to make sure that the plots were done correctly and emailed out to really to as many people as possible, as soon as possible.
And so I know we've talked about your qualifications to evaluate that data, did you have any concerns about the qualifications of OceanGate to evaluate the data?
The fact that maybe we didn't have like a independent consultant review them. I know in the past they had some people, but on the ship we didn't. Now they were emailed to Bob, and I don't know if he showed them to anybody. But yes, that was a concern of mine, and I think that at some level it really just required myself to research it, dig deeper and research it, and read the white papers and research how strain monitoring was done, and just get as much information as I could to make the best analysis that I could. So.
And one more question related to that. After Dive 80 and the loud bang event, was there any discussion about reaching out to an external laboratory or contractor to maybe do a deeper dive on the stress strain and acoustic emission data?
No, there was not. At least I didn't. Maybe possibly Bob did, but I know that I didn't. I just discussed it with Stockton, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's probably the frame." So I think if we had seen some more abnormal data on the next dives, it probably would have been a much more serious issue, and we would have done it at that point. But we didn't do it after Dive 80.
All right, thank you. That finishes my questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Muse, do you have any follow-ups?
I do not. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brooks, I just have a couple follow-ups from the initial questions. Did you agree with Mr. Rush's assessment that it was a frame shift that probably caused the loud bang?
Great question.
Without being really a qualified mechanical engineer, his explanation sounded plausible, and I had discussed it also with the previous director of engineering, Dan Scoville, and he kind of confirmed what Stockton had said. And so at that point, it seemed like a reasonable explanation and fairly plausible. So I didn't see issues on other channels on subsequent dives. So yeah, that my feeling was he was probably correct on that.
I think you mentioned that you were going to use subsequent dives to kind of assess if that Dive 80 anomaly was a problem. Were those dives considered to be conducted without passengers, or was there any consideration of doing like an unmanned test dive after that event?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Oh, that is so typical. It's like they had that loud bang. They're not sure what it is. They decide that it's not really that important, and then they put people in it. It's a manned dive after that. I guess we'll find out then if there's something serious. Yes, it's pretty incredible.
And was the next dive with passengers? Do you
It
remember?
was. It was, yeah.
Do you recall between the 2021 and 2022 seasons if the insert was taken out of the Titan during the maintenance period?
It was not. Yeah, now I could be wrong. I don't believe it was. In my recollection, I do not remember the insert being removed between 2021 and 2022.
Was the Titan hull taken back to the Everett facility during that time frame?
It was. Yes.
And so I'd like to talk about the screens available to the pilot during the excursions. If the real-time monitoring system was not called up, would it automatically pop up if there was a yellow shift or a red shift in the system?
So if they were not actively monitoring the strain, then no. The only thing that they would see would be the AE data. That the AE data, we had a channel that would send the AE data to the control program. They were two separate programs, and they communicated via network. And so the AE hit count total would be broadcast to the control program, and that's where they had a hit count and then a green, yellow, or red indicator. And then we also had an alarms. We had an alarms screen. It didn't have audio alarms, but it had other alarms like motion control alarms or compass alarms, and it would go on that screen as well. But it was on the main screen that was visible at all times. The AE hits, yeah.
So just to clarify, if you did get like a red alarm, that would always show up on the main screen.
Correct. Yeah.
Sir, you mentioned some degradation in the sensors. Do you remember what time frame that began to occur?
So are we talking about the strain sensors or the AE sensors?
Sir, I actually both.
Both.
So, yeah. Do you remember when each started to degrade?
So the issue on the strain sensors with group 2, that actually happened, I believe, right away. I think what had happened was when they were installing the insert, that they bumped those group of sensors and knocked them off. So it was really kind of a installation error, where some wires got knocked off or hit, and so that was the main one. Now,
can you see the chairman's taking notes there? Do you see that over there? Actually taking notes.
For the AE sensors, the degradation that you're talking about was really mostly that we had problems with electrical noise, and that certain channels would get bursts of electrical noise that could interfere with the AE data. They were relatively low amplitude, but that started towards the end of 2021, but became a gradually worse problem really towards the end of towards the end of 2021 is when we first started seeing it. And this is from my memory. And then during the 2022 dives, that got gradually worse. The AE plots can be reviewed, and I think it was channel 6, I believe, had problems with with electrical noise. And that was the main degradation. I didn't see, with my ping tests, I didn't really see decreasing levels of AE amplitude from my tests. That the rest of the sensors seemed to be fine. Not that they were, they didn't seem to be wearing out or anything like that. For the strain sensors, I really can't, because I didn't really have a good comparative test, that I don't really have a good answer for that. That they seem to produce pretty reliable data most of the time. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So thinking back to the sensors that were likely knocked off during the installation of the insert, so that would be before the 2021 mission.
Correct. Yep.
Did you raise any concerns to Mr. Rush about this?
I did, and I raised concerns to the then director of engineering. I was not the director then. I was just a
Tony Nissen,
software engineer, and I was really not happy that this happened. And I was told we can't pull the insert now. We've got to move forward. We're running late, and that we can't fix it. And I also wanted to go back through and recheck everything, and I was told, no, we don't have time for that. We don't have time to pull the insert, so we'll just have to live with what we have. So I did raise concerns, yes.
Do you remember the other director of engineering at the time?
It was Dan Scoville.
Okay.
was the other director of engineering at that time.
More current.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to take a break, or I think we have just a few
I think
more.
I'm
questions.
good to keep going. If everybody else is, I'm fine. Yeah.
Mr. Newbear, excuse me, before we end, if we could take a brief break, there's one thing I just want to ask Mr. Brooks about in order to make sure that the record before the board is accurate on one point. But if there are other members of the board who have some questions still, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Why don't we go to Ocean Gate Council? Would you like to take a break before we come back? Okay. At this time, we will take a recess and come back at 4:10.
Great. Thank you.
And do it in various places to test.
I just want to deal with, he mentioned the director of engineering at the time, and he's also not, the director of engineering at the time is also not on the witness list, Dan Scoble. I just don't see him here. He's definitely not one of the witnesses, and that to me is probably one of the most important witnesses. There's a Dr. Don Kramer. I definitely don't see him. I wonder what the procedure is. Can you refuse to appear before this board? I wonder. And if so, what then?
Test all of the sensors. So, so that yeah, you had to move around a bit.
And are the sensors?
I just want to respond to what Otters says. There was actually the trial of Oscar Pistorius. They actually had an expert who said somewhere along the line, he said, and what instruments did you use to do these acoustic tests? And he said, my lady, I used my ears. So that has actually happened in a legal proceeding, believe it or not.
Numbers, are they in a relatively sequential from fore to aft?
Yes, and that actually is part of my other notes that we talked about earlier, is to get an accurate document that shows the sensor placement. But typically, yes, the forward sensors were the low numbers and the aft sensors were the high numbers.
So just to come back to that case, they were actually trying to measure whether screams could have been heard. And I think also the difference between gunshots and a bat hitting a door. That was what the acoustic expert testimony was all about. Also kind of interesting. And now?
So that yeah, you had to move around a bit.
And are the sensor numbers, are they in a relatively sequential from fore to aft?
Yes, and that actually is part of my other notes that we talked about earlier, is to get an accurate document that shows the sensor placement. But typically, yes, the forward sensors were the low numbers and the aft sensors were the high numbers.
So a few more questions, sir. Mr. Brooks, you stated that during the builds of the Titan hull, after the third scale testing, things were done differently to the full scale hull to include smoothing out the hull and erasing the imperfections. Can you explain what that means?
So I wasn't personally involved in this process of doing this myself, but when we built the third scale hulls, one of the biggest problems that we had was that if there was an imperfection, especially at the start of the winding, that that imperfection would amplify towards the outer windings. That if it was a small bump or wrinkle, that at the outer windings, it would get quite large. And apparently, this is an issue with carbon fiber winding. And on the first third scale hull, that, oh my gosh, this wrinkle was quite large. And when we tested it and it failed right on this imperfection. So we knew that, okay, we had to solve this somehow. So when we started doing the multi-cure, then what was done was they would do the first layer and then cure it. And then we had a group of people with sanders and built a tent, and they had to dress in very protective gear because carbon fibers is dangerous to breathe. And they would sand down any imperfections, any sort of blisters or anything like that, and smooth it out as best they could. Like I said, I wasn't involved in actually doing this process, but I know that Dan Scoville basically had come up with this method to do this, and it was done for every layer, at every multi-cure layer, which I believe was 5 layers, that they did this smoothing out. And you could see it when they finished, before we put the end caps on, that you could see, like if you looked at the cross section of the layers of layup with the third scale hulls, you could see those bumps and you could see them kind of amplify. And with this method of smoothing out the surface and then doing the next layer, you could see that any imperfection was not in the next layer up. So it did not transmit or pass through to the next layer.
And how would they remove these imperfections?
Just by sanding.
By sanding down on the carbon fiber?
Sanding down the carbon fiber, yes. With the, I'm not sure what type of, it was obviously a power sander. But they would go over the whole thing and sand it down.
This is my last question. So you had stated earlier that the 1/3 scale models that were created by Electro Impact were not the same layup as the full scale hull.
Correct.
Was there any discussion to do a third scale model and what the specifications of the full hull were going to be?
That was discussed from the very beginning, to do a multi-cure third scale. And that kind of, and I was not the person involved in this discussion or in this, I want to say, conflict or argument.
You guys remember they sourced the carbon fiber actually from Boeing? It was Boeing's sort of secondhand, I don't know if it's fair to say second grade, but it was basically the carbon fiber Boeing didn't want to use. I don't know if it was substandard, but just think about that. The sort of leftover carbon fiber from Boeing is what Titan used on their craft. Just the whole thing is just like a cheapskate approach, and then look where you end off with that approach.
To do it one way or the other, but as I understand that Dan very much wanted to do it, and Stockton did not want to do it for cost reasons, that it would be too expensive and was not needed. When it came time to do the full scale hull, Stockton did not want to do the multi-cure, and I believe that EI said that they would not build it. They would not build it without doing a multi-cure. That we had to do it that way or take it someplace else. So that was kind of end of discussion at that point. But I know that was desired to be done from the very beginning, to do a multi-cure third scale. And it kind of proved that, yeah, you have to do that, for, in other words, in order to get it to work.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Fawcett?
Thank you. Keith Fawcett, Mr. Brooks, thanks for being here. Did you put any of your safety-related concerns regarding the Titan or the Titan operations in writing to any OceanGate person that worked at the company?
I'm sure that there were emails that were that addressed some of these issues. The final conversation at the end where I was leaving the company, that was a phone call, so that was not in writing. That was a phone call between Bob Schuman and myself. But I'm sure before that there were emails about things like AE issues and so forth. But I'd have to go and review the emails. They were, maybe not as quite of grave safety, but, we should be doing this, and, this is something that we should address differently and so forth. So, but yeah, the final, towing of the sub, that was a phone call that I had with Bob Schuman.
And then while you were working at OceanGate, do you know if the liner was ever pulled from Titan so that the interior of the hull could be inspected?
Yeah, on the inside, you mean
Yes.
the insert? No, that was not done.
And you mentioned the cure and the blisters. In your experience, are you talking about blisters being voids in the material, like an air bubble or pocket?
And just for the record, Mr. Brooks has testified that he was not part of this process.
Yes, sir. And I don't know that you said blisters. Is this the sanding you're referring to, Mr.
Yeah,
Fawcett?
I think it was more imperfections such that, and I don't know why this happens. The EI, the electro impact people that wind the hulls, they probably have a better explanation as to why you get an imperfection. But as you start going from inside out, if there's a small little deviation in the winding distance, say, for however that happens, at the very inner layers, it's tiny, but it amplifies it further out that you get, I guess, because the carbon fiber strips lay up so tightly and closely that those small imperfections get amplified as you go out. So it's maybe blisters was not the right thing, but minor imperfections tended to become major imperfections towards the outside of the winding. So those had to be smoothed out before the next layer of carbon fiber was applied.
Thank you, sir.
Doesn't his lawyer look quite stressed? Like his lawyer's like, if you could put a thought bubble above his head, it's almost like, please stop talking. I don't know, I just kind of get a sense from his demeanor that he's like, can this be over already? Like, my nerves are frayed. Don't you get that idea? I mean, just look at that body language. Like, who goes like this? He's like trying to shut it down. It's like, just shut this down, dude,
And I did want to mention one other comment in regards to safety. And I do know that there were many emails about this, and this related to the drop weight motors. And there was a strong desire on my part, because we had problems with drop weights in 2021, to use,
Jackie's going to make a note of that as well.
tested,
maybe
made
not.
for deep ocean rotary actuators for the drop weight motors. And I could not get Stockton to agree to that we had other actuators that we had built, and he wanted to use those instead. So, and we did get those to work eventually after changing motors, changing the interior motor, because it's a oil-filled mechanism that is under pressure, under a lot of pressure. So, but I had absolutely wanted to use a off-the-shelf rotary actuator for deep ocean. They were very expensive. They were, about 10,000 each. And so he was not going to do it. Said, no, we're not spending that money on this. So I know that definitely should be documented in emails.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brooks, I just have one follow-up. Do you know if during the curing process, was that done in a pressurized chamber or a regular atmosphere?
I don't think so, but again, I was not involved in that. Was it a pressurized autoclave or a 1 ATM enclosure? And I believe it was a 1 ATM, but there needs clarification on that. It was done at Janicki, I know that, but I don't know that answer definitively. So,
Thank you, sir. Understand. Are there any further questions from the board? Okay. At this time, I'd like to go to Ocean Gate Council.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned the drop weight system, and there has been testimony during this hearing about changes to the Titan sub made between the first hull and the second hull. Other than the carbon fiber hull itself, were there changes or improvements made to other Titan systems after 2019?
There were many changes. The actuators for the drop weights and the variable ballast tank were changed. Some of the navigation systems were actually quite a bit different. On Titan 1, they had an off-the-shelf Blue View navigation system, INS, and that was returned to the company. And then we used a separate. We used a device called a DVL, which is a Doppler velocity logger for ground navigation. And then we used a separate compass. So those systems were different. The systems that were the same, the sonar was the same, and the cameras were the same. Some of the lights were the same, but many of them were different. The software was completely different. That was pretty much completely rewritten. Interior lights were different. The interior was completely different. The Titan 1 interior was plywood and painted black.
Plywood.
And
Jeez.
for Titan 2, Dan had it was like a anodized aluminum interior that was custom made. So the interior was completely different. The batteries were the same. The pods there were slight modifications to the thruster pods. Those are the spheres that have the motion control items or motion control components in them. The thrusters were the same. The controller, the actual controller, it looked similar, but it was different. So that's kind of the laundry list of things that had changed.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned that after dive 80, you did not observe abnormal strain gauge data on the subsequent dives 81 through 83. Did you observe any concerning acoustic emissions activity on those dives?
No, I did not.
And you testified that the threshold level for acoustic emissions was set at 5,000. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And what is your view as to whether that was a reasonable threshold based on the information you had at the time?
So that threshold level was determined after quite a bit of testing, the Titan 1 DOTF testing, and then the third scale model testing. And we felt that was a pretty conservative number. When we would typically see a large amount of AE activity, it was usually over 20,000. So, and I believe Stockton had lobbied to have it more like 10,000, but we backed that down by 50% to to 5,000. So, so yeah, we sort of determined it empirically over time.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Brooks, I just have one question to follow up. Over time, it was my understanding that during the later dives in like 2022 for Titan, that you would not want to see any noise, at depth. And on the charts that we looked at, there was some acoustics, emissions being made. So
Yeah.
Was that a concern?
It was becoming a concern, especially on, I think that's channel 4. And it was noise in the area of concern as it was going down in depth. And and this was something I definitely talked to Stockton about. And what we kind of decided was, well, it was under, I think it was under the 5,000 threshold, or maybe just barely over it. But we hadn't seen that on 2021. And so I think the plan was, to really keep an eye on that and other channels and see if things got worse. So that was the resolution for that issue.
Would it be accurate to say that from 2021 to 2022, the acoustics increased?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
So I guess things did get worse.
Especially on that channel, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further questions for Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks, is there anything that you'd like to pass to the board that we may not have mentioned that would be helpful to the investigation?
I did want to just clarify that I do owe you the document that shows the correct placement of the group's AE sensors and the strain sensors. And I also have a brief statement to make. And I would like to acknowledge to the families of those who perished on the Titan on June 18th, express my heartfelt condolences to each of you for your loss. And in addition, I'm hoping that my willingness to come forward and appear before this Board of Inquiry will be of assistance to the Coast Guard in fulfilling the mission of thoroughly examining this issue and resolving this matter.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brooks, at this time, you are now released from this Marine Board investigation. We appreciate your assistance and cooperation. If you need, or if I need to contact you in the future, I will contact you through your counsel. And if you have any further information for this investigation, including the documents that you mentioned, you can give those to our recorder, Lieutenant Steele.
Okay.
Thank you again, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
This hearing is now adjourned until tomorrow, and we'll reconvene at 08:30. Thank you.
Okay, so, wow, quite a big day, some pretty interesting testimony. I'm almost at 7 hours, can you believe it? Definitely has been quite a day. I'm probably only going to cover, what's his name? I'm thinking of Patrick Leahy, but it's not Patrick Leahy. Is it Ken Stanley or Keith Stanley? Let me just see if I can resurrect that witness list. Where is it? Just a second. Tomorrow it is what's today, the 24th. Tomorrow it is, it's not Bart Kemper. Carl Stanley. Carl Stanley is tomorrow. So that is the testimony I want to sort of focus on. I'm not sure if I'm going to be covering anything besides that. I guess we'll see. So I'm going to be covering Carl Stanley. So yeah, that's basically the plan. Before I go, I just want to just we spoke a little bit about car accidents earlier. I just want to share this with you. This is a list of countries with the worst car accidents. Well, it's ordered from worst to best, right? List of countries and territories by motor vehicles per capita. So the unsafest country in the world in terms of car accidents is Zimbabwe, which is a country north of South Africa. It's a neighboring country. Then Venezuela, a couple of more African countries, Saudi Arabia, a couple more African countries. Lesotho is another country neighboring South Africa. Mozambique is another country neighboring South Africa. Madagascar, and then where's South Africa? South Africa is, I think, at 22, somewhere around there. So there's South Africa, the 59th most dangerous country in the world in terms of driving, right? And look at that coefficient, 22.2. And then look at America. America is about half that, all the way down here. Down, 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 down. And there's America with 12.9. So although 47,000, almost 47,000 people die a year in car accidents in America, per capita, it's about twice as many in South Africa. So South Africa is about twice as dangerous to drive as America. It's actually interesting that Mexico is slightly safer to drive in than America, but probably there's less vehicles. I just wanted to share that with you guys. I also just want to thank you guys for the super chats. These aren't all of them, but just some of the latest ones. T. Cancella, thank you. Chris Cavey, thanks very much. Marina McCogan, and Keith Carnivale, thank you very much, guys. I'm going to be putting up a highlights package from today, really just dealing with Guillermo Sohnlein. That should be up in the next, don't laugh, 15 minutes. So I did scuttle away earlier just to quickly work on that. So give it about 10, 15 minutes and check it out. You might find it quite interesting. Thanks again, everyone, for being here. Let's have a look at your last comments. Chelsea, thanks very much for moderating. You're such a star. Thank you very much. Ison was here as well. I'm not sure if he's still here, but thank you for popping in. Robbie Robin, Silent Murmur, I know you were here and you went away, but thanks very much for being here. I'd like to stay on just to hit the 7-hour mark, but I'm kind of exhausted, so I'm not going to do that. Just let's have a look at some of your last comments. Long Island Hillbilly, I think you also made a contribution, so thank you very much for that as well. Harrison McKenzie, yeah, it used to be Rhodesia. Okay, so that is it from me, guys. Take care. Drive carefully wherever you're going, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. All the best.